Hey guys, happy Friday. I thought we'd start out today with the hearing from this morning. Regarding Diller's apology. If you haven't seen it, I thought it was quite funny. That he apologized to the court and to Karen Reed. And hey, Maylin, got the potty pads down. All right. We're prepared today, and we got our water shots going. Awesome. Oh yeah, line punch is in the fridge. We are good to go, Maylin. Thank you. Hi, Cheryl. Don't work too hard. And Jeannie, thank you guys for being here. You're almost done with work. Woohoo! All right. So I went and clipped to the Boston 25 or whatever, just to the portion. If you guys have seen this already, of course, most of the time they spent in court was staring at the ceiling on the video. And then finally, this is what happened.
Have consulted and so the parties have consulted, and I understand there's a consensus moving forward, hopefully. So Attorney Diller, why don't you set forth what's been agreed to?
Your Honor, thank you for the opportunity to meet and confer. The parties have met and conferred. The agreement that we have in place is the plaintiffs are going to withdraw the current motion that's sitting before this court. The parties have agreed to act in an expedited fashion towards either reaching a stipulation or some agreement as to how to deal with the issue for the phones on or before the date that they get released back into the custody of Karen Reed. And we have agreed that we will continue to work in good faith towards that end. I also want to acknowledge to this court and to Ms. Reed that I was mistaken when I interpreted her words to say, "I'm dead, I'm effing dead."
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wait, what was that? I want to hear that again.
In good faith towards that end. I also want to acknowledge to this court and to Ms. Reed that I was mistaken when I interpreted her words to say, "I'm dead, I'm effing dead."
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Reed?
Your Honor, generally, that is the agreement that we've reached. The one clarification I would provide is that we are going to work in an expedited fashion to come up with an agreement for how the phones will be accessed and searched, etc. But that expressly is through our office, through Ms. Reed's counsel. Plaintiff's counsel is going to propose to us what they believe we should do to review and produce those documents, and we're going to try to agree on that kind of protocol.
And absent an agreement, you'll come back.
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. And the prior agreements relative to the extractions remain in place.
Correct.
Okay. And the counsel from Ms. Reed have agreed, consistent with the temporary order that I put in, that there'll be no deletions or anything made from the phones, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, so I'll just keep that order in place, and if you need my assistance, not that I did very much today, but if you need it the next time, let me know and we'll give you a date, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
Support. All right. Court stands in recess. Thank you.
He did not want to be in front of that camera. Did you see that? How as soon as he sees the camera looking at him, he moves. Look at. All right, guys. I figured we'd start with that. Yeah, Cheryl, it's insane how much money they had to waste on this ridiculousness. All because, and I'm not going to get into it again today. We talked a lot about some of that shit last night. But man, I'll tell you, these people that supposedly support Karen Reed but hate Turtle Boy just cost Karen Reed so much money for nothing. Oh, I didn't notice that. Oh, yeah, he's like standing there. He looks up and he's like, oh, shit, the camera's looking at me. I'm not standing here. And bolts the other way. So we're getting back into the trial today. And hold on, I got to get back to the trial channel. And again, always super appreciative to the trial channel and everything that they do. It's amazing. They make it extremely easy to watch trials, revisit trials without all the crap and sidebars and staring at the fans in between. It's so nice.
Good morning. So
we're starting out today with Colin Albert. As soon as I find his testimony, that is. Hold on.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
All right. So we're starting with Colin Albert, then is Matt McCabe, and Jen is after that. Everybody got their shot glasses and buckets of water ready? All right. Here we go.
Sir,
How are you?
could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Colin Albert, ALBERT,
And where do you live, sir?
Canton, Mass.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
Yeah, I know. She
My whole
invited
life.
me on.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton with?
I'm so happy
I live
for
with
her.
my mother, my father, and my two brothers,
And your mother and your father, what are their names?
Julie and Chris Albert.
And your brothers, what are their names?
Chris and Dylan Albert.
And
You're ready, Maylin,
as
aren't
far
you?
as within the age of you and your two brothers.
Thank you
where do
for all your prep.
I am the
today.
middle child.
And how old are you, sir?
I'm 20 years old.
And do you work? Do you go to school?
I go to school at Bridgewater State.
And what year are you in?
I am going into my junior year.
Yeah,
Now, so if
Cheryl,
I could turn your attention to
hold on, we'll
January.
pause. Colin for a second. I get it too. It's so hard right now, even especially now that I'm doing my own channel. Like I can't even keep up with the people I want to watch that I used to watch, no problem before. I have my playlist, excuse me, is getting longer and longer and longer. I get farther and farther behind. And yeah, you can only watch so many. I told Angie too when she talked about it. because that was one of the things I worried about most in starting my channel, because I had been wanting to do this for like 6 months, even before I met any of the chat rats or knew Rat House Media was and stuff. And it was, I think I told this story already, but it was Melanie Little who got me to get on my ass and really go for it with her badass affirmation of the day. And when I started telling people, when I met all the people in Rat House Media, that I wanted to do my channel, and I was like, but now that I met all them, I don't want to step on anyone's toes and stuff. And everyone, the best advice I got from them was just do you. You know, you can't please everybody in any way, shape, or form in any aspect of life, but you got to do what you got to do. And I tried so hard in the beginning. Well, even now, I still try really hard not to schedule a live when other people I know are going on that I'm now friends with or whatever. But you still, at some point, you can't worry about it, because especially me, like if I didn't go live when I knew everybody else I watched or talked to, or friends I talked to online go live, I would never be able to go live. So you just have to make your own schedule and work with it. And my point in that is people will watch who they want to watch, who they find the most joy in or the most interest in, and that's all that matters. That's all that matters to me anyway. Oh, yeah, Malin, that's cool. She told me, I didn't know she did yet invite you. She told me who she wanted to invite. So that's so awesome. Cold and rainy and icy this morning. Oh, Cheryl, I'm sorry. It's starting to warm up here. It was like 30 early this morning, but it's supposed to get up to 60 today in Michigan. And tomorrow it's gonna be 69, and it's my birthday. How funny is that? If you're home, you can juggle 3 at a, oh my god, 3 people, 3 streamers? I'm assuming that's what you meant. 3 at a time? See, I can't do that. I can only focus 1 at a time. And even then I get distracted. Let's see. Did Colin graduate Bridgewater yet? Hope he gets away from all this madness. Yeah, you know, I said this yesterday. I think we'd gotten to the conversation that I go back and forth with him, but the main point that I come to with him is that his parents put him in this situation. His family, the people that supposedly love him, put him in this situation. And if they want what's best for him, then they should do what's best for everybody and freaking tell the truth. Yeah, I thought he dropped out too, but you know, who knows at this point. I can't say one way or the other. I can only report what I've heard, not confirmed, and that's what I've heard is that he dropped out and he doesn't leave the house, and so who knows at this point. I'll be honest though, in watching him in his videos and with, you know, Aiden, he doesn't seem like the one to crawl in his bed and under the covers and get all, but who knows? Because anybody could get to that point under certain circumstances. So I can't judge on that part. Yeah, if you try, yeah, exactly, especially in the YouTube world. Like if you have to worry about, you know, everyone else's schedules, you'll never be on. Yep. Okay, so Colin dropped out of Bridgewater, and he didn't go quietly from what I heard. Gotcha. I'll have to look into that. You can focus on 2, the other just plays. Well, that's nice, Cheryl. At least you give them the views. Yeah, totally agree, Malin. His family, this is, it's all on them. Cheryl. Oh, Cheryl, Jeannie, Cheryl asked, where's your rat suit? I still can't wait to get mine one day. I'll be so excited if Toy's able to make one for me. All right, let's get back into Colin, whatever.
January 28th into January 29th of 2022. Do you recall those days?
Yes.
Do you recall what days of the week they were?
I do not.
Do you recall whether it was a weekday, weekend?
Weekend.
And turning your attention to the evening of January 28th, do you recall where you went that night?
Yes, I do.
And just to be clear, around that time, were you in college? Were you in high school? What grade were you in?
I was a senior in high school.
So end of January, you would have been about 4 months away or
Right,
so from
Cheryl?
graduation, correct?
Yes, sir.
I can't
And,
imagine how long the list has gotten.
On that evening, where did you, at some point, did you leave your home and go out?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall about what time it was that you went out?
I do not remember.
Do you recall whether it was light or dark when you went out?
It was dark.
And where did you, upon leaving your house, where did you go?
I went to one of my buddy's houses.
And that buddy, what was his?
Mike.
And where does Mike live in relation to you?
Can you rephrase that?
Does Mike live in Canton as well?
Yes, he does.
About how far is it from your house to Mike's house?
About like 7-8 minutes.
And when you got to Mike's house, was it just you and Mike, or who, if anyone else, was there?
I do not remember who was there.
Was there more than just the two of you?
Yes.
And generally speaking, when you got to Mike's house, what is it that you did when you got there?
I do not remember.
Now, as far as how you got from your house to Mike's house, do you recall how you got there?
No, I do not remember.
Let me ask you this. Did you walk? Did you drive? Did you get a ride?
I got a ride.
Do you recall who you got a ride from?
No.
And when you, do you recall, let me ask you this, as far as that particular night that you went out, did you drink any alcoholic beverages while you were out?
Yes.
And did you drink any of those at Mike's house?
Yes.
And do you recall generally what you were drinking that night?
Bud Light.
And when you were at Mike's house on that particular evening, do you recall about how long you were there for?
A few hours.
And do you recall
Wait,
how much
hold
you
on
had
a
to
second.
drink while
I
you were at
totally
Mike's?
forgot. How old was Colin in 2022? I know someone knows. And he just admitted to drinking alcohol on the stand?
Do not remember.
Particular evening, do you recall about how long you were there for? When you were at Mike's house on that particular evening, do you recall about how long you were there for?
A few hours.
And do you recall how much you had to drink while you were at Mike's house?
I do not remember.
And so in reference to you going out and going over Mike's house and having some beers over there, is that why you didn't drive?
Yes.
So you got a ride from someone over to Mike's house, you spent some hours there, and then do you recall where you went from there?
I went to my uncle's house.
And fair to say you have a relatively large extended family within Canton, is that correct?
Yes.
I just can't
when you say
believe
you
that
went
that Lally so openly is talking about him underage drinking, asking him about what he drank, like it freaking matters, on the stand when this kid was, he wasn't even like just 20 or even 19. He was 16 and he's literally talking about drinking on the stand. Like it's no big deal. Wow.
Your uncle's house, which uncle's house did you go to?
Hi,
My
James.
Uncle Brian.
And that would
Thanks
be
for
same last
coming.
name as yourself, so Brian Albert.
Yes.
And how is he your uncle? Sort of how is he related to you?
He is my father's brother.
And why did you go to your uncle's house that night?
It was my cousin Brian's birthday, so I went over to celebrate for a little bit with him.
And so that would be Brian Albert Jr., is that right?
Yes, sir.
And do you know how old your cousin Brian Albert Jr. was turning on that night?
I do not know.
Do you recall how you got from Mike's house to your uncle's house?
I believe Allie McCabe.
And do you know the address as far as your uncle's house?
34 Fairview Road.
Is that somewhere, your family's house, is that somewhere that you had been before?
Yes.
And so your memory is that Allie McCabe gave you a ride from Mike's house to the house on Fairview?
From what I remember, yes.
Now, Allie McCabe, as far as who is that to you? Or what, if any, kind of relationship do you have with Allie McCabe?
It is my cousin's cousin. So not technically my cousin, but we're close and like we do family events and stuff like that together.
And you and Miss McCabe, are you in the same grade?
Yes.
And how long have you known each
My whole entire life.
other? So not blood related, but someone that you see at family events.
Yes.
And someone that was in the same grade and went to the same school as you?
Correct.
And that school, which school did you go to at that time?
Canton High School.
And do you recall about what time it was that you arrived at the house on Fairview?
Between 10:30 and 11 at night.
And did you have at that time any kind of curfew or time that you had to be home from your parents?
Usually around like right around before midnight.
And so was it like a hard fast, like 12 o'clock? If you're not here, you're grounded, or was it sort of around?
All right, I have
Just
to
around.
discuss this real quick. Okay. Well, wait. If you know, you know what? Sorry, I missed it. James, I was a teenager that didn't drink. Did I ever drink? Yes, but I was not a drinker. I didn't even drink for the first time. I never drank alcohol until I was 3 months before my 18th birthday on New Year's Eve. And I'm surprised I survived that night. Let's just put it that way. And then I didn't drink again until I was 19 and went to Canada for the first time because you only had to be 19. So us right over here, the bridge to Canada is so close. We used to go to Canada to the bars and have fun when we were 19. Very few. True. Okay, I will give you that much. There are very few. I'm still not. I'm too like, what's the word? I hate being out of control of my my body, my physiology, so to speak. I already have issues with, like, as you guys know, I'm a crier. I can't help when things like that happen, and I just start crying for whatever reason. So the last thing I want is to be drunk or all that other stuff. So it's just my preference. I have nothing against people that drink and smoke, and I tried let's see, three times total I have tried THC in various forms because I was actually recommended to me for my migraines, because I have tried almost every migraine medication on the market and nothing works. And every time that I used it, marijuana, it made me sick as a dog. I felt drunk, which I already hated feeling that way. So, but again, hey, I wish it worked for me. If I could take something that would chill me out and make me laugh for a few hours, I would love it. It's just unfortunate. It's just unfortunate it doesn't work for me. Not yours, not yet. I hope not at 14. Ugh. Wait, is this a rumor? Brian and Nicole no longer together? She lives in Norwood without him? Found it on Facebook. Wow, I haven't heard that, but wouldn't shock me. But actually, it would shock me. I'll be honest. With how much they banded together, it wouldn't shock me that she would want to separate. It would shock me that they actually separated. Let's put it that way. Oh, Colin's age. I gotcha. Oh, the date of, oh, okay, the date of birth. I got it. I got it. Mm. Hold on 1 second, guys. My computer is being a shithead. Right, Cheryl? I mean, all of them. I mean, look at his role models. They all like, there is nothing wrong with being an adult and going to the bars and having some fun. But it seems like that was their life. Like it was not technically clubbing, but like every night it's like, let's go to the bar, let's get some drinks on, let's have some fun. Like, ugh. Why won't you two play? Hold on a second.
Just
There
around
you go.
midnight.
And so after, when you arrive there, you go into the house, is that right?
Yes.
And the house at 34 Fairview has a couple of different ways to get in the house in the front, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you recall which way that you went in that evening?
The side door near the garage.
And when you come into the house, where did you go within the house? What room did you go into?
The living room.
And then from the living room, where else did you go within the house?
Like the kitchen area.
And within the kitchen area of the house, who, if anyone else, was present in the kitchen?
From what I remember, my cousin Brian, Emily Fabiano, Sarah Levinson, and Catherine Duty, from what I remember that night.
Is it possible?
From what you remember that night?
Yes.
Is that because it just was
And where
2
were
years
they
ago?
situated, sort of
Or
in the
because you
kitchen
were
and dining
wasted?
room area?
Like sitting around the kitchen table, I would say.
Now, after you arrived there, when you arrived there, what is it that they were doing when you walked in?
Just listening to music and having a couple of drinks.
And you come in, you greet people, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, the other people that you talked about, as far as beyond your cousin Brian Albert Jr., did you know those other people?
I knew of them. I wasn't friends with them or anything.
Fair to say they were older than you were, is that correct?
Correct.
So like Miss Levinson would have been older than you
Okay,
by
Cheryl.
a few years at that point.
Yes.
And same with reference to
Have a
what
good
you
one.
said, Miss Fabiano and Miss Duty, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, when you arrive at the house, did you have any other drinks once you got there?
Yes.
And do you recall what, if anything, you drank once you got
Bud Light.
there? The same as you were having before?
Correct.
You know how many that you had while you were at 34?
That's awesome, James.
I do not remember.
And over the course of the evening, whether it was at Mike's house or in between, or when you got to 34 Fairview,
Congrats to her.
You feel yourself as far as like overly intoxicated or drunk or anything like that?
No.
And as far as the other people that you observed at the house that night, does anybody stick out to you as being overly intoxicated or fall down drunk or anything like that?
No.
Now, with reference to when you came into the house, you mentioned there was music playing. How would you describe sort of the general mood within the house?
It was happy. It was, yeah.
Now, as far as that area where you first observed the people around the table in the kitchen dining room area when you came in, did you ever see anybody else go anywhere else in the house?
Not that I remember.
Did you yourself go anywhere else?
No.
At any point in time in the evening while you were there, did you go upstairs or downstairs in the basement or out in the backyard or anywhere else besides the kitchen dining room area?
No.
Beyond maybe the restroom at some point?
Yeah. Other than that, no.
And about how long were you at your uncle's house that night to celebrate your cousin's birthday?
Probably around like an hour and a half.
And so about what time would it have been that you left?
12:10.
And with respect to your leaving the house,
He just testified. What time did you leave? 12:10. Like, he knows exactly the second he left that house. Like, that's such a weird answer at 12:10. 2 years later, wouldn't it be around midnight or between 12 and 12:30? Who's that specific 2 years later? Huh.
who, if anyone, did you contact to facilitate?
Rephrase.
Let me ask it in a much easier, better way. Okay. As far as your plans were concerned, as far as leaving the house, who, if anyone, did you reach out to get a ride from the house?
My friend Allie McCabe.
And how did you reach out to her?
I texted her.
And do you recall whether or not you had any sort of other communication? Well, let me step back and ask it this way. At that point in time, in January of 2022, you had Ms. McCabe's information saved as a contact in your phone, is that correct?
Correct.
And on prior occasions, had you had a chance to, call that number from your cell phone that you had programmed in as Allie McCabe?
Correct.
And when you called that number, who, if anyone, answered the phone?
Allie.
Now, with respect to text communications, had you had text communications with that contact in your phone as Allie McCabe prior to that date of January 28th?
Yes.
And when you had those conversations, did you then also have subsequent sort of in-person conversations with Allie McCabe as well?
Yes.
And during those in-person conversations, was there any reference or anything talked about content that had been previously sent and communicated via text?
No.
Let me ask it in a better way. So you would have text communications with, let me ask it in a be sent to conversations. Was there any reference or anything talked about content that had been previously sent and communicated via text?
No.
Let me ask it in a better way. So you would have text communications with the person you put in as a contact as Allie McCabe, correct?
Yes.
And then subsequent to having those text communications, you would then speak to her either in person or over the phone, correct?
Objection.
The objection is sustained. Watch the form of your questions.
Following those text communications with the person that you had input in your phone, what, if any, verbal conversations would you have in reference to the content of the text communication?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Did you talk to her in person about something you had talked to her about in text?
No.
Now,
He is so Larry, he has him so confused. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, I get where Lally's going, I think. He's trying to elicit some sort of phone conversation based on the information in the text messages. I'm assuming that's where he's going. But he is like, what the fuck are you saying, Lally? What?
with reference on that specific date of January 28th, was text communications the only means by which you communicated with Allie McCabe?
From what I remember, yeah.
And were there other means by which you would typically communicate with her?
If she wasn't answering a text, I'd give her a call. Yeah.
And were there apps or anything like that on your phone that you would communicate with her as well?
Snapchat sometimes.
Now, with respect to Snapchat and your family, specifically your cousins, what, if any, sort of group Snapchat chains were there with respect to your family?
Yes.
And specifically, who were those sort of group Snapchat chains? Who was included within it?
I have a Snapchat group chat with my cousins.
And you have cousins on basically your father's side and your mother's side, correct?
Not on my mother's side, no.
You have no cousins on your mother's side?
No.
And with respect to the cousins on your father's side, would it be all of your cousins that were included within that?
Not all of them, no.
And so who of your cousins would be included on those kind of group Snapchat chains?
My older brother, Chris, my younger brother, Dylan, my cousin, Kevin, Brian, Brendan, Caitlin, Kayla, and I believe that is it.
And if you recall, was there any communication on that group Snapchat chain in regard to Brian Jr.'s birthday on that date of January 28th to 29th?
No, not that I remember.
Now, with respect, so you reach out to Ms. McCabe via text, is that correct?
Yes.
And she agrees to pick you up?
Yes.
And at some point, are you made aware that she's at the home?
Yes.
And how is it that she makes you aware that she's at the home?
I got a text message from her that says I'm here.
And at any point in time while you were in the home, did
I just sped it up
did
to
Mr. McCabe
1.25. If it gets too fast at any point, let me know. This one's going, they're talking a little faster on this one at regular speed, so I don't want it to go too fast, but I also don't want it to take too long to get through these.
inside the home?
No.
And so after you received that text message from Ms. McCabe, did you respond?
Yes.
And do you recall what you responded?
Come in.
And from that communication, after you sent that, about how long was it between the time that you sent that and the time that you came out?
Between 30 seconds and a minute, I'd say.
And when you came out of the house, do you recall which door you came out at that point?
The side door next to the garage.
And when you came out that door, who, if anyone, did you encounter as you were coming out?
As I was walking out, I saw my Uncle Brian and my Aunt Nicole.
And you were going out, and what were they doing?
They were coming in.
And in addition to your Uncle Brian and your Aunt Nicole, was there anybody else that you recall that was with them when they came into the house?
No, not that I remember.
And what, if any, exchange did you have with your uncle and your aunt as you were going out and they were coming?
I just said, I'm going home. My mom wants me home. I love you guys. Bye.
And you then went outside of the house, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you see Ms. McCabe outside?
Yes.
And where was she where was her vehicle in relation to the house?
In the driveway.
Now, do you recall what type of vehicle Ms. McCabe was driving on that particular night or had at that time?
I believe it was the blue Ford that they had.
And was that a sedan? Was that an SUV? What type of vehicle?
A sedan.
And so you come out, that's in the driveway, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall whether or not it was parked on the left side or the right side of the driveway?
I do not remember.
And you get into the vehicle. Which part of the vehicle did you get into?
That I do not remember.
Front seat passenger side, does that sound right?
Could have been that, yeah.
Do you recall whether or not there was anybody else in the vehicle at the time that you got in?
I do not remember that.
Do you recall whether or not there was anybody else in the vehicle at the time that she had dropped you off at that location?
I do not remember that either.
Now, as far as the coming outside of the house, did you take note of anything as far as the weather or what was going on with that when you came outside? Side of the house, did
That either.
there was anybody else in the vehicle at the time that she had dropped you off at that location?
I do not remember that either.
Now, as far as the vehicle at the time that she had dropped you off at that location?
I do not remember that either.
Now, as far as the
He's
coming
starting to
outside of
flush,
the house, did you
and
take note
now
of anything as
he
far as the
doesn't
weather or what was
remember if
going on with
someone
that when you came
else was
outside?
in the car.
Pretty sure it just started snowing at that time, around that time.
So the snow had just begun. Do you recall whether or not it was sticking or accumulating on the ground?
Oh,
at that
here
time?
we
I do not
go.
remember, no.
Allie, was it snowing that
Now-
night? Damn, I still don't know.
You get into the car, and where did you go?
She drove me right home.
So no stops along the way, just straight from Fairview to your house.
Correct.
And about how long a period or how long a drive is it?
Anywhere between 5-10 minutes.
Now, as you were outside of the house walking to the car, and after the car sort of backs out of the driveway and leaves, do you observe anything abnormal or unusual outside of your uncle's house that night?
No,
Did you observe any other cars outside at that time?
not that I remember.
Now, Allie has a mother and a father, and you're familiar with them. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what are their names?
Jennifer and Matt.
Same last name as McCabe.
Yes.
And you're familiar with what types of vehicles they have?
Yes.
And when you came out of the house and got into Allie's Ford sedan, did you see any vehicle you would associate with either Jennifer or Matthew McCabe at the house at that time?
No.
And so you drive home and you go to your house without the address. Whereabouts within the town of Canton were you living at that point?
It's right in the center of Canton near the Seasons gas station.
And is that a single-family house or a multi-family house? What?
It is a condominium.
And when Mr. McCabe pulls in and parks, you get out, correct?
Yes.
And so in order to get into the building, in order to get into your home, how is it that you get into your home when you get to the condo?
There's a door around back that I go into, and I gotta either have a key or they buzz me in, but I usually have a key, and I gotta go up 3 flights of stairs, and then we're at the top level in the condominium.
And so you have to get sort of into the building before you can get into your own unit.
Correct.
And did you notice whether or not Mr. McCabe was still there as you were, excuse me, did you notice whether or not Mr. McCabe was still out there parked when you opened the door with the key?
That I do not remember.
And you get into the condo, or you get into your home, and who, if anyone, was living with you at that time?
My parents and my little brother
Your older brother, where was
in San Diego.
he? Was in service, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as your brother, your little brother, and your father and your mother, were they home when you got home?
Yes.
And how do you know?
Because I remember my parents being up in their bedroom that night.
Is there any sort of rule or sort of, for lack of a better term, a protocol as far as when you come home, where do you go sort of first thing when you walk in?
I always tell my mom and my dad that I'm home, and usually go up to their bedroom, give them a hug goodnight, tell them I love them, and then go down to bed.
And did you do that on that occasion?
Yes.
So sort of immediately when you come home, you go right up to your parents' room?
Yes.
And when you got up to your parents' room on that
Okay.
particular evening, was both
This is one thing I question. What 17-year-old boy comes home after a night of drinking, goes up to his parents' room to make sure he tells them, gives them a hug and kiss, and tells them they love him and good night? I'm sorry. This sounds a little far-fetched. And I did. My son's 22 now, but I had a 17-year-old son. And at 17, my son he never drank. He told me when he first did, so I know when he first did. And he still wouldn't have come home after a night out, hanging out, or whatever. That wouldn't be. The first thing he'd do is go to his room and get on Xbox or get on his iPad or whatever. No.
your mother and your father in their room?
Correct.
And you had that sort of exchange that you described before?
Yes.
And so your bedroom is then located downstairs from where your parents' bedroom is?
Yes.
And if you know about what time was it that you came into the house?
I want to say around 12:20.
And fair to say this is 2.5 years ago and you weren't exactly looking at your watch when you came in, is that right?
Exactly. Yes.
And as far as being home or having that curfew around midnight or so, did you get in trouble for being late that night?
No.
Objection.
I'll sustain the objection. I'll strike that.
Now,
I didn't hear what that question was.
Now-
that he sustained.
Sustain the objection.
did you get in trouble for being late? And as far as being home or having that curfew around midnight or so, did you get in trouble for being late that night?
No.
Objection.
I'll sustain the objection. I'll strike that.
Mr. Albert, the place that you were living at that point in the condo, how long had you been living
That I do not remember.
there? Did you live somewhere else in Canton prior to?
Yes.
Where was it that you lived?
7 Meadows Ave.
And how long did you live at 7 Meadows?
My whole entire life before moving to that condo.
And so all I'm sort of trying to ascertain here is, so from the time of January 28,
I
29,
still think it's weird. Hi, Dodo. Sneaking in. You're good. Sorry, now I lost my train of thought. I was going to say something. I forgot. Hold on.
was it a long time, short time, months, weeks, years? How long had you? January 28, 29, 2022. Was it a long time? ascertain here. So from the time of, and so all I'm sort of trying to ascertain here is, so from the time of January 28, 20 at 7 Meadows.
My whole entire life before moving to that condo.
So that's what I was going to
And
say.
so,
I know we got into this the other day, and Baker gave, shed some light onto why a family would sell their family home that they had raised their children in for obviously over 17 years to downsize into a condo. Now, I understand that. Now, from Baker's point of view, that, okay, let's say you owned that house outright or almost, and you can make some money on it. But I still don't get, unless you needed that money for something, why you would sell your family home, you raised your children in for that long, to move into not only a condo, but a condo that is only $100,000 less than the house you sold. Like, I don't know. To me, it's just weird. But again, I have to preface that by saying I never owned a home. I'm a perpetual renter, and I'm okay with it. Especially with my medical issues, I can't have to worry about mowing a lawn or shoveling snow. I can't do it. So from that point of view, maybe I can't see it the way other people would see it, but to me, it's just weird.
all I'm sort of trying to ascertain here is, so from the time of January 28, 29, 2022, was it a long time, short time?
Yeah,
months,
no,
weeks,
Jeannie,
years?
I
How
looked
long?
it up the other day. They sold that home at Seven Meadows for just over $700,000. Then they moved into a condo at 22 Maple, I believe was the address that I looked up. That was they purchased for just over $600,000. So you sell your home, which is bigger and has a yard and doesn't have attached neighbors, to buy a condo that is about the same price, has less space, and you still have all your kids living with you. Like, it's just weird.
Been living at the condo.
Short time, I'd say a couple months.
And so prior to that couple of months, you had lived your whole life at 7 Meadows, correct?
Correct.
And that was a single family house, is that correct?
Yes.
And with respect to living on Meadows Ave, did you know people that lived on your street growing up?
Yes.
And at some point while you were living there, did you come to know someone by the name of John O'Keefe?
Yes.
And how did you know Mr. O'Keefe?
He lived at the top of our street.
So how many houses, if you know, were sort of in between your house and Mr. O'Keefe's?
2.
And do you know how long that Mr. O'Keefe had been living on that street?
I do not know.
And how did you know him, sort of, if you could describe sort of your relationship with your neighbor, Mr. O'Keefe?
I knew him because I knew that my parents were friendly with him. And I knew he lived at the top of our street. That's how I knew him.
And were you aware who, if anyone, lived at the house with Mr. O'Keefe?
I know his 2 kids that he brought in, adopted, lived there, and I'm not sure who else.
And that would have been his niece and his nephew that he adopted, correct?
Correct.
Where were they in relation to you as far as ages were concerned?
A lot younger. I don't know the exact age difference, but
So you were in high school, they would have been some grade far below.
yes.
Now, as far as your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, your neighbor, about how often would it be that you would see him?
Not often. I drive by every now and then. He'd be outside and I would wave. He'd wave back. That was pretty much it.
And during the time that you lived on Meadows Ave, or a couple months subsequent to that, was there ever any animosity or any sort of arguments or anything that you would ever have with Mr. O'Keefe?
Never.
And how would you describe Mr. O'Keefe from your perspective, as far as how would you describe him as a person?
A nice guy, a good guy.
Now, with respect to, if I could bring you back to Fairview Road on January 28th and 29th of 2022, obviously you were familiar with Mr. O'Keefe at that point.
Yes.
And at any point in time that you were in that home, did you see Mr. O'Keefe inside the home?
No,
At any point in time that you were outside of the home, going in, coming out, at any point in time did you see Mr. O'Keefe?
no,
At any point in time in the evening of January 28th into January 29th, 2022, did you see Mr. O'Keefe? Anyway,
no.
and at that time, at the end of January 2022, were you aware of or did you know anybody by the name of Karen?
Yes,
And how did you know her?
I knew that she dated Mr. O'Keefe.
And had you had any sort of prior interactions with Ms. Reed prior to January 28th?
Not that I remember. No,
Did you know what she looked like?
not really.
As far as any interactions, would that be just sort of driving by the house?
Yeah, maybe drive by, wave. That was about it.
Now, as far as that sort of reaching out to Ms. McCabe on that particular evening, was that something that you had done before?
Yeah.
Is that something that sort of you and your friend group did together, as far as if somebody was out and driving around and somebody else was maybe drinking somewhere, they could contact them for a ride?
Yes, correct.
That was as opposed to somebody drinking and then getting behind the wheel and driving, correct?
Exactly.
Now, sir, at some point in July of 2023, did you have occasion to meet with any troopers from the state police in regard to that evening of January 28th, 29th?
Say the date again.
At some point in July of 2023, did you meet with any troopers from the state police?
No.
At some point subsequent to that date of January 28th, 29th, did you meet with any troopers from the state police?
Yes,
And you were asked questions and you answered them, is that correct?
correct.
And following that conversation or interview that you had with troopers from the state police, what, if anything, did you provide them with reference to your phone?
Can you rephrase that? Sorry.
At some point, did you provide them with a screenshot of a text communication between yourself and Ms. McCabe?
Yes,
And was that something that you took a screenshot on your own phone and then were able to then provide it to them?
correct.
You know, may I approach?
Yes.
So showing you a document, just ask you to look at it and then look up when you finish. And do you recognize that, sir?
Yes.
What do you recognize that?
My text messages between Allie that night.
And what's contained on that, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you recall as far as the text messages, or what was on your phone as far as what you took a screenshot of the text messages between you and Alan McCabe that night?
Yes, sir.
May I approach again, Your Honor? Yes. I'm want to seek to introduce in the minute.
Mr. Jackson?
One moment.
Sure.
No objection. Thank
All
you.
right. And jurors, remember the instruction I gave you about the text messages. Thank you. Okay.
Sir, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as Exhibit 84?
Yes,
And the contact that's listed at the top states Alan, is that correct?
Correct.
Is that how you had Ms. McCabe programmed into your phone?
correct.
And from this, there's two sets of communications, one containing blue bubbles and one containing non-blue bubbles, correct?
Yes,
If you know the blue bubbles, is that you or is that Ms. McCabe or who's?
that's me.
So the other side would be Ms. McCabe, is that correct?
Correct.
There's also
This whole thing is so suspicious. I'm sorry. I cannot believe they didn't do a data dump, phone extraction on these a bunch of people. They should have done phone extractions on. They just accept these screenshots as if they're proof. They've never been edited or altered or
so times that are stamped or associated with these text bubbles and text communications from Ms. McCabe.
Yes,
If I could direct your attention, it may be easier if you're looking at the paper in front of you, but just sort of starting from the
I did
top,
know that, James.
January 28, 2022, if you could read for the jury what the content is, what the time is.
They
and
try to
who is
downplay everyone in this.
at 11:54, I texted
Allie.
Allie and said, "You can get me now." Period. At 11:54, I texted her again and said, "If easier." At 11:55, Allie texted me back and said, "Okay, I am driving people home now." At 11:55, I said, "Word." And then at 11:55, I said, "Get me after."
It
At
said
11:55, Allie wrote back, "KK." And then at 12:10 a.m., Allie wrote, "Here." And at 12:10 a.m., I wrote back, "Okay."
Now, sir, with respect to that last communication that you sent as far as okay, how long after that message was sent did you then go out to the car where Allie was?
Right after, I'd say around 30 seconds.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
Yes.
Sir, I'm going to be showing you what's been marked as exhibits 82 and 83. Again, I just asked you to take a look at those and look up what you. And do you recognize those, sir?
Yep.
And what do you recognize those?
Say that again.
What is in those photos?
A picture of me and my aunt and a picture of me by myself.
And do you recall sort of when those photographs were taken?
Yes, February 11th.
And why is it that you recall that? Well, let me ask you this. As far as February 11th was concerned, where were you that day?
I was at my uncle's house.
And why were you at your uncle's house on that day?
My cousin was coming home for leave from the Marine Corps, so we had a little gathering for him.
And just to be clear, when you say
Hey,
your
Fish
uncle, you're talking
Brown Eyes.
about your uncle Brian Albert again?
Correct.
You're stopping
He
by.
was coming home from the Marines. What's his name?
Jack Albert.
And so on
Right?
that evening, you were over that house. Is that correct?
Correct.
How
And,
dare me even suggest
first
that they
picture in
would
exhibit
lie
82,
or
is that correct?
fake an
When you're
email
on
or a
Correct.
text message.
And what's contained on there is that a fair and accurate portrayal of sort of what you look like as far as your arms, your hands, your face, all of those things on that date of February 11th.
Correct.
And second photograph is again you by yourself. Is that correct?
Correct.
And from that photograph again, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you look like on February 11th?
Yes.
And from the second photograph in, if you know, where was that taken within the home of your uncle?
In the library at 34 Fairview.
And again, that library or any of the other rooms within the house, beyond the
Library?
kitchen, the dining room, or possibly the restroom, did you go into any other areas of the house on that night of January 28th into January 29th?
No.
Can I approach this retreat? Your Honor?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Albert, just one last question. When it came to your arrival at 34 Fairview Road on the evening of, or the early morning,
Exactly, Jeannie. I mean, it would have been so simple, you know? So, yes, a simple phone extract would prove or disprove all that. So, if he was being honest, they would have handed over his phone to keep his name out of it. If it were my son, I would. And I totally agree with you. I'd be like, here, have it all. It proves he'd have nothing to do with it. You can see everything you want to see. I totally agree with you.
of January 29th when you were leaving, beyond your Uncle Brian and your Aunt Nicole, did you see anybody else older than yourself or anybody else related to that group come into the house that evening?
No.
Thanks. I know.
Mr. Jackson, do you want to begin or wait until the morning?
Your Honor, it probably makes more sense to wait till tomorrow.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Albert, who did you talk to in order to prepare for your testimony starting yesterday?
Can you rephrase that question, please?
Phrase the question. You didn't understand my question?
No.
Okay. Who did you speak to in order to prepare for your testimony yesterday?
My lawyer.
Okay, so this is a whole new day. They wait till the next morning to start cross-examining him. And the very first question, which is a very simple question, he's pretending he doesn't understand the question. Wow, what a way to start.
Other than your lawyer, who did you speak to prepare for your testimony yesterday?
No one.
You didn't speak to your parents?
No.
You didn't speak to your mom, your dad?
Nope.
At any time before yesterday about your testimony or your statements?
Nope.
Did you discuss with your parents their testimony?
No.
So after they got off the witness stand, your dad didn't come home and say, here's how my day went?
That's bullshit. No parent. I mean, I have to think about this because if you are witnesses in a trial, you and your, let's say, from my point of view, me and my husband are witnesses in a trial, and we have a child, teenage son, who is also a witness in that trial. I know that they shouldn't be specifically talking about it, but then again, none of these people in this case should have been talking to each other about what happened and commingling their stories and getting their stories straight and creating timelines and you want everyone to believe that you never spoke to your parents and your parents never spoke to you about testifying. I'm sorry, that's bullshit.
No.
Mom didn't come home and say, here's how my day went?
Nope.
The Albert family just ignored the fact that both of them testified in a court of law before a jury about the events of January 29th, 2022. Nothing was ever said?
No.
Did you talk to Mr. Lally at any point before yesterday in preparation for your testimony?
Before yesterday, you said?
Correct.
Yes.
Tell me when.
Want to say a month ago about.
What did you talk about?
I got prepped for this.
Tell me what that means. What does it mean to prep for this?
What I'm going to be getting asked.
Okay. Remember my first question, very first question this morning? I said, have you spoken to anybody in order to prepare for your testimony? And you said no.
Way to
Yeah.
go,
That's
Alan
not true.
Jackson.
You spoke to Mr. Lally.
Okay. Yes.
It's not okay. It's yes or no.
Yes.
You said that was about a month ago, correct?
Correct. Around a month ago.
Tell me what, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Around a month ago. That's it.
Tell me what you and Mr. Lally discussed. Can
The questions I would be asked here.
you be more detailed?
I don't remember everything he said.
Did he go over the questions that he believed he would ask you?
I believe so.
Did you give him answers to those questions that you believed you would give?
Oh, here we
Response to those
go.
questions?
Yes.
What
But
questions
I
did he tell you he would
believe-
ask?
I
Not
don't
just
remember.
no, but I
What
was
answers did you tell him you were going to give?
I don't remember.
That was just a month ago, right?
Yes.
Obviously, you've been thinking about this case quite a bit, haven't you?
Yeah.
Over the last 2.5 years.
No.
How long have you been thinking about this case? 2.5
Wait.
years.
He flat
No.
out
This
admits
case quite a
that.
bit, haven't
Hold
you?
on. He flat out
Yeah.
admits that he thinks about this case a lot. For the last 2.5 years. No. Oh, really?
Over the last 2.5 years.
No.
How long have you been thinking about this case?
Since people started writing about me on the internet.
How about since you were at a house where an individual ended up dead on the lawn the next morning? Did that prompt you to start thinking about this case?
No.
Not so much, huh?
Well, wow. Doesn't that make him look like I know he's an adult now, was supposed technically underage then, so I'm trying to keep it nice here. But he's trying to make it seem like, nope, I didn't really think about it because, I had nothing to do with it. So no, it didn't stay on my mind. It wasn't a big deal. But what he's really doing is coming off as a giant jerk, to be nice about it, because all it does is seem like you don't care that a cop lost his life that night.
Did you speak with, when Mr.
Yeah,
Lally spoke
Dodo.
with you, who else was there?
Thank you for saying it.
The witness advocate, I believe, and
Steve Nelson?
yes.
Who else?
And is it Sergeant Tully, I believe?
Tully, T-U-L-L-Y?
I believe so, yes.
Anybody else?
Not that I remember.
Sergeant Tully taking notes while you were having this conversation with Mr.
So
Lally?
basically, let me say this again. So basically, what he's saying is this case didn't matter to him. The loss of life, the loss of a cop didn't matter to him until it affected him. Until people started writing about him. It doesn't matter. But now, oh my God, as soon as they start, talking about me, now it's important because I'm selfish and arrogant and I hate to use the term narcissist, but is that possibly the case? Wow.
I do not remember.
Mr. Lally taking notes?
I do not remember.
Do you remember being told by either Sergeant Tully or Mr. Lally that your conversation was being recorded?
I do not remember.
How long was that meeting?
Say 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
Right. I agree, Fresh Brown. I agree. That's what he's trying to do. But instead, he's coming across as a big wee prick, as Dodo says. Because
Were you given any instructions?
this case didn't matter to him until it started affecting his life.
By either Sergeant Tully or Mr. Lally about your preparation for your
I
testimony?
do agree there, James.
Can you rephrase that, please?
Sure. Did they give you any instructions about the preparation for your testimony? How they wanted you to answer questions? The tone
No.
and tenor of your testimony?
No.
How they wanted you to dress, for instance?
No.
Other than that time a month ago, have you spoken with Mr. Lally or anybody from the DA's office since then, before yesterday?
No.
You watched any coverage of this case online?
Nope.
No social media?
No, I don't have social media.
No news, coverage?
Nope.
Nightly news?
Wait, didn't he admit he just had Snapchat? Is Snapchat not technically social media? I don't use Snapchat, so I guess I could be wrong there, but I thought Snapchat was social media. Okay.
News Channel 25, Channel 5?
No.
National news?
Nope.
Blogs?
Nope.
So literally, according to you, you know zero about the media coverage concerning this case, Commonwealth versus Karen.
Correct.
Then how does he know that people were talking about him? He just did. Oh my God. He just blatantly lied. He says, didn't affect me. I didn't start thinking about it until people started talking about me online. But then he says, well, I don't go online about this case. I don't have social media. I don't read blogs or anything else about this case. You just totally contradicted yourself.
Talk to Allie before her testimony?
No.
When was the
Wow.
last time you did talk to Allie before she testified yesterday?
I don't remember.
Give me an idea. She's one of your best friends. A week ago, a day ago, a month ago.
I do not remember.
Could have been a year ago.
I do not remember.
Could have been 5 years ago.
No.
So it's more recently than 5 years ago that you spoke with Allie.
I don't remember.
So you have no independent recollection as you sit here. The last time you talked to one of your best friends and your cousin about any subject.
No, I don't remember.
Were you ever told in preparation for your testimony, if you start to get stumped or nervous, just say, I don't remember?
Nope.
Nobody ever told you that?
Mm-mm. No. No, sorry.
It's okay. So nobody ever informed you that.
Right. I want
Mike-
to say fresh brown eyes. Yeah. Other people could have told him, but who would do that knowing what it would do to him? So, like, let's say I saw something written about my son or being talked about my son, and he never saw it. I'm sorry. I'm not going to tell him. If I know that he doesn't go online, if that were true, if he doesn't ever go on social media or read blogs or read anything about this stuff and he would never see it, why would you tell him to upset him? And I'll be honest there too, even if I were to choose to tell him just so he were aware, I would do it in a manner that it doesn't matter. Where, oh, people are just saying shit, it's stupid. So that they wouldn't get all upset and, so for him to take it as personally as he did and to start thinking about it so much, I'm sorry, he would be having to see it. He would have to see it. He was getting harassed in real life. Right. I do know that.
Nervous on the witness stand.
Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. But he literally said, I wish I could go back. I don't want to screw up this because sometimes when I go back longer than a couple seconds now, I mess up my timeline. But he literally said actually, I'm going to go back because I want to hear his answer specifically. Hold on. I'll point out what I'm trying to say here. Hold on.
Nope.
Did you discuss with your parents their testimony?
No.
So after they got off the witness stand, your dad didn't come home and say, here's in order to prepare for your testimony, and you said, no. Tell me what you and Mr. Lally discussed. What questions did he tell you he was going to ask?
I don't remember. since
Bear with
since
me,
people
guys.
started writing about
Dead on the lawn the next morning. Did that prompt you to start thinking about this case? Individual
me on the internet.
There we go.
over the last 2.5 years.
No,
How long have you been thinking about this case?
since people started writing about me on the internet.
How about since you were at a house
See,
where an
right there.
individual
How long have you been thinking about this case? And his answer is not when people started harassing me. His answer was when people started writing about me on the internet. He started thinking about this case a lot when people started writing about him on the internet. The only way it's going to affect you that much by people writing on the internet is if you see it and read it. That's my opinion, but that's what I'm just saying people could have been trash talking him in real life and telling him people online were trashing him too. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to take it off. I'm not disagreeing with that either. And that's why I'm saying it's my opinion. I'm trying to, because in the way he answered that, he specifically was asked, how long have you been thinking about it? Basically, when did you start thinking about it? And his answer was when people started talking about me on the internet. It wasn't when, people started harassing me about what was on the internet, or after I found out things were said about me on the internet from someone. And again, he's obviously not 100% truthful in his statements, but this is totally my opinion and the way I'm taking it. I don't see it. I don't see how he wouldn't have seen any of this stuff, that he never saw this stuff online and that it affected him this way. Now, harassing in person, that I get. That would, that would destroy anybody, I think, especially if they are innocent of this. And I truly think his parents, could have saved him from this. And I was going to make a point and I lost it. Sorry. I apologize. Right, James. I was saying that too. Like, most people with empathy in that are going to be thinking about it, that you were there on a night, whether even if you had nothing to do with it, you were there on a night where a cop, it doesn't matter what city, a cop was found deceased on the lawn. And people were involved, or people were at least witnesses to all this, your family. Now we know that it was more than just witnesses, but back then, I find it hard to believe. Yeah. Right? But the McAlberts were trying to get the online harassment into this trial the whole time. Oh, they were. See, like I said, I'm watching this for the first time. Again, I've seen clips here and there. This is why I'm doing this, to watch it in its entirety and to learn things. And just so you know, Fresh Brown Eyes, I appreciate everyone's opinions. When people disagree with me or agree with me, either way, I like to hear it so that I can see things. I admit I have a bias, especially since I've already seen the second trial. I already know the outcome. I've seen tons of people's opinions on it. People that believe that Karen Read was guilty, people that know she's innocent, like I do. And I appreciate other viewpoints. That's why I'm doing this, because I want to see it from all angles. But I just find it hard to believe that a 17-year-old kid was not on social media, did not see anything written about it, especially if he was written about as much as I've heard. I have not seen, I've never went back and looked at what was said about him online or anything. So, it's just my opinion. So their answers are catered to trying to get that in. I got you. I got you. I get where you're, yeah. I get where you're going. Yeah. Just like with Allie McCabe, she tried to get it in too. I see. They wanted sympathy. Yeah. Yeah, I can definitely see that. Yeah, I mean, of course they're going to want it in because they don't want anything. They want everything that they can in the public eye that's going to give them some grace or, sympathy. Exactly as you put it. 100%. But even in watching the motions, and maybe I missed some motions, maybe they weren't all on the internet. I watched every motion I could find on YouTube. So I may have missed some or ones that weren't televised or post or in live or recorded. I mean, about them trying to get all this harassment in. So it's something I didn't consider. All right, here we go.
Ended up dead on the lawn the next morning. Did that prompt you to start thinking about this case?
No.
Not so much, huh?
Nope.
I'll be right back, guys.
Did you speak with, when Mr. Lally spoke with you, who else was there?
The witness advocate, I believe, and
Steve Nelson?
yes.
Who else?
And is it Sergeant Tully, I believe?
Tully, T-U-L-L-Y?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Anybody else?
Not that I remember.
Sergeant Tully taking notes while you were having this conversation with Mr. Lally?
I do not remember.
Mr. Lally taking notes?
I do not remember.
You remember being told by either Sergeant Tully or Mr. Lally that your conversation was being recorded?
I do not remember.
How long was that meeting?
Say 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
Were you given any instructions by either Sergeant Tully or Mr. Lally about your preparation for your testimony?
Can you rephrase that, please?
Sure. Did they give you any instructions about your the preparation for your testimony? How they wanted you to answer questions? The tone and tenor of your testimony?
No.
How they wanted you to dress, for instance?
No.
Other than that time a month ago, have you spoken with Mr. Lally or anybody from the DA's office since then, before yesterday?
No.
You watched any coverage of this case online?
Nope.
No social media?
No, I don't have social media.
No news, coverage?
Nope.
Nightly news, Channel 25, Channel 5?
No.
National news?
Nope.
Blogs?
Nope.
So literally, according to you, you know zero about the media coverage concerning this case, Commonwealth versus Karen.
Correct.
Did you talk to Allie before her testimony?
No.
When was the last time you did talk to Allie before she testified yesterday?
I don't remember.
Give me an idea. She's one of your best friends. A week ago, a day ago, a month ago.
I do not remember.
Could have been a year ago.
I do not remember.
Could have been 5 years ago.
No.
Okay. So it's more recently than 5 years ago that you spoke with Allie.
I don't remember.
So you have no independent recollection as you sit here. The last time you talked to one of your best friends and your cousin about any subject.
No, I don't remember.
Were you ever told in preparation for your testimony, if you start to get stumped or nervous, just say, I don't remember?
Nope.
Nobody ever told you that?
Mm-mm. No. No, sorry.
It's okay. So nobody ever informed you that you might get nervous on the witness stand, there might be tough questions. The easiest way to get out of that is just say, yeah, I don't recall.
No.
So you just don't recall because your memory is that bad. You literally don't recall the last time you spoke with Allie.
Objection.
Ask that differently, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Your testimony is you were not instructed to say, I don't remember. You just literally don't remember.
Okay, I'm back.
Correct.
All right.
It's an issue with your memory,
I totally
not
forgot
an
that I
instruction that you received.
let stuff we already
Correct.
saw replay, but that helps
But
since
you
I had to
do
go to the other
remember.
room real quick.
2.5 years ago, you left 34 Fairview at 12:10
Hi, Danny.
a.m., right? down to the minute.
Thanks for coming.
Correct.
He
Did Mr.
does
Raleigh,
look
during
like
this
that,
meeting that y'all
Malin.
had,
Oh my
did
God,
Mr.
now
Raleigh
you said
show
that.
you anything? Items of evidence, photographs, videos, anything like that?
No.
Did you two talk about any evidence that you might see? Photographs, documents, videos?
Not that I remember.
He didn't show you the series of text messages between you and Miss McCabe, Allie?
I don't remember.
Okay, so you're not saying he didn't. You're just saying, again, you just don't remember.
Correct.
Okay. And this was just a month ago.
Around a month. Correct.
Could have been sooner than a month. Let me ask that a different way. Could have been more recently than a month.
I don't know.
Don't know that either.
Don't know.
Yeah.
All right.
No.
So, Mr. Albert, you have to answer yes or no, not just.
All right. Sorry.
Where were you when this meeting a month ago took place?
At the DA's office on Shawmut Road.
Who contacted you to come to the DA's office?
I do not remember that.
Don't remember that either.
No.
Phone call from Mr. Lally, maybe?
Okay,
I don't-
someone has to explain that to me if they can. What is Runkle's infamous Canton brainworm? Everything on crosses. I don't. Oh, yeah. Gotcha. Oh, I get it. Brainworm. Can't remember anything. I just call it CRS. Can't remember shit. He says that Canton has a brainworm that eats their memories. Oh, yep. Got you. Thank you, guys.
I believe that I received a phone call. Maybe my lawyer did or my father, but I don't know. I don't believe I did.
So if your father received a phone call and then told you need to go to the DA's office to meet with Mr. Lally, that would be a conversation with your dad about your preparation for your testimony, correct?
Yep, CRS.
I wouldn't say so, no.
You would categorize that as such.
No.
Okay.
That's what I call it when I, can't remember. I just tell people I have CRS. And directly answer questions on cross. Yeah, the brainworm appears. Yeah, I've already noticed that. I pointed it out in Allie McCabe's yesterday. And who else was the other one? The blatant switch. No, I can't remember. It's in my notes. My notebook's in the other room. Look, it's above his eyebrow. Oh, no, that's a vein. Commiserating with Tilly. Yeah. Oh, my God.
Because, of course, even though you went to the DA's office to meet Mr. Lally and a sergeant from the Massachusetts State Police to talk about your testimony, you didn't mention that to your dad.
No.
You mentioned that to your mom.
No.
And when you got done with that meeting, Dad didn't ask you, how'd it go, son?
Nope.
Your mom didn't say, how was that meeting?
No.
About this
I
massive
didn't
murder
believe that
case.
for a second.
Objection.
Let me ask you a different way. Do you consider this to be a high-profile murder case?
Objection.
Stand on relevancy. Ask it differently.
In your mind, this is an important case, correct? Obviously.
Yeah, meatball Morris.
Correct.
Ugh.
But according to you, it just never comes up in the Albert household.
No.
Okay. You were asked to look at a couple of text messages yesterday. Looked a little bit like this. You seen that before?
Yes.
When did you see that before?
Yesterday
Before yesterday? Had you ever seen that before?
on my phone. Yeah.
Okay. Other than on your phone when you made the screenshot.
You mean
Had ever seen that
Bukaki?
before? Mr. Lally ever showed it to you?
Not that I remember. No.
So you two didn't discuss that in your meeting a month or less ago?
We could have. I don't remember.
But again, you don't remember.
Mm-mm.
Is that no?
No.
Did Mr. Lally tell you why he wanted to question you about those text messages?
Don't remember.
Oh, my
Did
God.
Mr. Lally tell you anything about what you might be asked on cross-examination?
No.
He asked you about any videos that you've ever posted?
No.
He asked you about any comments you've ever made online?
Nope.
Any photos you've ever been in?
No.
Any fights you've ever been in?
Nope.
Who's Courtney Proctor?
She's friendly with my aunt, Jillian.
I'm sorry?
My aunt Jillian, she's friendly with.
When you say friendly with, describe that.
Friendly
What do you mean by
with?
I know that they're
Friends
they're
with.
pretty friendly.
Have you ever been to Courtney Proctor's home?
Wow.
Yes,
How many times would you say over the years?
4 or 5 maybe.
Her family is close to your family, it's fair to say.
Not that close. Close though.
When you say not that close, but close though, what does that mean?
I'd say we were more close when I was younger, not when I got older.
Okay. How old are you now? You're 20?
Correct.
May I approach you? Okay. Thank you. Take a look at that photo and tell me if you recognize it. Just look at it to yourself, please. Let me know if you, after you studied it for a second.
Yep.
You recognize the photo?
Yes.
Who's in that photo?
Objection.
What the hell, Lally?
The objection sustained as to the content of the photo. Did you want to come to Sapphire and explain this to me?
Is this the
Mr. Albert,
wedding
how
photo,
soon
I'm
was that
assuming?
photograph taken?
Objection.
No, we can get that, but we'll answer that question.
10 years or less ago, I'd say. I don't.
You were the ring bearer in Courtney Proctor's wedding, were you not?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Correct.
So when you say we're friendly, but not that, or we're close rather, but not that close, you were actually close enough to be a member of her wedding party when she was married to her now husband, correct?
When I was younger, correct.
Well, of course it was when you were younger, it was
Mhm.
10 years ago.
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yeah.
That's my question. So for at least a decade, your family and the Proctor family has been close enough such that you and Albert were in her wedding, correct?
Objection.
Ask that differently, Mr. Jackson.
For the last, well, at least at that time, 10 years ago, your family was close enough to the Proctor family such that you were a ring bearer in Courtney Proctor's wedding, right?
Correct.
And who's Courtney Proctor's brother?
Michael Proctor.
And is Michael Proctor in the photograph that you're looking at?
Yes.
Person on the far left,
Correct.
looks like he's in a tuxedo.
Correct.
You were also in a tuxedo.
Objection.
Sustained.
What I'm getting at is you all were part of the same wedding party, correct?
Correct.
And that's a photograph of Courtney Proctor's wedding and the entire wedding party, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is that a photograph of a wedding party?
Objection.
Sustained.
Oh my God,
Your Honor.
Lally, shut
Yes.
up.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Albert, I want you to look at that one more time. Both you and Michael Proctor are depicted in the photograph, correct?
Correct.
How long have you known Michael Proctor?
Since I was a little kid.
And you've known him well enough to know, I don't want you to tell me or tell the jurors, but you know where he lives.
Yeah.
You consider the Proctor family close to your family.
Yeah.
During the course of, for instance, just as an example, during the course of
You have to
this
think
event,
about how to answer.
Joyce event at a wedding, you actually sat at the head table along with the Proctor family because you were given the honor of being the ring bearer in Courtney's wedding, correct?
Correct.
And you know, of course, that being in a wedding party is reserved for those special family members and friends, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
In your mind, was that a special honor?
Objection.
Is that what you thought when you were little? When you were in that?
I'd say so, yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
Auntie Bob,
And-
you had to change that question to.
You were
is that
never
what
interviewed
thought
by
when you were
Police
little.
Department in connection with this case, correct?
What does he
How many
think
times were you
now?
interviewed by the Massachusetts State Police in connection with this case?
Once.
And that was in July of 2023, correct?
I don't remember exactly when it was.
About a year and a half after the events in question. Is that right?
Around there.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of a report of that interview? Just to get the date?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, Coach John?
Yes.
Take a look at paragraph 1. It's in the middle of the paragraph. You'll just read that to yourself, please. You got that?
Yeah.
You saw the July 18 date,
Yes.
2023?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that that was the first time you were interviewed by the Massachusetts State Police?
Correct.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Thank you. Who conducted that interview?
Michael Proctor and one of his partners, I believe. I don't remember.
Michael Proctor was the lead investigator in the interview, correct?
Correct.
That's the same Michael Proctor that appears on the far left of the photo of that wedding party, correct?
Correct.
Did you find that interview, by the way, how long did the interview last? Michael Proctor.
I do not remember.
Do you remember testifying at one point that it was about 10 minutes?
No.
You testified at a different hearing, a different proceeding, not this proceeding, one other time, correct?
Correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
I need a foundational question first. I apologize. It's my fault, Mr. Albert. Do you believe it would refresh your recollection as to the length of that first interview if you were to see your testimony from a prior proceeding?
Yeah.
May I approach? Yes. Thank you. Take a look at this, and I'm going to direct your attention to line 18 and 19 of that transcript. Let me know when you reviewed it. Is that yes?
Yeah.
May I?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
How long was that interview?
Which interview are you?
The interview that you had with Michael Proctor. That's what that question was about, that you just read.
I still don't remember.
You recall that it says that you testified, question, how long did
Objection.
the interview last for?
Objection sustained where his memory is not refreshed. You can do this differently. You know that.
Did this refresh your recollection as to the question and answer, how you answered the question, how long that interview lasted?
Yes.
Did you say 10 minutes?
Yes.
So during the course of that 10-minute conversation that you had with Michael Proctor, what was the tone of that interview? You understand what I mean by tone?
I do not understand.
Okay. Was it hostile and accusatory?
Not that I remember, no.
Was it antagonistic or confrontational?
Can you use different words, please?
Sure. Was he being mean?
No.
Okay. He was being nice, right?
Professional, I'd say.
Because you've known him almost your whole life, right?
Yes.
He was friendly and cordial,
Correct.
and the interview was comfortable.
Say it again.
The interview was comfortable.
Correct.
You didn't feel like you were on the hot seat.
No.
Did you find that the interview with Michael Proctor was consistent with the relationship that you've had with him your whole life? Meaning he's always been friendly to you. He was just as friendly in that conversation.
Not really, no.
How was he different?
I'd say more professional.
Okay. Obviously, he was doing a job, correct?
Correct.
But when you walked in, you recognized him.
Yes.
He recognized you.
Yes.
You made natural greetings with one another, correct?
Correct.
Questioned you about a few things.
Correct.
He didn't look at your phone. He didn't ask to take your phone away from you.
No.
He didn't ask to seize your phone or seize any other physical items from you.
No.
You weren't asked to come down to the police station and sit in an interview room or an interrogation room, were you?
No.
Matter of fact, where did the conversation take place for those 10 minutes?
In the DA's office on Shawmut Road.
DA's office on Shawmut Road. Who else was there other than Trooper Proctor and his partner at the time, Trooper Clark?
Can you
Who else was there? Was it just Trooper Proctor, Michael Proctor, and Clark?
Yes.
Okay, so just the three of you.
Yes.
And Trooper Proctor was the one that was sort of leading the conversation.
Yes.
And then when it was done, he said, "You're free to go."
Correct.
And he didn't take your phone.
Nope.
He didn't ask you to look at any text messages.
Nope.
He didn't look through your phone.
Nope.
He didn't take any screenshots or videos of your phone or the contents of your phone.
Nope.
Just let you walk out the door.
Correct.
Your Honor, may I publish the photo?
Why don't you come over here for just 1 second?
Did I have that, please?
May I inquire you?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Albert, I'm going to shift gears for a quick second. On July 27th, you and your attorney appeared at a hearing in a separate proceeding, correct?
I don't.
Let me ask it a different way. You testified at a different proceeding, not this trial, but a different proceeding.
Correct.
Okay. You appeared under oath. You appeared with your lawyer. You gave testimony, and that's part of what you looked at a second.
Correct.
But when you met with Michael Proctor, you did not feel the need to take an attorney with you. It was just you, Michael Proctor, and Investigator Clark, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained.
You were asked yesterday about certain texts with your cousin, Allie, correct?
Correct.
Allie is obviously family,
Yes.
but she's more than family. She's also a good friend of yours.
Correct.
As a matter of fact, she's one of your best friends.
Correct.
And at your age, it's not meant to be pejorative, but we're different generations. At your age, your most convenient way of communicating is through text messages, correct?
Correct.
I mean, if you're going to grab a buddy, say, let's meet at the such and such ball field or whatever, you're going to text him, probably not call
Either or.
him. Okay. But texting is pretty common between you and your friends.
Yes.
Texting is certainly common between you and Alan. We've already seen evidence of that, right?
Yes.
And that's generally how you like to communicate with Alan.
I'd say so. Yeah.
In fact, when you reached out to her for a ride, there were like 8 text messages back and forth just for a pickup, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, just move your arm.
Sure.
just want you to have that in front of you. Your Honor, with the court's permission, can you place Exhibit 81 on the screen?
Okay.
You see what's displayed on the screen?
Yes.
It's only part of the text string, but does that look like it's
Hold
displayed
on.
on the screen?
Yes.
It's only part of the text string, but does that look like it's displayed on the screen?
Sorry, I was just looking at these. Just when I glanced at his name, the font or the letters didn't look aligned, but I think it's just my computer.
Yes.
It's only part of the text string, but does that look like it's an accurate representation of what you're looking at?
Yes.
And this is a series of texts on or about January 28th and 29th of 2022. Is that right?
Yes.
And Mr. Albert, you needed something as simple as a ride. You were just asking Ali to give you a ride. Is that right?
Yes.
And that's because you said that it's common for you guys to text back and forth. You just texted her, hey, you can get me now. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you texted if it's easier. And then she said, okay, I'm dropping people off. And there was an exchange back and forth. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there were at least 8 texts between the two of you, if you just count them up.
Yeah, freshman, that is part of his testimony that I had seen before. Because didn't they, yeah, isn't it like over a month that there's like no text between them two? And supposedly he said Snapchat they used and then went back to texting out of nowhere. Like, it's just weird. Yeah, these screenshots are so suspicious. It's ridiculous. All they had to do is do a phone dump, and none of this would have been an issue. Hey, Sarah. Thanks for coming to my presentation. Yep, I remember that weird. That's weird. They told him to not use his phone in case it gets extracted. Yeah. That's, you know, I wouldn't be surprised. Aw. Always. I'm so glad all of you are here. You make my day now. Every day I look forward to having you guys to chat with. It's so awesome. But literally, Jackson got him to say text was their primary communication. Yeah, he just said that. Yep. Yeah, I mean,
Quick,
here,
just about getting picked up.
Yes.
And then you texted
I think he said it right before this. So,
string, but does that look?
because I want to hear some, because I was going to rewind it, but then I think I do it too much sometimes.
Correct.
So if you ever want to re-see something, let me know. I'll gladly rewind. So bear with me a moment.
Messages back when you reached out to her for a ride.
I'd say
Generally, how you like to communicate with Alan, you've already seen evidence of that, right?
yes.
And that's generally how you like to communicate with Alan.
I'd say so. Yeah.
That
fact,
right there is what I was going to rewind to comment on, was the long pause to the answer to that question. That's what went through my head about that. Uh-oh, what did I miss from this morning? I did see the hearing, the 5-minute hearing that was amazing to listen to Diller have to apologize to Karen Reed. But what a waste of money that was. Way to go, Meredith O'Neill, for wasting all that money. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. That's why I played it in the beginning of this video. If you ever want to watch it again, you can just go right back to the beginning of my video, and I play it twice in a row listening to Diller apologize, because it's so good. But anyway, back to this. His pause is what got me. Yeah, you missed it, Sarah. Way to go. And I'm just kidding. So listen to the long pause.
And that's generally how you like to communicate with Alan.
I'd say so, yeah.
In fact,
And then it's, I'd say
when you reach
so, yeah. Almost as if shit, I don't think I should commit to this, but it's kind of a fact because you can see it in the text messaging and I'd say so, yeah.
out to her for a ride, there were like 8 text messages back and forth just for a pickup, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, just move your arm.
Sure.
I just want you to have that in front of you. Your Honor, with the court's permission, can you place Exhibit 81 on the screen?
Okay.
You see what's displayed on the screen?
Yes.
It's only part of the text string, but does that look like it's an accurate representation of what you're looking at?
Yes.
And this is a series of texts on or about January 28th and 29th of 2022, is that right?
Yes.
And Mr. Albert, you needed something as simple as a ride. You just 22.
Hold on, does
Yes.
it show
This is
the
a series of texts on or about January 28th and 29th of
So I just realized something. The very last text between, if this is real, this screenshot is real of them texting. So he didn't talk to Ellie McCabe. I'm so confused. How does it go from the last text messaging being 12:17 a.m., so almost 24 hours before? Haha, Mikey's making me shotgun. Sorry. So that's something totally different from the night before. Then it says, you can get me now. Hey, Zach, thanks for coming. Okay, this is my problem. It says, you can get me now. It's easier. As if they already talked about picking him up. But where's that text message that says, hey, can you pick me up tonight? Can you pick me up at a certain time or whatever? Where it's obviously that he's changing the time. You can get me now if easier. Easier than what? Because his answer to how he was getting a ride was text messaging, right? So hold on.
Yes.
part of just move your arm.
Sure.
Back and forth just for a pickup, correct? There were like 8 text messages back and forth just when you reached out to her for a ride. There were like 8 text messages back and forth just for a pickup, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, just move your arm.
Sure.
So I don't know. I thought I had heard a specific question asking when he was looking for a ride, he reached out via text. But if that was the question, but still, it goes to the fact that where is the conversation
Exhibit 81 on the screen.
Okay.
from
You
before
see what's
this?
displayed on the screen?
Yes.
It's only
Hey, Katie. You were is everybody else kind of confused by that, or do you just assume they talked on the phone or like about the pickup?
part of the text.
Because this whole thing gets me confused as if there were messages before this that were deleted. You can get me now if easier. That implies that you had a conversation already about picking him up at a certain time, and he's saying now you can pick me up, which is earlier than what we had discussed. So this is where the phone extraction would have eliminated all of these questions. We could have seen that, let's say they had a 10-minute call a few hours earlier. That's what they talked about. At least you'd see that they talked about this. Right now, all it looks like is there are missing text messages discussing the prior conversation about when he wanted to be picked up. Oh yeah, Sarah. Malin was here early. She got tons of pee pads for us and tons of snacks. The chat fridge is totally stocked and loaded. TGIF. Even though I work in real estate, so literally Friday means nothing. Yeah, I work in healthcare, so Friday means nothing to me either. But tomorrow's my birthday, and I'm getting to hang out with you guys today and tomorrow if you guys come, because I'm going to be streaming every day until this trial's done. Could have been on Snapchat. Could have been on Snapchat. A lot of kids use. Yeah, I know he said that, but I mean, if you are already having a conversation about a ride, why would you use a different platform to do the rest of the conversation later? Like, it doesn't make any sense because, and this is what I said, if that's the case, and it could well be, but this goes back to a phone extraction would have answered all of these questions instead of making it look suspicious, like there's missing text messages, or like I'm wondering why they would switch platforms to continue a communication that they had started earlier. Yes, Katie, my birthday's tomorrow, March 7th. I'm turning 47. God, I'm getting old. So yeah, everybody, remember I said I like red velvet cake, so make sure the chat fridge has red velvet cake, and I'll be good to go. If anyone wants to donate and support my birthday, maybe I can treat myself to some DoorDash tomorrow then. They can donate to my PayPal. Link is in the bio and in the ticker on the bottom, and I have a QR code up in the right corner. Let's see, Fresh Brown Ice. For all we know, his parents had been hanging out with her parents. They could have arranged it then, you know, nosy parents. True. Thank you. I appreciate this. This is what I want, you guys. If anyone disagrees with me or has an idea, please tell me, because this is what I want. I need to see things from all points. And these are the things I make note of. Because I'm literally, like I said, I'm working on a video. I'm taking notes on this stuff of things that I want to reference and that. And so these are the kind of things I make note of so that when I go back to my assessment or whatever I'm doing, I can reference things that are, you know, and I remember these other ideas so that I don't get stuck in my own biases. Oh, you need me to mow the lawn? Gotcha. I'm like, what? Mowing your lawn, Sarah? What? Zach, you are the YouTube recruiter, so get all the people here tomorrow. Yeah, Zach, bring everybody for my birthday. What do you get? Sarah, we'll have to think of something. You're confused. I'm the official heckler. That's okay. I'll take a heckler on my birthday too. As long as you're here chatting in my chat, make sure you hit the like button and subscribe button, and you share it to people who might like my channel, and I'll be happy. Okay. Sorry, I got off on a tangent on that one. It just bothered me. So here we go.
String, but does that look like it's an accurate representation of what you're looking at?
Yes.
And this is a series of texts on or about January 28th and 29th of 2022. Is that right?
Yes.
And Mr. Albert, you needed something as simple as a ride. You were just asking Allie to give you a ride. Is that right?
Yes.
And that's because you said that it's common for you guys to text back and forth. You just texted her, hey, you can get me now. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you texted if it's easier. And then she said, okay, I'm dropping people off. And there was an exchange back and forth. Is that right?
Yeah. And
there were at least 8 texts between the two of you, if you just count them up real quick, just about getting picked up.
Yeah.
If you scroll down a little bit, after the end of that text string, that ends at 12:10 a.m. It says okay. You see the next date?
Yes.
What date is that?
February 20th.
That's nearly a month later, correct?
Yeah,
correct.
Here we go.
So there's a gap after January 29th, 2022, when you found out that a man had ended up dead on your uncle's lawn. And you and Allie did not text each other for a month, not once.
Objection.
Sustained is to that form. Ask it differently.
Isn't it true that on
Sorry,
January
Sarah,
29th,
the lawnmower is out of
later in
gas.
the day, you found out about John O'Keefe and his condition, the fact that he died.
Objection.
Is that true? Did you find out that day?
Yes.
Okay.
So you were well aware of, we can take that down. You were well aware, Mr. Albert, that something very tragic had happened at your uncle's house, Brian Albert's house, right?
Correct.
And you were aware that you had been at your uncle's house that night, right?
Correct.
You're also aware that, according to you, Allie McCabe was the one that picked you up and took you from that location.
Correct.
And notwithstanding the fact of this tragedy, you and Allie didn't text each other one time for a month.
No, we don't want her to go work out. We want her here.
I don't think that's correct.
So where are those texts?
We text on other platforms too. So I'd say other apps.
So is there a reason why you decided the next month to just switch platforms to maybe Snapchat?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No reason.
Are you sure that you switched platforms?
I'd say so, yeah.
Why did you switch platforms?
We go back and forth, I'd say, between platforms texting.
You switched platforms because you know that Snapchat deletes all communications, correct?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Do you know that Snapchat has an auto delete function on it?
If your app is set to that, yes.
Your app was set to that, wasn't it?
I do not remember that.
So again, your memory is failing you.
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. Once again, your memory is failing you. You just don't remember.
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Isn't it true, Mr. Albert, that you either switched platforms or deleted the texts because you did not want your text communications with Allie McCabe to be discovered?
Objection.
Overruled.
Is that right?
I didn't either, Zach. So I was streaming last night till 3 a.m. or whatever. So yeah. I barely got any sleep. So that was my workout.
That's not true.
So where are those communications?
I do not know.
Can't produce them right now, can you?
I'm not sure.
So in the
Oh, I'm
days,
sorry, Zach.
hours, and days, and weeks following the death of John O'Keefe,
The best thing for it is some ibuprofen and some ice. Oh, better now? Okay, good.
your communications with your best friend, Allie, the person who gave you a ride home that night, they're just gone. Right?
I'm not sure.
Ooh, Sarah's offering a
You
massage.
testified that you provided
Ooh,
Exhibit 81, what we were just looking at, and you're still looking at in front of you.
if anyone wants to fund a massage for me, my PayPal link is in the bio. I haven't had a massage in years. I used to go for my birthday in my 20s and 30s. I used to treat myself every birthday. Hey, Steven. Uh-oh. Steven's going to start putting songs in my head like Moni Sunshine does in Baker's chat. Sarah, not. She's not offering the massage.
Screenshot of your communications on January 29th, 2022 with Allie McCabe, correct? It was a screenshot.
Can you say that again? Sorry.
You provided that item as a screenshot, not as an actual text to law enforcement. Is that right?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Do you know what a screenshot is?
Yes.
What's a screenshot?
When you take a picture on your phone.
That's a picture from your phone.
Yes.
Okay. So it is a screenshot.
Yes, it is a screenshot.
Okay. That's my question.
Well, I'm jealous,
When you
Zach.
met
I
with
need a
Michael Proctor
massage, man.
in that interview that lasted 10 minutes, Michael Proctor did not get the actual texts underlying that screenshot, did he?
No.
He never looked for those actual texts, did he?
No.
He
Yes,
never asked
you
you
did,
for
Katie.
those actual texts, did he?
No.
And you never volunteered to give him those actual texts, did you?
I think I volunteered to, yeah.
On that day?
Oh, no, not on that day. No.
Not on that day. You know what a phone extraction is?
Not familiar.
Okay. Have you ever heard of a phone imaging or a phone
Oh,
extraction?
he
or phone
actually, I didn't
extraction
know
meeting?
Alan Jackson actually talks to him about a phone extraction. Wow. Okay, I got to hear this. You and Steven are undercover emperors? Didn't you know he was a queen? Good one, Dodo.
Does that sound familiar?
Not really, no.
Michael Proctor never asked you, I think it's fair to say now, given that answer, Michael Proctor never asked you if he could do a phone extraction of your cell phone, did he?
No.
He never asked if he could take a forensic image of your phone, did he?
No.
Do you know what metadata is?
Nope.
You know the dates and times. You take a photo on your phone. Sometimes, well, not sometimes, all the time. It'll capture the date and time of the photo. You know that?
Objection.
I'll hear this answer and it may end your inquiry. Do you know that?
Well, have fun,
Pretty
Stephen.
sure.
Thanks for
Pretty sure I
stopping
do.
Have you
by.
ever heard of that data? Those
Have a drink
dates and
for me.
times and geolocations. Have you ever heard of that referred to as metadata?
No.
Okay, so I'll just use the word date and time.
Okay.
You know that on your phone, if you pull up a text, you can go behind the text and see the date and time that it was actually sent or received, right?
Yeah.
But on a screenshot, you're left with just what's on the screen. Can't go behind the screenshot, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You provided just the screenshot, ultimately, not the actual text, correct?
Correct.
But in September of 2023, Michael Proctor's partner, a man by the name of Yuri Buchnik, you know that name?
Yeah.
He contacted you and said he wanted to talk about your text messages, correct?
I don't remember.
Do you remember that you told Yuri Buchnik when he asked about the text messages, you did not have the screenshot anymore. You
Nice.
sent it to your father, Chris.
I don't remember that.
Do you recall telling Yuri Buchnik if he wanted to get the screenshot, you weren't going to give it to him, he'd have to get it from your dad?
Do not remember that.
You remember Trooper Buchnik agreeing with you and saying, sure, I'll just call your dad and get it from him.
Don't remember that.
You don't remember giving, you certainly don't remember ever giving Trooper Buchnik a copy of that screenshot,
No, I don't remember.
because you didn't, did you?
I do not remember.
But you did give it to your dad, right?
I do not remember.
Do you remember anything about this case?
Objection.
Apologize.
I'm sorry. Alan Jackson is a master. Do you remember anything about this case? Katie. Aw, Stephen, that's so nice of you to let Zach tag along with you. Oh, welcome, Darth Vader. Thank you for coming. Because of Zach, you'll be laying down and listening only. I got you. I know, right, Katie? Ugh. He's just... There are no words that do him justice. Zach says, Darth Vader, la 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 la, I can't hear you. La 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 la. Thank you, Sarah. You're always a desktop slide away.
To this day, you've never been required to present your phone to any law enforcement agent.
Oh, yeah.
Nope.
Like I said, there's no words
Never
to describe
imaged-
that man and do
it was
him
never downloaded.
justice.
Nope.
You still have the same phone?
Yes.
If you had the actual texts on your phone, why did you provide law enforcement with just a screenshot?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I'm not sure.
You were showing a photo yesterday of you in February of 2022 with your aunt. Remember that photo? Was Lally showing you that photo?
Correct.
And said, "Wanted you to pay special attention to your face and hands and extremities, asked if there's anything unusual about that."
Yes.
You said no. In that photo, absolutely nothing unusual in February 2022 about you, your face, your hands. This.
Yeah, we already got that
Only brought your
part.
attention-
I'll show, actually, here, we'll take a picture break. I didn't make a new one yet. I'll have to make a new one today. Dodo, I need some inspiration for a new photo today. But Stephen, we've been doing photos of the day for witnesses. And the one that says Bukkake twice is this one. Because someone happened to mention she reminded them of a goat. And someone was like, oh, maybe she should be eating grass. And this is what ChatGPT came up with. I'm sorry. I don't know why this makes me laugh. It's not even that funny, but it's funny. Yeah, I shouldn't have Googled that either. I say that all the time. I was too nosy. I had to figure out what it meant. And when I finally did, I instantly regretted it. Katie. You are joking, Katie, right? When she saw, yeah, it was, I mean, it was classic because she freaking, I mean, she said it twice, no less. She did not realize what she was doing. That's what made it so funny. This is like an inside joke. Like everybody knew what she said except for her.
February 26th, same month, less than a month after the incident. You were at a place called Fenway Johnny's with your buddies, weren't you?
Correct.
Then I have two documents to mark identification, but the court permission shows as well.
Okay.
Sir, do you recognize those two documents?
I don't know who that is,
Yes.
Sarah.
Taking a look at the one that's got multiple documents on it, I don't want you to tell me what's on it. Just tell me if you recognize the picture that's in the middle to the right.
Yes.
Okay. And then looking at the second document, which I believe is marked EE for identification at this point, does that appear to be a true and accurate and
Who is Lesko Brandon? Katie D, the day it happened, I didn't know, but I also unfortunately went to Google. Yeah. A worm with a dunce hat? Gotcha. Okay. Oh, shit. Okay. Thanks for telling me that, Sarah, because now that's the first thing I want to do. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Thanks, Malin. I'll have to try and contain myself when I do see him then, not to Google. Although, sorry, curiosity is going to kill the cat on that one, I bet.
enlargement of the first thumbnail.
Yes.
And those were taken on that photo was taken on February 26th, 2022.
Yes.
At the place called, I think it's called Fenway Johnny's, right?
Correct.
May I publish the
Put it into evidence first.
move for the admission of just EE?
So you need to get it to the court reporter.
I'm sorry, just that. May I approach?
Yes.
You see that photograph that's being displayed?
Yes.
Are you in that photograph?
Yes.
Which person are you?
In the middle.
And about what time of day was it? That's you in the middle?
Correct.
Okay. About what time of day was this taken?
Not sure.
Was it at an event of some sort, or just you were at a bar?
Just at a bar.
Okay. I want you to take a look at your right hand.
Okay, I'm going to pause this for a second because I keep getting distracted. Now I already saw something I want to look up. He says things like Iowa snowblower, and then you find out it's something really degenerate. Okay, I have no idea what that is, and I don't know if I want to know. Stephen, I always look them up when he posts them, and I always regret looking them up. Yeah, that'll probably be me, but curiosity always wins out with me, unfortunately. Never ever Google what Brandon says to Baker. I remember the one time Brandon almost puked Googling Brandon's word. Oh, Baker almost puked. Oh, God. That's a made up example? Okay, gotcha. I'm like, I don't know what an Iowa snowblower is. I have a feeling you're lying to me just so I won't go look it up now. Oh, do not look that up? Okay, so he's lying. That is something, and you just were saying that to make me not look it up, and now all I want to do is go look it up, but I'm afraid. I don't know if I want to have that reaction live. Help us all if my Google or Chat GPT history ever shows up in the courtroom. I can only imagine. Dear FBI, I can explain my Google history. Back to your nap now, Darvader. Okay. You don't hear that. Yeah. Well, you know what I'm about to do. As soon as I hit play, I'm going to go to Google on my phone. Well, the snowblower was part of one of his, but I don't remember the state. Oh, gotcha. Well, yesterday, last night on my presentation last night with Crispy Treat and Angie and Dean from the Chat Rats, I went through Baker's whiteboard explanation of men's Kegels and a leaky tips. That was freaking hilarious. Definitely, Malin. We'd all be in trouble. All right. Back to Colin Albert. Oh.
Can you see from there clearly your right hand?
Yes.
What do you notice about your right hand?
It's cut up.
Your knuckles are injured, correct?
Correct.
Now, you didn't take this photo, did you?
Nope.
That photo was never on your phone. In other words, it wasn't a friend of yours that took the photo.
No.
This was taken by an event staff member, is that right?
Correct.
It was later posted on social media, isn't that right?
Correct.
You could not access the metadata. You couldn't access the time and date of that photo, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by
You
that.
couldn't manipulate the time or date this photo was taken?
No.
This photo was completely sort of out of your control, isn't that right?
Correct.
And it was controlled by the event staff at Fenway Giants.
Correct.
And on February 26th, less than a month after the incident at Fairview, that's what your right knuckles look like, correct?
Correct.
And this is a true and accurate depiction of your condition on or about February 26th.
Oh.
Correct?
Correct.
I'm sorry.
How'd you get those injuries?
Malin, I just saw your comment. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh at you, but that was funny. My stomach hurts. I'm laughing so hard, fell out of my chair and everything. Up. Zach wants Sarah to go be quiet and go back to his back rubbing.
I was at a party, my house party, my senior year, and I remember it being icy out, and it was kind of like a steep hill of a driveway, and I was walking up the driveway, and I slipped down the driveway, and I tried to catch myself, but I had something in my left hand, so I tried to brace myself with my right hand, and I ended up sliding a little bit down the driveway.
What do you have in your left hand?
If I remember, it was either my phone or a beverage.
So according to you,
I want to see
the driveway, and I see out, and at a party,
injuries. Robert,
yeah, no. I'm not saying he got them by doing anything to John O'Keefe or anything, but those marks are not from falling down and trying to catch yourself with your knuckles. Okay, and just for a little preface on I've worked in mental health for many years. I needed to take a break from mental health. I went and got my CCMA certification and worked for an orthopedic surgeon which are surgeons. It was 5 of them. Orthopedic surgeons work on the bones. Lots of boxers fractures, things like that would come in. And that right there, those are from punching a wall or something hard, not from trying to catch yourself. Because when you fall and you try to catch yourself, even if you have something in your hand, you're gonna drop it, right? You're not going to grip onto it even harder and then somehow curl your hand under to the point where all you hit is your knuckles. Sorry. Now, and especially because of how even they are, those first 3 knuckles there, all the wounds are pretty evenly, like, they're all about equal size. Which means it went flat onto something, like he went straight on, like punched a wall straight on. If you were to fall down, there is no way that not only would you drop it and make a fist or continue to hold on to something and grip it so hard and tilt your wrist. I mean, try to do that. Try to tilt your wrist where all you hit on the ground is your knuckles. You're going to hit 2 of them more than the others because it's going to be one-sided or the other. And it's almost impossible. I can pretty much tell you that right now, to make those wounds like he just said.
I was at a party, my house party,
In
my
my
senior year,
opinion, but
and it was, I remember it being
not
icy
even
out,
opinion, it's
and it was kind of like a steep hill of a driveway, and I was walking up the driveway, and I slipped down the driveway, and I tried to catch myself, but I had something in my left hand, so I tried to brace myself with my right hand, and I ended up sliding a little bit down the driveway.
What'd you have in your left hand?
If I remember, it was either my phone or a beverage.
So according to you,
oh my God, I just went back to your
injured your
comments,
knuckles.
Sarah. Hold on. Now I got to rewind. I wasn't looking at his lips. I was looking at his hand. Oh my God. Why are his lips so red? Wait, where's the whole pic? Didn't they show the whole thing? There it is. Okay, yeah, and I like how they totally dressed him up for court, didn't they? Making him look like so preppy in that outfit. And look at him here with his cap backwards, and at least that's what it looks like. A cap backwards or a headband. I have no idea, actually, now that I look at it. In my free time, find the video of Colin where he's in college reading something for a class, a poem he wrote for a class, I think. The kid is a real Mensa candidate. There's seriously a video of him reading a poem in class? Loophole. Oh, Loophole did a video on his knuckles? I'll have to find that one. Huh. Right bottom corner of the other kid's lip. Let's see. Oh, ew. Oh, thanks, Katie. Thanks for pointing that out. I see where you're talking about. You see my cursor on the screen? I don't think you do. Damn. Right there. Right there. Oh my God. What's on his shirt? Does that look like blood? Does anybody else see that? That little red spot in his light blue t-shirt? Logo. It looks like it's dripping a little bit. It's just weird. Could be a logo. It just looks funny because the way it looks like it's dripping whatever logo that is. It just makes it look like that. Go to the picture of just the two of them. Gotcha. Oh, is there another picture? Wait, hold on. This one, this part. Lipstick boy was having a hard time with the Jello shots. Wow. Sorry. I just keep looking back at his knuckles. Like, I cannot believe that that's the excuse he gave for that.
Less than a month after the incident at Fairview, that's what your right knuckles look like, correct?
Correct.
And this is a true and accurate depiction of your condition on or about February 26th, correct?
Correct.
How'd you get those injuries, Mr. Albert? We can lights up.
I was at a party, a house party my senior year, and I remember it being icy out, and it was kind of like a steep hill of a driveway, and I was walking up the driveway and I slipped down the driveway and I tried to catch myself, but I had something in my left hand, so I tried to brace myself with my right hand, and I ended up sliding a little bit down the driveway.
What'd you have in your left hand?
If I remember, it was either my phone or a beverage.
So according to you, you fell on ice and injured your knuckles, as we just saw in that photograph, right across the top of your knuckles.
Correct.
So you fell onto what, pavement, asphalt?
Yes.
And you braced yourself when you fell, your entire body weight, by putting your right hand down in a fist, and you injured your right fist, just the top of the knuckles on your right fist when you fell down.
Correct.
No, he didn't.
Seriously?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you put your palms down?
I'm sorry, that was epic. Hold on.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Just the top of the knuckles on your right fist when you fell down.
Correct.
Seriously?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Can you put your palms down when you fell?
No.
Alan Jackson, I love you.
Correct.
Those injuries to your knuckles
Oh
look an
my
awful
God.
lot like the type of injuries that you would get in a
Objection,
fight.
Your Honor.
Sustained.
You ever been in a fight, sir?
No.
Other than with my brothers, no.
You've never been in a fight
Nope.
your entire life.
Other than with my brothers, no.
Never hurt your knuckles before.
Not sure what you mean.
Never hurt your knuckles in a fight.
No.
Wait a minute. Okay. Did he see? How did I miss this part of the testimony and everything that I've seen? Did he seriously just try to say he has never been in a fight ever? Because I've definitely seen all the videos floating out there of him fighting. I mean, I know this was brought up in the court, right? Didn't they have like pictures and videos in? I don't know if they put it in the trial, but I know like Aiden has them floating around, and the pull up bitch or whatever video, and the Advantage Boys or whatever their name is. Like, I saw that stuff, but did he seriously deny on the stand right now that he's ever been in a fight? I did not know he did that.
In this case, when you fell down on the asphalt, it was only the top 4 knuckles of your right hand, correct?
Correct.
You right-handed or left-handed?
Right-handed.
You box?
Nope.
I'm sorry, you don't box?
Nope.
You've never boxed?
Never.
You ever practice boxing?
I've hit the bag for like cardio, but other than that, no.
When you hit the bag, is that considered boxing?
I wouldn't say so. Not
It's not jumping
really.
rope, is it, Mr. Albert?
No.
It's not doing curls?
Nope.
Not doing push-ups or calisthenics?
Nope.
It's hitting a bag, correct?
Yeah.
That's boxing, right?
I'd say, yeah.
When that photograph was taken at Fenway Johnny's, those knuckles look like they had been re-injured from a prior injury. No?
No.
Just falling on the asphalt.
Correct.
Any other cuts or scrapes from that terrible fall on the asphalt?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll rephrase it. Any other cuts or scrapes or injuries from that fall?
I don't remember.
Just your right knuckles.
Yeah.
Wow.
You said you've never been in a fight before.
Nope.
Did you post a video? You threatened that you're going to.
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. I'll see you at sidebar on this. I'm familiar with this. So, Mr. Albert, you stay right where you are. We're going to see a couple of short videos, and then Mr. Jackson will ask you questions, and then Mr. Lally will ask you questions. Then I'll hear from the lawyers, and then I'll take a break, and you'll get a break before we go back. Okay?
Yeah.
Did you have a lawyer present?
No, I do not.
Okay. All right. So the first one, are they both on the same? Yeah, they're separate.
Separated.
All right. So let's mark them each for identification.
The one I'm holding in my right hand,
Bring it up.
I'll call advantage.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So play GG first, please.
Yes.
Yo, your head boys. I will beat all your asses. I promise you, I will fuck you all up. Pull up, bitch.
Okay. And the next one, please.
Fuck you. Fuck you, pussy. Boy, you can knock out hell.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to take those 2 videos one at a time. I'm going to call one the advantage voice and one the bang bang video. For purposes of my questioning, Mr. Albert, specifically as regarding the advantage voice video, did you recognize it?
Yes.
How did you recognize it?
What do you mean by
How
that?
do you recognize it? Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. When was that taken?
Maybe my sophomore year in high school. Around.
Where were you?
I don't remember.
So your sophomore year in high school, that's about 3 or 4 years ago?
Yeah, around.
You indicated on cross-examination, you've never been in a fight?
No.
Indicating that you have no violent tendencies and no violent proclivities, right?
Nope.
What were you saying on that video?
That I would beat them up.
Did you say you would beat them up, or did you say, I will fuck you up?
I said, "I'll F you up."
No, you didn't say, I will F you up. What did you actually say?
That I would fuck them up.
You also said something about beating somebody's ass, right?
said.
Correct.
What did that mean?
That I would beat them up.
So when you said, I will fuck you up and I will beat your ass, was that a friendly invitation?
No.
It was a threat, correct?
I don't know if I would call it a threat.
Don't?
I'm not sure.
Someone walks up to you.
You're not
I'm
sure?
not going to do it. If someone did, walked up to you and said, I will fuck you up. I will beat your ass. You wouldn't take that as a threat?
If they walked up to me, yeah.
But if they didn't walk up and just shouted it across the street and stood there and said, I will fuck you up. I will beat your ass. That's not a threat.
Oh.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think you are sure, sir.
All right. So that I'll strike at the Commonwealth standing up and objecting.
Were you threatening these advantage boys, guys, whoever they are?
Yeah, kinda.
Were you threatening them with violence?
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah. In the second video, you said, fuck you a number of times. And then you said, KO, you said, pull up, KO, bang, bang. Right?
Correct.
Explain that to me.
KO, bang, bang.
Not sure, like, explain what I said.
Is that a threat?
Yeah.
Pull up, bitch, right?
Yeah.
Who are you talking to?
Those same advantage kids.
Got it. So you're threatening them yet again a second time?
Yeah.
What does pull up mean?
Like, come by.
Yeah, meaning get over here,
Mhm.
right?
Yep.
Because when you do, I'm going to fuck you up, right?
Yeah.
Meaning I'm going to fight you and I'm going to put you down, correct?
Correct.
That was your threat to them,
Correct.
Can we get a time on this second one?
of course. When was the second one, the bang bang threat made? Before or after the Advantage Boys?
I'm not sure.
After?
Might have been the same night. I really don't know.
Well, you're dressed completely differently, so it's probably not the same night. You would agree with that?
Unless I could have changed my shirt. I do that often.
Okay. So you changed your shirt on the same night. You just decided to threaten the guys twice. Is that what you're saying?
Maybe.
You're not sure?
I'm not sure.
Was it around the same time frame?
Around you?
The fact of the matter is, Mr. Albert, you do like to fight, don't you?
Nope.
The fact of the matter is, you showed up at another hearing, at another proceeding.
Maybe what? Yeah, the Bang Bang song. What? That was on Aiden's channel, right? Is that the one you're talking about? Or is there one that I don't know about?
To testify, and you showed up with busted knuckles then too, didn't you?
I do not remember.
Well, you never.
July 27th, 2023. Do you remember being at another hearing?
Yes.
You remember being questioned by some attorneys?
Yes.
You remember the question about the condition of your fist, literally at the hearing?
Yeah.
It was obvious to the person that was questioning you that you had an injury to your fist, correct?
Objection.
So that's the statement.
I'll rephrase that. My apologies, Your Honor. You were asked questions by the questioner about the condition, the physical condition of your fist, weren't you?
Correct.
And you claimed at that time, well, let me back up for a second and ask a different question. They were asking because you had open injuries on your right knuckles yet again, didn't you?
Correct.
You said, it must have been hitting a heavy bag, right?
Yeah.
Boxing again.
Hit in the bag, yeah.
Just working out, right?
Yep.
Didn't have any injuries on your left hand, though, did you?
No.
How many times have you hit a heavy bag?
I'm not sure.
How many times have you worked out with a heavy bag? That's an unfair question. I'll ask a better one. How many times have you worked out on a heavy bag?
I'm not sure.
When you work out on a heavy bag, you wrap your hands, don't you?
I do not know.
I see. So only your right hand gets injured over and over and over and over again. Not your left hand.
I'm not sure.
Even though you punch in the bag with both hands.
I'm not sure.
Yet again, you're right-handed, aren't you?
Yes.
So when you throw a haymaker, your hardest punch, that's with your right fist, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Is that right?
I would say they have equal. They're equal. I don't know. Not sure.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Albert, when those videos were made, you were a sophomore in high school, is that right?
Around that, yeah.
How old were you when you were a sophomore in high school?
16 years old.
And so that would have been at least a couple years before January 2022, correct?
Yeah.
And as far as within those videos, as far as timing, so those videos were around the same time, both sort of same time period within your sophomore year?
Correct.
And relatively close to each other, is that correct?
Correct.
And who or what is an advantage?
It's a club hockey team.
And what, if any, relationship did you have with that club hockey team?
None.
And so as far as what videos you were made and sending, were there any videos from that group that were made and sent to you?
Text messages.
And with regard to those text messages, generally speaking, what do they say?
Just name calling me and my friends, calling us like pussies and stuff like that.
So this was sort of a back and forth, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you even play hockey?
Nope.
And were these people around your age at that time?
Yeah.
And were they kids from the same town or different?
I don't even know where they're from.
Did you even really know these kids or what their names were or anything like that?
Not at all.
And was there ever any sort of physical fight or even a physical interaction with these other kids?
Never.
Did you ever even meet them face to face?
Never.
And with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, your neighbor who lived at the top of the street when you lived at Seven Meadows, you ever threaten him?
Never.
Did he ever threaten you?
Never.
Did you ever have any sort of back and forth exchange similar to what was up on the screen?
Never.
I have nothing further.
Okay.
May I, very briefly, you indicated, Mr. Albert, that this was your sophomore year in high school, but you were asked that exact same question under oath, the time frame of these videos in that other hearing, weren't you?
I believe so, yes.
You indicated under oath in that hearing that it looked like it was your junior or senior year in high school, correct?
Maybe, I'm not sure
Not sure.
exactly what I said.
Your senior year would have been what year, sir?
2022, 21, 22.
Same year John O'Keefe died.
Correct.
That's all I have this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, I will hear you.
Your Honor, if we can make the argument outside the presence of the witness.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm going to ask you to step out of the
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah, you cannot hear in that background.
No problem. I appreciate you giving us the opportunity. Your Honor, it's very clear that these videos are highly, highly relevant, given the sanitized testimony that this witness has tried to present to this jury. He's indicated that he's never been in a fight, doesn't have any violent proclivities, he doesn't have any violent tendencies. It's not in his countenance to do this. Mr. Lally opened this
So
door.
you only got that through the voir dire.
Understood.
Okay, so the violent tendencies only came in through the voir dire.
Well, that's not true. In front of the jury, he said, I've never been in a fight.
Okay, but that specific question, you said violent tendencies, it was unobjected to, but that was voir dire.
Understood. Mr. Lally clearly opened this door yesterday. He presented a photograph or a series of photographs with this witness's family. His arm draped over his aunt. He's with his mom, looking very family-oriented, etc. And Mr. Lally went further than that and specifically said, I want you to take a look at your face, your hands, and your extremities. Do you see anything unusual or odd about that? That's why I believe the court allowed, based on the testimony today, allowed the photograph in February of 2022 of the actual photo that cannot be manipulated. It's in the hands of a third party of the busted and injured knuckles on this witness's right hand. He then said, I've never been in a fight. Those two videos belie that testimony. There's no way to look at those two videos and say, this is not relevant to the issue of whether or not he has been in a fight.
But tell me how whether he's been in a fight is relevant to an issue in this case. That's what you have to do.
Because the police should have, the Massachusetts State Police should have, if they were doing their due diligence, they should have investigated this young man. They should have investigated every single person that was in that house, in or around the home of where John O'Keefe was found, the Albert home, and they didn't. They did nothing to investigate whether or not there was someone in the house who tended to fight, who wanted to get in physical altercations, who had a propensity to get in physical altercations, who was a fighter by nature, who threatened to fight, who threatened violence. That's what this young man has indicated he does constantly. I'm surprised he didn't show up in this hearing with busted knuckles.
So does this go to your third-party culprit defense?
It goes to both. It certainly goes to both, but yes, it also goes to our third-party culprit defense as well. This is a focus of, I believe, this should be a focus of the juror's attention in terms of, is there a third party who could have done this? The evidence points to that may have done this. Absolutely, this evidence, what we now have, points directly in that it's focused in that direction. So yes, both it should have been investigated, and Colin Albert is somebody that the jurors should focus their opinion on or their attention on to determine whether or not he could have or was involved in the death of John O'Keefe.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. Falmouth would submit did not open the door in reference to this, showing a photograph of someone and what they physically look like. There was no suggestion. The only questions that were asked about fighting or anything of that nature were by counsel. So counsel thinks he opened his own door. I don't think that's exactly how that works. This is nothing more than rank speculation that has nothing, bears no relevance whatsoever to this case. You're talking about something that is dated at least a year, if not two, prior to the incidents in this case.
But what if it's as as Mr. Jackson pointed out, the prior testimony, his senior year, which is, of course, is much closer.
Well, I think even assuming that, as far as relevance is concerned, Your Honor, there is no evidence here of a fight at all. There is no evidence that this witness was even present at the house at the same time as the victim. There's no evidence of any animus between this witness and the victim. There is no evidence whatsoever, as I stated, that he was even present at the same place at the same time on the night with John O'Keefe, on the night that John O'Keefe was killed. There is no evidence from even these videos of any physical altercation having taken place. So whatever juvenile beef that he and his friends had with individuals from another town, there's no evidence whatsoever of physical altercation. There's no evidence that there's a physical altercation even in this case. So to allow counsel to introduce this purely for prejudicial reasons and to invite the jury to speculate as to what it is essentially does nothing but divert the jury's attention away from the facts of the case and what the evidence of the case is, and more so is just there's no evidence of anything in this case.
May I go briefly?
Yes.
In terms of evidence of a fight, I don't know what Mr. Lau was talking about. He says there's no evidence of a fight in this case. John O'Keefe looks like he had been beaten to death. He's got 2 black eyes, a laceration over his right eye, a laceration over his nose, a giant wound on the back of his head, and he doesn't look like he was hit by a car. He looks like he was in a physical altercation. It's as plain as the nose on your face. And we have evidence that we have witnesses who are going to propound that, present that evidence. So Mr. Lally and the Commonwealth can take whatever position they want to. If they think those injuries are consistent with being hit by a 6,000-pound truck, they can knock themselves out. That is not the state of the case, and they don't get to dictate the state of the facts. The facts speak for themselves. Second, with regard to whether or not Mr. Albert was home that night, or at the home that night in a position to be able to engage in a physical altercation, which, by the way, takes about that long, that is predicated on his own family members covering for him. Every one of the witnesses who testified basically are friends and families of the Alberts. And keep in mind, Your Honor, I don't think it's lost on anybody that Colin Albert was hidden, specifically and intentionally hidden from all of law enforcement for the first several months of this investigation. Nobody was willing to even say he was at the house. That is highly, highly suspicious. Given the gravity of what we have now, I would take an issue with one thing Mr. Lally said. He said this diverts the jurors' attention. I would agree it diverts their attention. It diverts their attention to somebody who possibly could be involved with this, who was not properly investigated. And I'll submit.
Okay, so may I have those 2 flash drives, please? Yes. No, I was asking Madam Clerk. All right, so I will, why don't we take a 15-minute recess? I'll look at these and we'll come out. Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Albert, before we took a break, you had mentioned that you've never been in a fight.
Correct.
You stand by that testimony?
Correct.
I'd like you to take a look at the video. It's been marked for, sorry, it's evidence number 86. I'm going to play this short video for you and then ask you a couple of questions.
Now you're abandoned boys. I will beat all your asses. I promise you, I will fuck you all up. Pull up, bitch.
Did you recognize what was depicted in that video?
Yes.
Who was that?
Me.
Approximately when was that video taken?
Around my sophomore year in high school.
Sophomore year or senior year in high school?
Say around my sophomore year in high school.
Why do you say your sophomore year when you previously, well, let me ask it a different way. Did you previously testify at a different hearing back in July of 2023?
Yes.
You were asked about this video, weren't you?
Yes.
You were asked about another video at the same time, correct?
Correct.
And in that hearing, you said you believe that was taken closer to your junior year or senior year in high school, correct?
Correct.
And that was under the oath?
Correct.
Same oath that you took here?
Correct.
Closer in time to the events in question. And at that time, you said your junior year or senior year in high school, correct?
Correct.
If it was your senior year in high school, what year would that have been?
21, 22. So 2021, 2022.
Going into 2022, correct?
Yeah.
The same year that John O'Keefe passed away.
Correct.
What did you mean by, I'm going to fuck you up?
That I was going to beat them up?
Actually, you didn't say beat them up. You said, I'm going to beat your ass, didn't you?
Yes.
That was a threat, wasn't it?
Yes.
It was a threat directed at some other individuals with whom you had some sort of a beef or a problem.
Correct.
And your resolution of that problem is, I'm going to fuck you up, I'm going to beat your ass, right?
Correct.
But you've never been in a fight.
Never.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, could we play evidence number 87?
Yes.
You're abandoned, bro. Fuck you. Fuck you. Let's go, boy. You be knocked out. Hey, yo.
Mr. Albert, who was that in that video?
Me.
Was that taken around the same time?
Yes.
You indicated you're a bitch, bro. Right?
Correct.
Was that a threat?
Yes.
More of an insult?
Yeah. More of an insult.
Calling someone out?
Yep.
Making them feel bad?
Yeah.
Prompting them to maybe fight?
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'll ask that question differently, Mr. Jackson.
Also called him a pussy, didn't you?
Correct.
Derogatory comment?
Correct.
And then you said, KO, bang, bang, right?
Correct.
What's KO mean?
Knockout.
And what does bang, bang mean?
I'm not sure, honestly.
You were just talking about knocking somebody out.
Correct.
And the bang, bang just sort of flowed.
Exactly.
Was that a threat?
Yes.
And these threats that we just talked about, that we've just seen, these are threats of physical violence, right?
Correct.
You're not threatening to hurt their feelings or send them a mean text, right?
No.
You're threatening to kick their ass, right?
Correct.
To get physical, right?
Yes.
To ball up your fists and beat the shit out of them.
Objection.
Can you answer that? Will you answer that, please?
Yeah. Can you repeat the question?
Probably shouldn't. You were threatening to ball up your fists and beat the heck out of them.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you were threatening to do?
Yes.
When you testified in a separate proceeding in July 2023, you actually showed up for questioning live, correct?
Yes.
And you showed up at the time in July of 2023 with your knuckles busted up again, didn't you?
Correct.
And you were asked about your knuckles at that time, correct?
Correct.
And that time you said, oh no, I didn't fall down on black ice and slip and break my fall with my knuckles like you said here. You said, oh, I hit a heavy bag and busted my knuckles up on a heavy bag, right?
Correct.
So that heavy bag was you practicing boxing, right?
It was me getting cardio. Yes.
Which is in a form of fighting,
In a form. Yeah.
punching a bag.
Yep.
That's how you choose to do your cardio.
Sometimes.
And you're right-handed,
Yes.
and it was your right hand that was busted up.
Correct.
So when you throw your hardest punch, that's with your right hand, isn't it?
I'd say, I'm not sure. I'd say they're equal.
You're equally strong with both hands.
I'd say so.
So in your words, you could fuck somebody up with either hand, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that?
No, I'm not saying that.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Albert, just to be clear, Allie McCabe is not your cousin, correct?
Correct.
She's a friend of yours who you have relatives in common, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, when you and I and other individuals met prior to your testimony in this case, it was just one time, is that correct?
Correct.
Did we talk about something called sequestration?
Not that I remember. No.
Did we talk about having conversations with other witnesses while the case was pending or going on?
No.
Now, you testified when you were asked on cross-examination that you haven't had any conversations with any other witnesses, you haven't watched any coverage, you haven't done any interviews, correct?
Correct.
Was that at my instruction?
No.
Is that something that you've done at any point in time as far as talking to any other witnesses, including your parents?
No.
Now, you were asked some questions on cross-examination about your family's relationship sort of with the Proctor family, correct? Correct. And taking the Proctor family as it was put as sort of an entity, what I'm going to ask you about is purely about Trooper Michael Proctor. How many times have you seen him in your life?
Maybe 5, 6 times.
And when about would those be, and what would the nature of those interactions?
Other than when I got interviewed last time with Trooper Proctor and one of his partners. Other than that, I didn't see him for years, I want to say, since I was a young kid.
And when you were a young kid, just so we're clear, as far as young, how young is young?
Maybe saw him. I could have seen him at like a football game or something, but other than that, like pretty young, like 12, 11, 13 years old.
And where about, or what was the context in which you would have seen? Was it you and him together, or was it a group setting, family? How would you have come into contact?
We've been over the grandmother's house a couple of times, but that's pretty much the only time I would see him.
Now, as far as the photograph that you were shown, as far as the wedding was concerned, you were a ring bearer in that wedding?
Correct.
And that was over 10 years ago, you said?
Yes.
But how old would you have been in that particular photograph or in that particular wedding?
If I had to guess, 8 or 9, maybe around there.
Do you have any independent memory of that wedding or anything about that wedding?
None.
And as far as your family being close, again, sort of the Proctor family as an entity, is your family close with all of the Proctors, or is your family close with Courtney Proctor, or is your family close with Michael Proctor?
Mostly just like my aunt and my mom's friendly with Courtney, I'd say. not really close with Michael.
There are some questions about the text messages that were up on the screen yesterday and up on the screen today, as far as sort of gap between January 28th and February. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, you indicated that there were other means by which you would have communicated with your friend Allie McCabe. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is that consistent with, is that only Allie McCabe, or is that consistent with other friends that you would communicate with?
All my friends.
So you would sort of switch between call, text, Snapchat, other apps, things like that.
Exactly.
And the top of that screen was the text messages regarding picking you up from 34 Fairview on January 28th or 29th, correct?
Correct.
Do you have any idea when the last time was? The text before that, was it days, weeks, months?
Not sure.
That period sort of,
Thank you.
that period of sort of January 28th into February, is that, how would you characterize that? Is that a normal gap between times that you would have text communications with Allie McCabe?
On iMessage, yeah, I would say so. Yeah.
And from photographs that you were shown yesterday during your direct examination when I was asking you questions, those were photographs from February 11th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. McCabe was present at the house for your cousin Jack coming home from the Marine Corps as well?
Correct.
You saw her on February 11th, correct?
Yes.
Now, the other photographs that you were shown today at some sort of bar or establishment, were those taken before or after the time at your uncle's house when your cousin Jack came home from the Marines?
After.
And after by days, weeks, if you know?
Weeks.
Now, with regard to questions you were asked about injuries to your hands, those are two separate incidents, one in February when you slipped on ice, is that correct?
Correct.
And one in July when you had struck a heavy bag, correct?
Correct.
And when you struck a heavy bag and got sort of injuries on your hand, were you wearing anything on your hand when you hit the heavy bag?
Nothing. Nope.
Have you received any sort of training in boxing, taking classes, anything like that?
Never.
So it's something you do as part of your workout, correct?
Correct.
You're an athlete, correct?
I'd like to say so. Yeah.
You played sports in high school, correct?
Yeah.
And at least at the beginning of college, you played sports in college, correct?
Correct.
Now, you were asked about things about that February 26th photo at it was Fenway Johnny's, is that where it was?
Correct.
And you were asked about control over the photograph, correct?
Say that again.
You were asked different questions about your control over what you could do or alter with respect to the photograph, correct?
Yes. Correct.
Ultimately, though, you were in control about whether or not you were photographed, correct?
Yes.
Nobody forced you to go up and pose with your friends or anything like that?
Nope.
Now, as far as those videos that you were just shown, how old were you?
Around 16. I'd say around 16 years old.
So you believe it was sometime in your sophomore year of high school?
Yes, that's what I believe.
And so that would have been a couple years before your senior year of high school, which you were in January 2022, correct?
Correct.
And this video, as far as do you recall who you were referencing in those videos?
An advantage club hockey team.
So a club hockey team, were they about the same age as you?
Yes.
And did you know any of those people?
Nope.
And were they the club hockey team, was that within the same town as you were?
I'm not sure.
Did you play hockey
Nope.
at any point in time in high school?
Never.
And was this just you sending them videos, or was this some sort of argument or something going back and forth?
It was an argument going back and forth.
So what, if anything, did you or any of your friends receive in regard to from that club hockey team?
We received texts like being name called, like calling pussies and words like that.
So do you recall which came first as far as the text or the video?
I do not recall.
But similar, the text message that you received from this club hockey team, were they similar in nature to the videos that you posted?
Correct.
Do you recall what the argument was about with this other group of kids from this club hockey team?
Yeah. It was the girls in our friend group. A couple of the girls in our friend group like hung out with them a few times. So like all my guy friends got a little salty about it. So that's why we kind of sent videos back and forth.
So you were teenage kids arguing about girls, correct?
Exactly.
And at any point in time, did your friend group and this club hockey team ever meet up at all?
Never.
Any sort of physical altercation or anything like that?
Nope.
And you indicated that you've never really been in a fight except for with your brothers, correct?
Correct.
And when you would get in a fight with your brothers, how old were you then?
Younger, I'd say. Yeah, younger.
Younger, like as young as you were when you were ring bearer in somebody's wedding?
Yeah.
Now, with regard to John O'Keefe, your neighbor who lives a couple doors down, did you ever threaten John O'Keefe?
Never.
John O'Keefe ever threaten you?
Never.
Did you ever get in an argument about girls?
Nope.
Any animus or any conflict that you can recall ever between yourself and Mr. O'Keefe?
Never.
Now, you were asked some questions on cross-examination regarding
whether or not you've been thinking about this case for the last 2.5 years. You recall that?
Yes.
And you indicated that you would not, correct?
Correct. Sorry.
And you had indicated in your testimony in response to that questioning, essentially not until people were writing things about you on the internet, correct? Correct. Can you expound upon that? Can you explain to the jury sort of when that occurred and what were the things that were being written about you on the internet?
I'd say about a little over a year. It started when people on Twitter, Instagram, social media were just coming at my family, calling us murderers, harassing us, showing up to our doorsteps, our sports games. I mean, we couldn't leave the house without people taking pictures of us, and it's very terrible.
And how long has that gone on for?
The past year and change, a couple months. Past year and a couple months, I'd say.
To be clear, that night that you were at 34 Fairview Road at your uncle's house, January 28th and 29th, at any point in time did you see John O'Keefe at that house, come into that house, around that house, at any point in time that you did?
Never.
Nothing further.
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Albert, you're all set. I think that piece of paper goes back to Mr. Jackson. All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury, sir?
Matthew McCabe, MCCABE,
And where do you live, sir?
Canton, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
Be 20 years this coming June.
And during the time that you have lived in Canton, have you lived at the same place or have you lived at different places?
Different places.
So where do you live currently? How long have you lived there?
Currently, I will be 10 years this June.
And where did you live prior to that?
Prior to that, you want the physical address?
Yes.
15 Sutcliffe Ave. I was there for 10 years as well.
And with respect to both locations, who, if anyone, do you live with?
I live with my wife and my 4 daughters.
And what is your wife's name?
Jennifer,
And how long have you and Jennifer McCabe met?
22, so 23 years in August.
And you have 4 daughters, is that right?
That's correct.
And how old are you?
I'm 49.
I'm sorry.
Oh, my daughters?
That's okay. Your daughters, how old are your daughters?
20, 18, 16, and 15.
And your oldest daughter is Allie McCabe, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you work, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you do for work?
I work for a information technology solutions firm.
And how long have you been doing that?
2009. So I think I'm coming on 15 years.
And does your wife work?
No.
What does your wife do?
Stay at home, raises the kids. Homemaker.
I could turn your attention to January 28th and to January 29th of 2022. Do you recall those days?
Yes, I do.
Recall what days you did.
Friday into Saturday.
And did you work that day on a Friday?
Yes, I did.
And at that point, do you recall, were you working in an office or remotely?
I don't recall if that specific day I was in the office. Sometimes I'd go in, sometimes I'd work from home. So I don't recall if I actually was physically in the office. Sometimes I'll go in for a few hours. So I don't recall exactly if I was home or in the office that day.
So regardless, at some point, you sort of wrap up work for the day, and where did you go?
Yes, finished up work and met some friends at a restaurant in Canton before my daughter's basketball game.
And so on that evening, your daughter had a basketball game, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And who did she play for at that time?
She played for Canton High School.
Is that the varsity game?
Yes.
And which of your daughters, as far as age is concerned, which of your daughters was playing basketball for Canton High School?
That would be my second oldest, who's
I'm sorry, go ahead.
my second oldest.
And so you, after work, had met some other people at an establishment in Canton, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Where did you go?
The establishment was called the Canton Junction Pub or Canton Junction. I don't know the full name, but just went by the Junction.
And who, if anyone, did you meet there, just in general?
Handful of folks that play whose daughters play basketball on the same team with my daughter.
Just sort of a group of parents who had kids on the basketball team?
Yes, that's correct.
Was your wife Jennifer there with you at that time as well?
Yes, that's correct.
And about how long were you at the junction?
Game 6:30, give or take hour and a half.
And girls varsity basketball, was there sort of like a typical time that the game would start or game would be scheduled for them?
Yes,
And what time is that?
typically 6 or 6:30 would be the normal time. I don't remember if it was a 6:30 start that night or actually I think it was a 6:30 start, but typically 6 or 6:30.
So sometime around 6 or 6:30, you make your way over to the high school, is that correct?
That is correct.
And in that, I mean, was this a home game, a road game, if you recall?
That evening, it was a home game.
Do you recall anything about the game as far as who they were playing or if they won or anything like that?
Yes, it was. They were playing the town of Foxborough High School, and they did not win. They went into overtime and lost.
Now, with respect to your wife, Jennifer, as the kids were growing up, what if anything, what if any relationship did she have as far as with respect to the kids in basketball?
It's grown as like the youth years. Jennifer was a basketball coach and coached throughout the years. Coached a couple of my daughters.
So she coached, and with respect to the daughter that was playing at the high school game that night, was that one of the daughters that she had coached?
Yes, that's correct.
Fair to assume she had also coached several of the girls that were on the varsity basketball team with your daughter, correct?
Yes, a few of them. Yes.
Now, when you get to Kent High School to the basketball game, is there sort of a typical area where you would sit or people you would congregate with while you're watching the game?
Yes, we sit up in the bleachers. Usually, the parents from the home side would tend to sit in the same area.
So you sit there, you watch the game. Game is over, and then what is sort of the plan from there, or where do you go?
After the game, I drove my younger two daughters back home.
So your whole family was there for the game, is that correct?
My wife and my two younger daughters. My older daughter was there. She wasn't with us, but she was there as well.
She was a student at Kent High School at that time as well?
Yes, she was.
So she's sitting with the other students, is that correct?
Yes, I'm assuming. I don't recall where she sat, but most likely with the other students.
So you drove two daughters home, and then where did you go from there?
After dropping my daughters off, my wife and I proceeded to the waterfall in Canton Center.
And do you recall what you were just in one vehicle when you left the house and went to the junction and went to the high school game, back to the house and to the waterfall? Was it the same vehicle?
Yes, we were in the same vehicle. And
do you recall what kind of vehicle it was or whose vehicle it was?
It was the family vehicle. It was my wife's vehicle. I don't know, what was it? It was a Suburban or a Yukon. I forget what brand it was.
Some kind of SUV? Is it?
Yes, a large SUV.
And why did you go to the waterfall?
We went to the waterfall. My wife informed me that her sister was at the waterfall with her niece and a few other people, and we went to go meet them. My understanding, it was my nephew's birthday, either that day or the day after, and they were going to meet out at the waterfall for his birthday.
And just to be clear, as far as who we're talking about, your wife's sister, what's her name?
Nicole Albert.
And is Nicole married?
Yes, she is.
And what's her husband's name?
Brian Albert.
And the niece that you're talking about that was out there with your sister-in-law, what's her name?
Her name is Caitlin Albert.
And the nephew of yours whose birthday it was or was going to be, what's his name?
His name is Brian as well.
So essentially Brian Albert Jr., even if he's not.
Yes, I believe he's a junior, yes.
Now, with regard to the basketball parents and the other people that you had been with at the junction and then at the game, what, if any, communication was there amongst sort of the basketball parents that evening or any other?
Yeah, so we had a group text with the basketball parents, a handful of us, where after some of the games, we would meet up afterwards. This evening, I know I sent a text out saying where we were going because we were obviously meeting her sister. And a few of the parents responded where they were going. We kind of split up, except for one couple decided to meet us at the waterfall out of that group text.
And the couple that decided to meet you at the waterfall, who?
That would be Nick and Karina Kolakisis.
When you arrive at the waterfall, you would like to recall where it was that you parked in relation to the waterfall?
Yes, if you're looking at the front door of the waterfall, we were parked in the parking lot down the left.
And the waterfall sort of shares its parking lot or its establishment with the condo complex, is that correct?
That is correct.
So you parked somewhere in that parking lot?
Correct, I parked in the parking lot, yes.
And when you came into the waterfall, who, if anyone, did you see there, and then where did you go?
When we walked into the waterfall, we identified where Jen's sister, and their party was sitting.
And where were they sitting in relation to the water?
When you walk in the front door, I believe there's 3 long tables that are set up. We passed, they were in the third table, long table closest to the bar. Across from, there was also a band. They were right across from a little band.
There was a live band there as well.
Yes, there was.
Prior to you and your wife entering into the waterfall, you recall what, if anything, you did, or who, if anyone, you were talking to in the parking lot?
Yes, on the car ride from my house to the waterfall, and while I was in the parking lot, I was talking to a friend of mine on the phone.
And do you recall just generally what the conversation was about?
Yes, I do.
And what was it about?
It was about my daughter, my oldest daughter, Allie, who we mentioned. It was about her hockey team and her hockey coach. I was talking to one of the hockey coaches.
And when you were talking to this person, this is inside the car, is that correct?
That is correct.
And despite it being sort of a white car, was your phone hooked up to the speakers? Did you have a Bluetooth or anything like that?
I don't know if I connected mine to the Bluetooth or not. I don't recall if I was connected to the Bluetooth or not. I know my phone connects, so possibly. I don't know for sure if it was 100% connected that evening.
Now, with respect to it being your wife's car, is there, when both of you are in the car, is there sort of a default as to which of your phones would connect to the Bluetooth, yours versus hers?
If look at it that way, it would be my wife's because it was her car.
So the car would probably recognize her device over your device, correct?
That is correct.
Now,
Actually, I started the call definitely on my phone because my kids were, I was on the call for a while. So I think I had the kids still in the car when I was dropping them off. So I wouldn't have them listening to the call. So I must have been on, again, I don't remember, but I must have been listening on my, holding it in my hand.
and when you come into the waterfall, do you recall about what time that was?
I did 9 o'clock, give or take a couple minutes.
And again, you come over to a table closest to the bar, and who's in the group when you get there?
When we arrived, it was Nicole, Caitlin, Caitlin's boyfriend, Tristan, Chris Albert, and Julie Albert. We were also joined by Nick Kolakisas, who I mentioned. I just don't remember if Nick was already in or if Nick walked in right after me, but Nick and I, we got there similar times. I just don't know if he was already sitting in the bar or standing there when I walked in, or if he came in right after. Oh, and Jen, obviously.
And to be clear, people that were with you at this high top table in this sort of group, either them that you're talking about or throughout the course of the evening, these were people that were either sort of family or friends of yours or your wife's?
Oh, yes, that's correct. Yeah, family and friends, correct.
And so whether or not you and Mr. Kolakisas came in at the same time or slightly staggered, at some point he came in as well, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And with respect, obviously you were out and you were at a bar, correct?
Yes.
And from what you recall, you were drinking and most, if not all, the other people were drinking as well?
Yes, everybody at the table, to my recollection, was drinking.
And do you recall specifically what you were drinking on that night?
I do.
And what were you drinking?
I was drinking vodka with water and a splash of Crystal Light.
And is that something that you would normally drink?
No.
And why were you drinking that on that?
I was in a diet competition with other people in the town, so I was trying to stay away from any beer, which would be what I typically would drink.
And as far as your observations of the other people there throughout the course of the night, did you know anyone in your group, either at that time or subsequent in the night, to be sort of overly intoxicated or drunk or anything like that?
No.
And as far as the other people in your group, as far as drinking was concerned, at that time or any time later in the night, was their drinking sort of commensurate with the amount that you were drinking?
I wasn't paying attention to see who was drinking, how much they were drinking. I don't even know how many I had. Maybe at least 3, maybe 5. I don't know for sure. But give or take something there. But again, I wasn't paying attention to see if anybody was drinking faster than somebody else or et cetera.
And in that sense, sort of how long were you at the waterfall?
Got there at 9 and left a little after 12. So a little over 3 hours.
So roughly 9 o'clock to about midnight or so, correct?
Yes, a little. I recall leaving a little after midnight. Correct.
Now, the initial group that you walked over to around the time that you got there, did that group expand or contract? Did people come or leave? Or can you explain sort of the order of that over the course of the evening?
Yes. Shortly after we settled in, Nick's wife showed up could have been 15, 20 minutes. I don't remember the exact time, but his wife, Karina, came. And give or take 45 minutes, an hour after that, Brian Albert Sr. and Brian Higgins showed up. And around 11-ish, give or take, I don't know the exact time, Karen Reed and John O'Keefe showed up as well.
Let me ask you a little bit about some of those other, but let me ask first about, as far as Caitlin's boyfriend, Mr. Morris, how long was he there then?
I don't recall how long he was there. I do know he left. He had mentioned something about working that evening. There was obviously a snowstorm coming in that evening, and he had mentioned that he was going to go home for a little bit before he had to go out and, I don't know if he was plowing or shoveling or doing something, but he was going to be going out that evening to plow, I believe.
And Christopher Albert and Brian Albert, they're brothers, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And Christopher Albert's wife is Julie Albert, is that correct?
Yes.
And she is also friends with your wife, Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Yes.
And been so for years, as far as you know?
As far as I know, yes, they've been friends for years.
Now, you mentioned someone by the name of Brian Higgins. Did you know Brian Higgins prior to that evening?
Yes.
I mean, how did you know?
I had met Brian a few times, social settings. I recall meeting him at the Junction one evening. I believe I met him at a graduation party. I don't know how many times I met Brian, but I met him maybe 3, 4 times. I don't know exactly how many. So I knew who he was.
Knew who he was as far as he was friends or friendly with your brother-in-law, Brian Albert, correct?
Yes.
And that's how you knew him, was through Brian Albert?
Yes.
And do you know where Brian Albert Sr. and Brian Higgins had been prior to them coming to the waterfall?
Yes, I was informed that they were in New York, coming back from New York from a funeral of a New York police officer.
And both of them, as far as you knew, Brian Albert Sr. and Brian Higgins, they were in law enforcement, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that at some point around 11 or so, John O'Keefe and Karen Reed came into the waterfall, correct?
Yes.
And just to be clear, when you speak of Karen Reed, that's someone that you had met prior to this evening as well?
Yes, that's correct.
And clarity purposes, for the record, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Could you just describe as to where she's seated or an article of clothing?
She is seated at the table with her attorneys. You want me to describe her clothing?
If you could.
Black, I don't know, sweater, I'm not sure, dress.
Just as a record of like identification.
Yes.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe first, how was it that you knew Mr. O'Keefe?
I met John O'Keefe when he started to be the caretaker for his niece and nephew after their parents had passed.
And specifically, you're referring to Patrick and Kaylee Furbush, is that correct?
That is correct.
So their mother and father tragically passed away, and Mr. O'Keefe then became their guardian, correct?
That is correct.
And when you met Mr. O'Keefe, is that when you were living at the house on Sutcliffe?
Yes.
And where was that house in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe initially lived with his niece and nephew?
A couple hundred yards, 2 different streets. It's a neighborhood with multiple streets. My house was on Sutcliffe. Drive down Sutcliffe, maybe pass 1, 2, 3, 4 houses. Took a right, and that was John. That was the street that the kids lived on. Maybe 4 houses up on the right.
And with reference to, you mentioned that you had 4 daughters, is that correct?
Yes.
And were any of your daughters around the same age as John's niece, Kaylee?
Yes, my 3rd daughter is the same age, same grade as Kaylee.
And about this time that John had moved in his house, close to the house you were living on Sutcliffe, about how old was your daughter and his niece, Kaylee?
Ooh, I believe it was kindergarten. How old would you be in kindergarten? 7? I don't know.
I think kindergarten class. So
Okay.
Thursday they were very young, correct?
Yes.
And with reference to the kids, what, if any, beyond sort of being neighbors, what, if any, relationship did either you or your wife have with regards to Mr. O'Keefe and specifically the niece and nephew?
I'm sorry. Just the door. I was trying to. No, the door was shaking, so I couldn't hear the end of it.
So around that time that Mr. O'Keefe moved in with his niece and nephew and took over guardianship of them.
Yes.
What, if any, relationship beyond being neighbors did yourself and or your wife have with respect to Mr. O'Keefe and kids?
Oh, yeah, we had a good relationship, especially my wife. She was having the kids the same age, Kaylee, and my daughter.
Hold on 1 second. I was in the other room and had to take a call. It went way longer than I thought. So I missed Matt McCabe's beginning testimony. I'm so frustrated. But if there's something that I should go back and watch, please let me know.
She was very involved with helping him out whether it's rides to various events. Throughout those years, I'd also coached Kaylee myself a couple times in soccer, and my wife also coached her in basketball. So play dates, things of that nature. Various times we'd go out with John, where he would meet up somewhere where we were. So a friendly relationship where, John was, in essence, acting as a mother and a father, and so you do a lot of communicating through my wife in regards to needing help and things of that nature.
And in particular, his niece Kaylee and your daughter, who was around the same age, were they friends?
Yes, they were friends.
And about how close were they?
Shelly, are you still here?
They were very
Sorry,
close
guys, I missed so much
in a
stuff.
young age.
Oh, Shelly, thanks for
Kaylee would spend a lot of
coming.
time at our house, spend a lot of time
Sarah.
sleeping over. So they were very close.
And Kaylee in particular, was she, how close was she with your wife, Jen?
Kaylee was close with Jen. Kaylee was mature, well beyond the other girls in regards to she was bright, and she was very articulate. So she could have conversations with the adults much better than the other kids. Having 4 girls, she's a bright kid.
Now, at some point, Mr. O'Keefe and the kids moved from that house. And you also moved from the house on Saturday, correct?
That is correct.
And do you recall the order of that? Was it you to move first, or they to move first?
I'm pretty sure I moved first. Yes.
And about how far away from the house on Sutcliffe was your new house?
It's right up the street, driving in a car, 2 minutes. I don't know, mile and a half. I'm not sure the exact distance, but not far away.
And where did John and the kids move?
They moved a little further away from, they're probably a couple miles away, 2.5, 3 miles. I don't know the exact distance. Not far. That side of town, everything's fairly close.
And specifically,
Now, I know that Lally doesn't ask any important questions and shit, so I'm assuming since no one said anything, I missed anything, but I'll probably go back and watch it anyways. I'm just frustrated because now I feel lost, but I didn't want to disrupt the flow. Just so you know, I had a lovely experience this morning, having electrical issues, sparks coming from a plug in my apartment, and I got an electrician coming. It's a mess. So anyways, sorry guys.
moved to a house on Meadows Avenue, is that correct?
That is correct. Yes.
And the nature of your relationship, you and your wife's relationship with John and the kids, and your daughter and Kaylee, did that sort of continue throughout after each of you moved from the original neighborhood?
Yes.
Now,
Yeah, thank you,
with
Sarah. I
respect
missed
to,
nothing.
The defendant, Ms. Reed.
I kind of
when-
figured.
When was it that you first met her?
It's COVID 2020. We met her summertime of, I think it was the COVID year. I think it was 2020 summer.
Can you recall the circumstances of that, or how you came to meet her at that time?
Yes, I do.
Could you explain to the jury what were the circumstances? Where did you meet her?
John had reached out to my wife, Jen. It was on a Saturday. I don't know if they connected that Saturday or the Friday, but they connected. John asked if he could come by the house with the kids. We have a pool, so he wanted to come by with the kids swimming and wanted to introduce Karen to us. Specifically wanted to introduce Karen to my wife, Jen.
You know why that was?
Thanks, Leland.
Yes, because they were dating, and he informed my
He was
wife
trying to be
that
funny.
Karen
Oh, I
had
missed
MS,
that.
and my wife has MS. So he thought it'd be good for the two of them to get to know each other, could have conversations with each other, obviously both suffering from MS.
How long has your wife
Thank you.
suffered from it?
I'm going to say, I think she's been suffering for a
I'm
while,
going
but I'm going
to
to say the
now, Judy,
diagnosis,
thank you.
maybe 9 years. I don't remember the exact date. I'm going to say about 9 years.
And so, Mr.
Oh,
O'Keefe,
Jack,
the
gross.
defendant and the 2 children came over the house that day, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And about how often did you see Ms. Reed from that summer of 2020 until about the time of January 2022?
I would see her. There was a couple other times that John and Karen came by the house with the kids, and also see her at sporting events, whether it was soccer, whether it was basketball. Would see her at events, whether it was practices, picking somebody up. I would see Karen around.
And as far as you knew, or what, if anything, let me ask you this. As far as your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, is someone he was dating or what was going on with someone?
I gotta mention this only because I'm going back through the comments. Yes, I did. You guys stopped chatting for a while, so I wasn't paying attention to the chat when you guys did, start chatting again. And like I said, I took a phone call, but yes, I did. I know that all of them totally, yes. I knew that like the general sense that they avoided bringing up his name, but I didn't know, like, obviously through the testimony, didn't know how that worked out, but I knew that they didn't mention Colin being there at first.
When he was dating, relationship, is that the kind of thing that the two of you would discuss?
You're asking John and I if he would. No, John and I don't recall ever having any conversations about his relationships with me directly.
And that applies to the defendant Ms. Reed, or applies to any other relationship you had while you were friends, correct?
Correct.
Now, turning your attention back to the waterfall on the evening of the 28th, when Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant come in, where is it that they went in relation to the group at the high top when they first came in?
They came in and immediately made contact with us, walked right over to our table.
And when they came over to the table, what if anything happened when they came over to the table?
Shaking hands, hugging. How you guys doing? Good to see you. Typical meet and greet when you see somebody that you're friends with.
And if you recall, was there a particular sort of...
Oh, Dodo, if you're still here, I just saw your comment. Turkey Keeps that cracks me up.
Yes, if I was to be looking at the table, long table, I spent most of the time at the end of the table, kind of in the corner on the right side. Nick Kolokisis was right next to me. There was a wall. It's kind of thin. The table ends. There's a little space and there's a wall right behind you. Nick was there. I was there. Jen, Karina were on this side most of the time. Brian and Brian were on the opposite side of the table, my recollection. I mean, there was obviously some movement around, but I spent most of the time, again, if the table's coming across, standing on the end. I did sit down for a little bit, if I recall, but definitely on the edge of the long table.
It's fair to say the Kolokisis didn't really know anybody at the table besides yourself and your wife.
Fair to say. They obviously knew who John was. They have a daughter as well, the same age as Kaylee. I don't know if they hung out with them, but fair to say that obviously it was my family and was there, Jen's family. So yes, I'd say in general, correct.
Now, sir, if I could ask, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, do you recall anything about what he was wearing that night?
I recall it, a baseball cap, and he tends to brim it over a little bit, and shirt and jeans. I don't know exactly what he was wearing.
Do you recall seeing him at any point in time with any kind of winter coat or heavy coat or anything like that?
Not that I recall. If he had one on, he had one on. I don't recall it.
And as far as his person, his features, what you
does anyone? I'm reading the chat. So you guys saw where he works. Does anyone know what his title is in IT? What does he do? You were timed out for 17 minutes, Zach. Oh, Gabriel drove the ambulance. You guys are hilarious. Whoa, wait. I missed this. Tom's CPU confronted Gabriel this morning. I used to think he was a good-natured doofus with the wrong friend. But he was an a-hole to Tom. Okay, well, first of all, I think Gabriel has always been an a-hole, but what did he do to Tom's CPU? He was defending Dina. What those shitheads said about Dina, oh my God. We went over it last night in my presentation, my live last night. Oh, that made me so angry. Okay, let me catch up now. Oh, you're a retired electrician, James? Damn. Well, I mean, thankfully, I don't have to pay for it since I rent, but it's still a pain in the ass. I gotta wait for. Ugh, long story. I don't know what's going on. Malin, I went over that. Did you hear me? Yeah, it's like that whole portion is either missing or they have that conversation elsewhere, or it's no one knows. Which just is odd, which was why phone extractions from everybody would have made everything a whole lot easier for them if they really had nothing to hide. Oh, really? That's on my playlist. I gotta watch that. Emily C. an expert. It's so funny when she tries to explain things to the expert. Expert cracks me up. Zach is so funny. Ooh, yay! Aiden's restraining order was extended on Krusty today. Yay. Oh, thanks, Jeannie. Sorry, I'm catching up. I'm getting there. Hold on. Sticking up Regina. Yeah. Oh. Sarah, I don't abuse the wrench. Good. Nobody better abuse that wrench, I tell you. And I don't care. People have a right to free speech. I don't care what people say, but with the wrenches, you guys keep my chat clean. I don't want to be part of any spreading of disgusting rumors or nasty name calling. Other than that, people have the right to their opinions. Okay, so Matt is a managing partner at Elevate Technology Solutions. Don't know if he still works there or not, but that was online. Okay, managing partner. I would assume as a managing partner that he's pretty intelligent when it comes to IT. And yeah, no wonder none of them had their phones extracted and had anything. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, me too, Shelly. I can't stand watching them. I only watch them on that's how I started watching them, was on Will's and Rat House Media when they go over them. And I have gone over some of their shit now on my show. But other than that, I refuse to watch it. Shelly, I think Cryfart has already lost it. He's not losing it. He's already lost it. I could spend the next 30 minutes talking, or actually probably longer than that, but about all the shit that comes out of his mouth and his stinking lip boogers on his mustache, and gross. Expert, you're here. Thank you for showing. Sorry, I'm so behind on the chat. So I was trying to catch up. I have to take a phone call. I got electric issues going on in my apartment. So yeah, let's just say that. Thank you guys. Thank you, Expert, for coming. Everybody that's still here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. He talks about 10 minutes about how much money he makes. Oh yeah, that's the last thing I need to hear about. I'm broke all the time, so but I'm okay with it. I don't mind being broke. I don't need a bunch of money. I have what I need and I'm happy with that. I'm single, loving it. I do what I want when I want. So it's cool. Now, I won't say no to donations. So my grifting sucks. I know this. Until I get monetized. My birthday is tomorrow. If anybody wants to send me anything, PayPal link, PayPal QR code. I have Chime. So there's that. Frank Kreifer is all the way cuckoo. Yeah. That's for sure, Maylan. More money, more problems. 100%. All right, here we go.
Serve on with that.
I did not see any
Thank you for
injuries.
letting me catch up.
And
The
do you
chat.
recall what John was drinking that night?
I believe he's drinking Bud Light beer.
Is that pretty typical for him?
Majority of times I saw John, yes, he was drinking Bud Light. I do recall when he came to my house for that first meet, he was drinking Bud Light limes, which I thought was interesting, but it was at a pool. And maybe it was a summer drink for him. I'm not sure.
Fair enough.
I think I gave him a hard time.
Now, with reference to Ms. Reed that night, what, if anything, did you observe her to be drinking or have?
She was drinking a clear liquid. I just assumed it was a vodka soda or vodka something.
And as far as the absent to Crystal Light, which I'll leave that alone for now, but absent to Crystal Light, was it similar to the drink that you were having that night?
Yes, could have been vodka water. Exactly. I don't know.
Now, do you know where the two of them, being Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, do you know where they had come from prior to coming into the waterfall?
John had said they were came over from across the street from CF McCabe's.
Now, let me ask you, as far as you were going to the waterfall, your understanding was that it was nephew, Brian Albert Then, correct?
Yes.
Was he at the time that you were there?
No.
And at some point, did you learn where he was?
Yes, I learned he was still home.
And was there any conversation, or do you know why he was still home?
My understanding is I thought we were waiting for him. He never showed up. My understanding was he chose to stay home. I had a couple friends over the house.
Now, from the time that you were in, in the waterfall, how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor of sort of the group at large?
Everybody was just having a good time, hanging out, socializing, talking. As I said, there was a live band playing for a little bit, and just a normal evening.
And as far as the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe were concerned, from what you could see of your observations, was there any sort of fighting or arguing or anything like that that you observed between the two of them over the course of the evening at the waterfall?
No, I did not.
You mentioned that you had left the waterfall sometime after midnight. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And before we get to that, over the course of the evening at the waterfall, did you have occasion to have conversation with either Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And would that be both?
Yes.
And starting with Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, conversation, generally speaking, do you recall having with Mr. O'Keefe that evening?
I believe that night he is.
Well, here's a psychology lesson for the day. If anyone doesn't know who Pavlov is, he's the one that ran the experiments where to train dog, you get to get automatic responses, physiological responses by consistently doing something over and over again. And this is just a quick lesson. I can go long into it. Maybe I'll put Pavlov in my Sunday night presentation this week for my psych lessons. If anyone hasn't seen my first one, I did my first psychology themed live last Sunday. I'm doing one every Sunday. We're going to do different topics every week. I'm coming up with a game that'll be fun to play, things like that. But yeah, so Pavlov trained dogs to have a physical response every time they ring a bell. And that's the short and sweet of it. But that's a good one to bring up. Yep. I'm going to put that for Sunday night.
I think that night he was out because Kaylee, maybe they just got the acceptance from Kaylee. He was excited about her acceptance to what's the school? Bishop Fian, a local high school.
And that was something that you were aware of that you applied for to get into that school, correct?
Yes.
And with respect to Ms. Reed, what, if any, conversations you recall in regard to her?
Normal conversation. She, hi, how you doing? Good to see you. She made a reference to myself asking how Jen and I do it. And I said, she was talking about with the 4 girls. How do we do it? How do you raise the 4 girls? You guys look happy. And I actually joked to her. I said, well, we're at a bar. Considering, it's obviously any marriage will tell you have your ups and downs. But brief, conversational, nothing of any substance. Just good to see you.
Now, this time that you're talking about that you're leaving shortly after midnight, is that around the time that sort of the bar was winding down?
Sarah, I'm going to pull up something for you.
They've been playing before. Were they still playing?
You can get
No,
to
they
that.
had,
Hold on.
They had stopped earlier, before 12. I don't remember the exact time, but they definitely stopped earlier. There were some people there, but our table was definitely the last table to wrap it up. Well, some people left before me, but the band was packing up packing up all their equipment.
And so in that vein, if you recall, can you tell the jury sort of the order of people from your group and when they left and things of that?
Yes. So Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, and Nicole were packed up leaving before us.
I can get my stupid computer to load. Come
then
on.
My wife, Karen, Karina, John and Chris, they started leaving before us. I think John was delayed, but they walked out, and Nick and I were the last 2 at the table. I recall us picking up some of the empty glasses and beer bottles, and because I said the bar was right behind us, so I recall picking up the glasses and some of the bottles and bring them to the bar, as well as a couple of the members of the band were sitting on the edge of the bar, and just some brief conversation with them. Good job, guys coming back, things of that nature. And then Nick and I walked out.
Now, over the course of the evening at the waterfall, while you were there, what, if any, conversation was had amongst the group in regard to any plans or where to next, or where people were going after the waterfall?
Yes. As mentioned, thought we were going to meet my nephew. He didn't come out. We found out he had a few friends at the house. When Brian and Nicole were leaving, they had mentioned that Brian was at the house with a couple friends, and we were welcome to come back and have a celebratory drink for his birthday. So he had extended an invite to the table. Like, hey, who's ever around wants to come back, you're welcome.
So that was sort of extended to the entirety of the group, is that correct?
That is correct.
And so what was your understanding, at least as far as your plan, you and your wife, Jennifer, when you were leaving the waterfall?
My computer
That we'd be
not
stopping
working.
by Brian and Nicole's house.
Now I just
And
sent.
so prior to that discussion regarding stopping by your brother-in-law, Brian Albert's house, what, if any, discussion was there in regard to your, to his brother, Christopher Albert? Let me ask you, what, if any, other discussion other than going to your brother-in-law, Brian Albert's house, was there at the table in regard to places to go after?
Yes. There was discussion about going to D&E Pizza. That's a pizza sub shop that Chris Albert owns in Canton Center, which is 100 yards, whatever, across the street. from the
I think he left already.
And can you describe what was the substance of that discussion and who was involved in that discussion?
Yes, the discussion is we've done that in the past. We've wrapped up for the night. We've gone over there and turned the ovens on and have made some pizza. In this particular instance, Karen had asked if we could do that. She wanted to go to D&E. She wanted to make pizza. Chris and I were adamant that we were not going to D&E because we were on this diet and we were not going to go subject ourselves to late night pizza. So we said no, we're not going to D&E. Though we had conversations, Karen wanted to go, but we kept saying no, we're not going to go.
When you say you kept saying, was that something that the defendant raised once or more than once?
More than once.
Now, when you leave, you and Mr. Golakithis, and you walk out of the waterfall, you go over to your car in the parking lot, is that right?
Yeah, yes, that's correct.
And again, by your car, I mean your wife Jennifer's car, is that right?
Yes.
And where was she in relation to the car when you did?
She was already in the car.
So let me ask you, as far as where was she seated within the car?
Oh, sorry. She was in the driver's seat.
So you get in the front passenger side, is that right?
That's correct.
And when you get into the car, what, if any, communication did you become aware of between your wife and Mr. O'Keefe?
When I got into the vehicle, my wife received a text from John and it said, where to? He was looking for the address. I told my wife, we were starting to drive out of the parking lot. I told her, just call him instead of texting him back.
Rather than text while she's driving, you advise her just call him back.
Correct.
And did she call him?
She did.
And with respect to that Bluetooth that we were discussing earlier within the car, this call from your wife Jennifer to John O'Keefe, was that using the Bluetooth technology?
I'm assuming it was. I don't recall, but I knew he was on the phone asking what the address was.
Let me ask you this. Could you hear both sides of the conversation?
I could hear him, yes.
So you heard your wife talking and you heard John talking, correct?
Yes.
And as far as that communication with reference to where to or where to go, or the address, describe to the jury sort of what that conversation consisted of.
Conversation was the address, 34 Fairview. And I actually was definitely mumbling stuff from my seat saying, come out, take a right, take a left on Sherman and 34 Fairview. And that was that initial call, was just giving him the address and telling him Sherman's easiest way.
And so when you say that initial call, was there a subsequent call while you were still en route to 34 Fairview?
Yes, it was a call a few minutes later. Somehow, I don't know why, but somehow they didn't know where the house was. I recall, again, my assumption would be they'd come from Sherman, from Chapman Street. We referenced, my wife.
Well, Zach, I'm going to win you over so that you defend me too, okay now?
Referenced a friend of Kaylee's who lives off of Fairview. And we said, well, you know where this child lives? He said, yes. Okay. Drive past her street and the house will come up on the left.
And the friend of Kaylee's, what was her name?
Her name is Bella.
So
Bella's mom.
Was you or your wife that made reference to Bella's house?
I think we both did. I think I said it, and then I think my wife repeated it.
And that was someone, the Bella child was someone who was friends with both your daughter and with Kaylee, is that correct?
Yes.
Around the same age?
Exact. Same age, same grade.
Now, when you were talking on this second conversation, again, you could hear both sides of the conversation, is that right?
That's correct.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe's side of the conversation, what, if anything, can you say as far as who was coming or who he was with at the time?
He didn't make any reference to, you're asking if he made reference of anybody else? Is that what you're asking?
What I'm asking is when he was saying as far as looking for the house, was he?
Oh, we're on our way. Okay, great. We're on our way.
And from obviously the earlier interaction that you have with him, and him saying we, who did you infer that we be?
Karen.
And at any point in time during the conversation that you had where you were hearing both sides, did you hear Ms. Reed in the background at any point?
I do not recall hearing Ms. Reed, no.
Sarah, I was gonna share this for you, but it won't play. Now I'm frustrated. Oh, well, I'll send it to you in Discord. Look for a message from me in Discord. It's my favorite meme to send someone the finger. Scarlett, I'm sure you're wonderful, but I won't know you behind their scenes, but I wish you the best. Thank you, Zach. At least you wish me the best. Right? See, I still don't know the whole story about the Bella mom thing. I mean, besides John dating her mom, right? Like, I don't really know the whole story there unless I don't know.
Now, about how far a drive is it, how long a drive is it roughly from the waterfall to 34th Fairview?
The way I would go, 4 minutes, give or take 5 minutes. There's multiple ways, but depends on how you go, I guess.
And the way that you go, as far as what you're talking about, is that your recollection of how or where your wife drove that night?
Yes.
Now, as far as when you arrive at the house, where did your wife park the vehicle in relation to the house?
She pulled the vehicle into the driveway.
And you're obviously familiar with the address or the residence at 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes, I am.
Been there several times before this evening.
Yes, I have.
And essentially, there's two garage doors on the house. There's one on the left, one on the right. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall whether or not your wife parked on the left side of the driveway or the right side of the driveway?
I believe it was the left, but the driveway is fairly wide. It kind of widens out, not just the two doors. So I don't know if she was right on the left where the walkway is, or if she was, one kind of more in the middle, because that driveway you could pull up even on the right of her, but somewhere, I don't know exactly, but she pulled into the
Yes,
driveway.
Sarah, I'm going to send it to you in Discord. Hold on.
Go in the house,
Sending it to you right now.
Yes.
When you get inside the
So
house,
just so
which
you
one
know,
is it?
Sarah, I'm not
When-
sending you this meme to like actually, flip you off. It's just funny.
We entered the house, we observed Caitlin, Brian Jr. Brian had two friends there, Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson, Brian Higgins, and Brian Albert Sr.
And where? in
Did
the
I say
house-
Nicole? Nicole, I don't know if I said Nicole.
And where in the house were they situated?
When I recall, everybody was congregated when you walk in the front door, to your right, there's a table, and then there's an open floor where it goes right to the kitchen and the room of the table. They just flow into each other. So people are surrounding either the island in the kitchen and or the table area.
And from your recollection, is that essentially where people mainly congregated throughout the course of the night that you were there?
Yes.
And about how long a period of time were you there at 34 Fairview that night?
Got there, I'd say a little over an hour. No, hour and 40, got there about 12:20-ish, left 1:40, 1:45. I don't know the exact time, 1:40, 1:45-ish. So
You got there somewhere closer to 12:30 and you left somewhere closer to about 1:45, 2 a.m. Is that correct?
got there about 12:20, give or take, and then, left about 1:40, 1:45. I don't know the specific time, but somewhere around there.
And similar to the question I asked you about the waterfall, as far as the, how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor of the group in the house when you got?
Everybody was hanging out. I know Julie was excited. We just showed up. Good to see us. Brian, excited that we came by. Normal.
So fair to say no tension, no arguments, nothing like that while you were at the house?
No.
And do you recall sort of what you were doing while you were at the house, or what the group was doing?
It's kind of hanging out, talking, sitting around the table, engaging. Music was on. Just having a good time, just hanging out, talking, enjoying each other's company. I do recall my wife put on a foolish video that she wanted to show the kids at the table. But other than that, just socially hanging out with each other.
The foolish video that you're talking about, do you recall what that was?
Yes.
And can you describe that to the jury?
It was a video for the song It's Raining Men.
And do you recall, they don't speak
Oh,
about it in the video.
it's
Why was
raining
it a
men.
foolish video as you described?
Well, it's in the family, it's one of Jen's sisters had put on a show before with an umbrella. So at some point, my wife came across this video and it was people just dancing around. So she was showing my niece and my nephew and friends the video so they could see, we're kind of picking on my sister-in-law.
And you have another nephew by the name of, I'm sorry. Are you familiar, you mentioned that earlier at the waterfall, there was Christopher and Julie Albert, is that right?
Yes.
Familiar with them, your wife is friends with Julie, correct?
Yes.
And you know their children as well, is that right?
Yes, I do.
And specifically, you know their middle child, Colin?
Yes.
And at any point in time in the evening when you were there at 34 Fairview Road, was Colin Albert there at any point?
No, he was not.
You didn't see him that night at all?
Never saw him.
And obviously, you know your daughter, your oldest
Welcome
daughter.
back,
Alex, right?
Katie.
Yes, I do.
And at any point in time when you were at 34 Fairview, did you see her or vehicle or anything? Do you have any knowledge that your daughter Allie was there at the time you were there?
No, she was not.
She wasn't there, you didn't see her there, you didn't know if she had been there before you or anything like that?
Correct. Correct.
Now, turning back into the house, as far as the group that you were with, was there any point in
Yes,
time?
I know
anyone
that's
from
not
that group,
dirty. I know what
that's
that
sort of
is.
general area of the dining room and the kitchen that you recall?
We were in that room. There's a room right next to the kitchen with the doorway that you can walk through. I was seated at the table, but you could walk through the doorway. I know Julie Nagel went into that room because she was looking out the door. Other people could have walked in and out of that room. It's right there, right next to us.
At any point in time over the course of that evening, did you see anybody sort of go upstairs or downstairs to the basement or anywhere else but that general area of those three rooms in the home?
I did not see anybody.
Now, at some point, you mentioned that Julie Nagel was looking
Me
outside.
too,
for something. Is that right?
Jeannie. When I growing up, I used to want to be a lawyer for a long time. We used to, in like, I think it was like 9th grade, 10th grade when we started high school, we had to do a project and go in depth about what we wanted to do for careers, and we had to write our top 3 whatever jobs that we wanted, and lawyer and judge were 2 of my top 3, and I wouldn't want to be one nowadays for anything, because I always felt like I could see both sides of an argument. I still feel that way for the most part. But yeah, no, it wouldn't be for me. Yes, mens rea is a legal term for consciousness of guilt. Thank you for the law lesson today, Zach. Teacher, nurse, and vet. Aw. You can tell all you wanted to do is help people too. Like yeah. I always wanted to help people, but when you're, what, 14, you don't realize that. I mean, lawyers help people for sure, but it's not in the same way. Like, because I never wanted to be a defense attorney. I wanted to be a prosecutor. So it's just different. I could never do that. Too much schooling. I can't even stay focused on YouTube, let alone school. But if they give me an internship and then let me get a law degree, I'd knock it out of the park. Did you know that you can do that in California? I did not know that until I randomly heard it about Kim Kardashian, because I've never watched that show. I'm not interested in them. I hate reality TV. Found out that she was taking the bar, and I'm like, wait, since when did she go to law school? And found out she didn't go to law school. She did whatever working in law for so many years and was able to take the bar somehow. I don't know. Graduated with a psych degree. Oh, well, so did I. My degrees are in psychology too, but made it into a law program, but never went because, oh yeah. Yeah. You have to take care of yourself, Jeannie. And that's the most important. It's hard to take care of other people, and you can't take, you have to worry about yourself and worry about that kind of situation. My heart goes out to you, Jeannie, that you had to go through all that. Zach, when you grow up, what do you want to be? My favorite joke was when Bev kept skipping Mondays and doing long weekends. I said that made her a literal see you next Tuesday. It's hilarious.
Yes, that is correct.
How long was that in reference to after you arrived and then when that happened?
Again, I don't know the exact time. I'm going to say could have been 3 minutes, could have been 5 minutes, somewhere in that vicinity. We arrived, said hello, good to see everybody. And shortly after, she had mentioned that her brother was there to pick her up.
Now, as far as the Levinson and Miss Nagel, they were friends of your nephew, Colin Albert Jr., is that right?
That's correct.
And did you know them at all at that time, when you arrived there on the 28th?
Miss Levinson, I did not know. First time I met her. I definitely had met Julie before. She had, Brian and her hang out. So I definitely met her. I think she's been, I don't know if it was previous to this or after this, but Julie has, helped my my nephew, Brian, when we go on vacation. We have a dog, and Brian would usually be the go-to to, let the dog out, et cetera. And I know Julie has helped him. I just don't know if that was previous to that or after. But I definitely met Julie before, yes.
You met her before, but essentially met her as a friend of your nephew's, correct?
Yes,
Not someone that you knew particularly well, is that fair to say?
correct. Didn't know her well.
So after about 3 to 5 minutes or so after you arrived, you observed Ms. Nagel looking outside, correct?
Yes, she was going out the door, correct.
And do you know why she was going out the door?
She said her brother was there to pick her up, but she didn't want to leave.
And at any point in time, did either yourself or your wife extend an offer to either Ms. Nagel or Ms. Levinson?
Oh, look at that, Barbara.
Yes, yes.
That's a
We
cool
informed my wife and
emoji.
Foreman
I
that
like it.
if they wanted to stay because we just got there, we would be more than willing to drive them home.
And fair to say at this point in time,
Oh,
you
the
didn't.
law reader program. Law reader program. It's only in 4 states. Oh, okay, gotcha. No wonder I never heard of it. I mean, I would assume without going to law school, you have to do a long time as an intern or whatever it is that you do, whatever the requirements are to sit for the bar. So, hey, if you can still pass the bar and become a lawyer somehow without having to pay for law school, that's pretty awesome. But I don't know if there's a but I don't know. I don't know. I have thoughts about that, but I'll have to do research on it before I make my opinion conclusive.
Even know where Ms. Levinson or Ms. Nagel lived, is that correct?
No idea.
You didn't really know what you signed up for as far as traveling home, is that correct?
Oh, well, Canton's not that big of a town, so I wasn't too scared. But yeah, I didn't know exactly where they live. I knew they were from Canton.
Now, at some point when Ms. Nagel goes outside, what, if anything, drew your attention to the outside of the house?
When she went outside, or when she was opening the door, her or somebody referenced that there was another vehicle out front.
And so upon hearing that, where did you go?
Upon hearing that, we just assumed that was obviously John and Karen. So I don't recall if I looked out the window first or looked out the door first, but I looked out to see the other vehicle out in front of the house.
And just to be clear, when you say window and when you say door, like which window and which door?
Oh,
Well,
you're
I was
never
sitting at the
too
table,
old, Jeannie.
and right behind me is a window.
You are never
Or if I
too
stood up
old to
and
do
took
anything.
5 steps, there's the front
My
door
opinion.
of the house. So again,
In addition to sort of the regular front doors, there's like a storm door or something that you would have been able to see through. Is that?
that would be the front door. I would call the storm door. That yes, I could see out the front. There's another door. If you're looking at the house, there's your front door, windows, and then there's another door. Julie looked out or went out through that door. I either looked at that point, either looked out the window or walked over to the front door, which would be the opposite door.
Regardless if you looked out the window or you looked out the storm door at the front door, when you looked out, what if anything did you see?
I noticed the big SUV parked in front of the house.
We're gonna have to agree to
And,
disagree on
what color
that
the
one,
SUV
Jeannie. I
At
think
the time,
no.
I didn't. It was
No.
dark. I didn't know if it was a black SUV, a dark green, a dark blue, but it was a dark SUV.
And at the time,
Me
were you
too,
familiar
Barbara.
with, either or both of the vehicles of Mr. O'Keefe and or the defendant, Mr. Reed?
Yes, I knew Karen drove a dark SUV. I dthink know the make and model. I just knew she drove a dark SUV. I'd seen it at pickup and things of that nature.
And did you know what kind of vehicle that Mr. O'Keefe drove around that time?
I think he had a smaller SUV. I don't remember the make.
Do you remember what
He
color
had
it was?
No, I don't remember the color of his SUV. He had another car too that he drove around. I remember that. That's about it.
And when you're looking out from either the window or the door, where was the dark SUV in relation to the house?
If you came out that front door, pretty much right in front of the house, parked in front of the house.
Now, you mentioned that Ms. Nagel had left the house through the other door and gone outside. Is that right?
That's correct.
And when you looked out, could you see Ms. Nagel or where she had gone?
No, there was another vehicle, again, coming out the front door. If you go to the left, there's a driveway. There was another vehicle over there. I don't know if it was on the street facing this way, if it was pulled in. I would just looked out the front door and noticed the car to be like, oh, that's John. That was my focus. I didn't look for Julie.
As far as the other vehicle, did you observe at least enough to know whether or not it was behind the dark SUV, in front of the dark SUV, or something else?
Yeah, it was to the left. It was equivalent to where the driveway was. And then after the end of the driveway, there was a Jeep. And after the Jeep was the SUV, the dark SUV.
And with respect to, just from your perspective, you're looking out, so the driveway would have been to your left, is that right?
Correct.
Are you familiar with any other sort of landmarks or anything else in the front yard area of your brother-in-law's house?
Yes. So you look out, the driveway's to the left. If you look to the right, there is an island of like maybe rhododendrons, something, bushes. There's a flagpole right there. There's a utility. I believe it's a green utility box. I'm assuming it's utility, kind of on the edge. There's a fire hydrant. All that stuff was to the right side of the looking out the front door.
Now, after you look out this initial time, you see this dark SUV sort of right in front of the door. Was that the only time that you looked out, or did you look out on subsequent occasions?
Nope. I looked out again because it'd been a few minutes. Again, 2, 3, 4 minutes. I'm not sure how long, but it'd been a few minutes, and we thought it was weird they hadn't come into the house. Looked out and saw the SUV again.
And when you looked out for the second time, where was the SUV in relation to where it was the first time?
The SUV had moved up the road from the front of the house. It went from spot A to spot B. Now is further up, more in sync of where the again the flagpole, the utility box, the fire, more in sync with that. It had moved up the road. Thought it was weird that they hadn't come in.
Now, as far as the times that you're looking out, did you happen to make any note of sort of, let me ask you this, taking you back to the waterfall just for a second. When you were driving, or your wife was driving from the waterfall to 34 Fairview, what, if anything, did you observe as far as what was the weather doing?
The snow had started to fall.
David Spade?
And
Yeah.
at that initial time that you're going from the waterfall to Fairview Roads, was it
You guys are
safe
talking about
to
Chris
leave or anything at that
Farley.
point?
I believe
Tommy Boy is one of my ultimately favorite movies. I love that movie.
there was a dusting. It was definitely falling. I don't think it was on like the main roads,
That guy or that,
but definitely a dusting
wait, what did you say?
of snow
That
was
guy in the
falling.
little coat.
Correct.
And from
That
that
guy
time,
in the
after
little
you arrived at
coat.
the house, and
I was
shortly
thinking of the
thereafter,
black
when you
coat.
observed this dark SUV
That
front of
guy
the
in the
house,
little
that
coat, when he
changed
sings
at all
that,
as far as the
it's
accumulation
so
of moisture,
freaking
pavement,
funny.
roadway, grass,
And then
things
he
like that, you
leans
saw?
forward and he
Yes,
rips
yes.
the jacket.
At
And
some
he's
point, at least on their road and their grass, you could see the snow had started to, it definitely was sticking on that road.
Yeah,
Now,
they were.
you observe it initially in front of the door, then about 3 or 4 minutes later, you observe it further up towards the flagpole, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
And each of these times, you're not just standing at the door or standing at the window, staring out the entire time, correct?
No, just looking out, being like, what the hell are they doing? And going back to my seat.
And at other than those 2 times that you've already testified about, was there any subsequent times after that?
Yes, I definitely looked out a third time out the door.
And the third time that you looked out the door, where was the dark SUV?
Hey, Morg.
Where it had been second time?
It had now
That's
proceeded
totally
further up
yes.
the road, past
From
the
SNL, yeah.
flagpole, past the utility box, past the fire hydrant, more in line with between the yards. I believe there's bushes and trees that separate the Albert's residence to the next residence. So it was actually
Hey, Dodo.
past the Albert's residence and a little further up.
Have a
I'd
great
say
day, okay?
more on the edge of the
If you don't
property
make it
line
back
of
before we're done
the.
today, hopefully I'll
If
see
you're looking
you
out for
tomorrow.
the neighbors to the right, if I'm looking out of the house.
Now, this distance between the second time that you saw it and the third time when you saw it, do you have any idea about how much distance that was or how many feet?
Hey, I'd be guessing 30, 40 feet. I don't know. I have no idea. I'd have to measure it.
Now, with respect to the snow that had fallen on the ground, as far as the vehicle was concerned, it moves from one point to the second point to the third point. Do you observe any sort of tire marks or anything in the snow out on the road when you looked out?
I guess I did.
And the tire marks that you observed, did they essentially lead up to the back tires of the dark SUV that you saw out there?
At some point, I looked out and noticed tire marks that would have started before the Jeep. So if the Jeep was here, it's just a weird, like a wave. It was a weird wave in the road. You could see
Why does
the
he
tire mark.
funny?
Weird, like a wave. It was a weird wave in the road. You could see the tire marks.
And was that before or after? So at some point, Ms. Nagel goes out to some other vehicle and then comes back inside the house, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You know about how long she was outside the house for?
I'd be guessing a minute. I'm not sure.
Not terribly long time.
No, not at all.
And so the time that you observed this sort of abnormality in the tire marks that you see out there, was that before or after she had come back inside the house?
That would have been after.
So you don't know if that was from dark SUV or whatever vehicle she had met. You have no idea. Objection.
Can you answer that? Well, the form of the question is it's sustained.
Do you know which vehicle left those abnormal tire marks you saw?
Based off of where the tire marks were, they came off the curb. I would have my assumption was it was the SUV.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I got problems with
No,
that. shit
I
right
didn't see
there.
the, no.
And that was my next point, as far as when you saw the vehicle, as far as each of those 3 times, it was stationary each time you saw it, correct?
The first 2 times, definitely stationary. The third time looked stationary. If it was going a half mile per hour, I'm not sure, but it was further up the road. It looked to me it was stationary, but like I said, if for some reason it was moving, it could have been moving. But
Oh, way to sneak that in there, Matt McCabe. When you saw it, it was stationary. Well, yeah, but it could have been moving. What the hell is that? What the hell is that answer? Are you serious right now? Right, Morg? Like, what the hell?
Time that you saw the vehicle, was it in the same sort of position with respect to the house? By that, I mean, as far as was it on the Alberts, was it on the 34 Fairview side of the road or the other side? Where was the position with respect to the road?
yes, same position, parked parallel to the Albert's house, heading forward as if you were going to leave Fairview to head up to Chapman Street, heading away from the house.
And so each time that you observed the vehicle, you were looking at sort of the passenger side of that vehicle, correct?
That is correct.
And at any point in time, either of these 3 occasions that you observed the vehicle, did you see anybody outside of it?
I did not.
Did you see any footprints around the vehicle or leading away from the vehicle or across the yard or anything like that?
I did not.
And did you, were you able to see inside of the vehicle from where you were, either from the window or from the storm door or the front door?
I could not, or I did not see anything inside.
And further to that point, at any point in time that you observed this vehicle in front of the house, you see any sort of interior lights on inside the vehicle?
Not that I noticed.
Now, you saw it at point 1, point 2, point 3. Were there any other times that you looked outside?
I'm assuming I looked out because at some point the vehicle was gone. So I must have looked out one more time because there was no vehicle there anymore. And again, I don't know if I just peeked out the window and said, oh, they left again. We didn't know where they were.
And do you know whether or not there had been any attempt at communication by anyone in the house to Mr. O'Keefe at any point?
Yes.
And who was doing that?
My wife was trying to communicate with John.
Definitely.
Let him know
is,
that he's,
Katie.
let him know he's here.
I'm going to let that stand.
And at any point, do you know whether or not Mr. O'Keefe communicated back to Ms. McCabe while they were out front of the house? Objection.
Do you know? Not how you know. Do you know?
Do I know if Mr. O'Keefe communicated back to Jen? Is that the question?
That's my question.
No.
No, she did not, or no, you don't know?
Oh, no, sorry. No, she did not. Sorry.
I'll strike that.
Now, Ms. McCabe, with regard to this, from the first time that you sort of get up and either look out the window or look out the door and see it in front of the front door, to the time that you look out and see it for the third time, or let me ask you this, from the time that you see it in front of the door to the time that you see that there's no vehicle there anymore, do you know how long a period of time that was?
I'd say at least 10 minutes, could be 12, 13, 14. I don't know the exact time, but it was out there for a little bit.
And so let me ask you this way, as far as from the first time to the second time, you testified it was about 3 or 4 or 5 minutes, somewhere in there, correct?
Correct.
With the timing in between the times that you looked out, were they relatively consistent with each other?
Yes, they were.
So you look out 3 or 4 minutes, look out again, 3 or 4 minutes, look out again, is that?
Yes, that would be in line. Correct.
And at some point around 1:45 or 2 a.m., somewhere in there is when you leave Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes,
Do you recall who drove your wife's vehicle home that night?
I drove.
And if anyone else was in the vehicle, and where were they seated within the vehicle when you left?
So we were driving Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel home. They were in the back seat of the vehicle and my wife was in the passenger seat. I don't know who sat behind the passenger, who sat behind the driver, but they were in the back seat.
Your Honor, if at this time of the court's permission, I'd like to publish for the jury for this witness, exhibit 71, 72, and 73.
Okay.
Let's go if I could have exhibit 71 first. And so, Ms. McCabe, on the desk in front of you, there should be a laser pointer there. If you just click that button and point at the screen, if when I ask you to do so. First, just with reference to what's up on the screen at exhibit 71, you recognize what that is, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize?
34 Fairview.
And absence from the snowfall, obviously, is this essentially what the house looked like on that early morning of January 29th?
Yes, that's correct.
And if you could.
And of course, back to a
in relation
picture
to
that
the window first, and then the storm door
makes
you
that
talked
yard
about,
look
looking out the house.
deceivingly big.
Using laser pointer, show the jury where that is.
Is that working? That would be the window. That'd be the stone door.
And with respect to the first placement, the first time that you look out and see the dark SUV in front of the house, is that visible in this photograph?
Wait, can you repeat that? Sorry.
First time that you look out and you see the dark SUV in front of the house, is that position, is that visible in this photograph?
I'd probably catch the very back end because there was a Jeep parked right here, so it'd be right there.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit 72. Again, sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yep.
So no photograph of the residence of 34 Fairview, is that correct?
Yes.
If you could, using that laser pointer, could you show the jury or demonstrate to the jury where that vehicle was the first time that you saw it?
Say right about here, in this general area.
The second positioning that you were talking about is that visible in this photograph?
No, it'd be further up the road.
So Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit 73. Can you recognize what's depicted now in exhibit 73?
Yes, I do.
That secondary position that you observed the vehicle in is visible in this photograph.
Yes, it is.
So if you could, sir, just direct the jury's attention where about that.
About in this general area right here.
And the third positioning that you saw the vehicle in, can you describe where that was?
Yep, it'd be further up the road. Let's say, give or take right there.
And so, sir, can you leave the residence of 34 Fairview? Do you recall, as far as the weather was concerned, what was the weather? What, if anything, had changed between the times that you would look out and the time that you came out to go home?
The snow was starting to accumulate.
So the storm was starting to pick up a bit. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And when you came out of the house, the vehicle was in the driveway, correct?
That's correct. Yep.
And again, if you could, you're driving. Who else is in the car, and where are they in the car?
I'm in the driver's seat. My wife is in the passenger seat,
Oh,
and
Lally.
Julie and Sarah are in the seats
Here.
directly behind us.
Do you recall who was seated where?
I don't recall who was in what seat.
And you back out of the driveway, and then you go. Do you recall where you were going or who you were dropping off first?
Yes, I back out of the driveway and proceed heading up towards Chapman Street.
And so with the passenger side of the wife's vehicle, would that be facing closest to 34 Fairview at the time that you're driving away
Yes,
from it?
he did.
Yes, that's correct.
And your testimony as far as the storm picking up a little bit, do you recall anything did you have to clear off the car, windshield wipers on, or anything like that in reference to the weather?
Yes, I brushed the car off. I had to wipe the car off with my hand and clean off the windows before I pulled out of the driveway. And then obviously setting the windshield wipers as I was driving away.
Now, that area over where the secondary position that you observed that dark SUV in over by the flagpole, do you recall any sort of like street lighting or anything, ambient overhead lighting in that area?
I don't recall it, no.
As you're driving away from the house, do you recall whether or not was there any conversation or music playing or anything like that in the car as you're driving away?
Yeah, it was chitter chatter. You know, my wife was turned towards me, like turned in, talking to the girls behind me. I know at one point somebody was joking about, I don't know, peanut butter and jelly sandwich or something. Something about bread. I forget what it was. And then I drove up the street.
And as you were driving up the street and away from the residence of Fairview, what, if anything, did you observe abnormal on the side of the road? Were you looking at the side of the road?
I was not. I was focusing on the snow coming down, the windshield wipers, and driving up the street.
And fair to say
Sorry,
you didn't see
Sarah.
anything in the yard or
It's
anything?
not my birthday
That's correct.
yet, okay?
So you drove each of the two young ladies home, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
You know about what time it was that you got home yourself?
I got home, give or take, somewhere between after 2:10, 2:15-ish. I don't know the exact time, but somewhere in that vicinity.
And when you got home, each of your four daughters, including Allie, were they all home at that point?
The kids were home, correct.
And when you arrived in the house, you and your wife, where did you?
Well, first went in the kitchen. When we walked in, my wife proceeded upstairs before I did. I was in the kitchen for a few minutes and then went upstairs and went to bed.
And did your wife go to bed around the same time?
Yes, she might have already been laying in bed before I physically got in the bed, but yes.
And as far as when you fell asleep, was your wife still awake, or had she already fallen asleep?
She was still awake. We were both awake. She actually wanted to watch a show, which I had no desire to watch, and said I was going to bed. We talked a little bit about my younger daughter, about she was trying out for a basketball team, so we talked a little bit about that, and then that was it. I went to bed.
Turning your attention to the morning of the 29th. I'm sorry, yes, the morning of the 29th. You woke up at some point, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what, if anything, do you recall? So what
It's
woke you
okay,
up?
Maylin.
I woke up to screams in my bedroom.
Whenever you're here,
I mean,
you can make it tomorrow.
Okay.
Great. If not, we'll see you the next time.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
My birthday, I'm just
Where,
teasing. I mean, the older you get,
You left off
birthdays
yesterday.
don't
You were
really
gone to
mean
bed on
much.
the 28th, correct?
Hanging out,
Yes, that's correct. Friday.
streaming the
And at some
trial,
point you woke
talking to
up
my
on the,
cat
later in the morning. on the
is all I
28th,
need.
correct?
Yes, Saturday morning.
And do you recall, sir, what woke you on that morning?
Yes, I do.
What was that, sir?
I awoke to the screaming of Jen, Jen, Jen. So when I woke up, I thought there was somebody in my bedroom. I kind of snapped up out of bed. What the hell's going
I
on?
just want
Looking
Baker
around the
to go
room,
live so that he
realized my
can
wife was
sing
actually
me
on the
happy
phone.
birthday. That's all I wanted.
And the screaming that you heard, how loud was that, sir?
It was loud enough to wake me up from a dead sleep. I could hear it. It was loud. Obviously, I was laying in bed and realizing after my wife was laying right next to me on the phone. But it was a loud Jen, Jen, Jen. It was repetitive.
And do you know approximately what time that was?
Jen!
Yeah, shortly before 5 a.m.
Jen!
And did you recognize the voice that you heard scream?
I did not recognize the voice.
And as far as that phone conversation went on for, well, let me ask you this first. As far
That's
as
for
that
sure,
phone
Sarah.
conversation was concerned, could you hear both sides of that?
We are very happy
Yes, I could.
you are not a
Based on the
koala.
volume of the person speaking on the other end, correct?
Correct.
And eventually, were you able to
And
recognize or identify?
Everyone
the voice on
knows
the
what
other
that
end
means.
of your wife's
We have
phone?
no problems with Australians.
Yes, I
We
asked
have
my
problems
wife,
with-
what the hell is
Oh.
going after I woke up and popped up, looking around the room to find out who's in my bedroom, assuming it was a kid, one of my kids screaming. I asked my wife, what is going on? And I could hear her saying, I'm on the phone with Karen. She can't find John.
And from the course of that conversation continued while you were in your bedroom, is that correct?
Yeah, that conversation continued for a couple minutes. I could hear the dialogue. And then again, right back to Jen, 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 the repeating of my wife's name again.
Oh, God.
As far as the dialogue was concerned, specifically from the defendant, Ms. Reed's perspective, what, if anything, do you recall about that?
She didn't know where John was, and the last time she saw him was at the waterfall.
And about how long did that initial phone call or that initial conversation between your wife and the defendant go on for?
From when I woke up, minute and a half, 2 minutes, I don't know the exact time.
And after,
Give or take.
You recall how that conversation ended? Did your wife hang up? Or
Yes, they hung up the phone. I was laying in the bed. My wife was next to me. And I think my wife immediately called somebody else, was calling friends that lived near the waterfall that happened to be out that evening. And she started making those phone calls.
And as your wife was making those phone calls, what, if anything, did you say to her? Objection.
What, if anything, did he say to her?
Yes.
No, I'm not going to let you testify to that. Next question.
With respect to the defendant's statement the last time she saw the Mr. O'Keefe.
Yeah,
at the
poor
waterfall,
Chloe.
What, if anything, occurred to you in reference to that?
In reference to her saying she last saw him at the waterfall, I then told my wife, what are you talking about?
So I'll not what you said, sir, but I think Mr. Lally asked you what you thought. What did you gather from that?
I thought she was crazy
And why was that?
because I saw her vehicle. I saw the black SUV arrive to the 34 Fairview that morning.
You had overheard the conversation from Mr. O'Keefe to your wife the night previous, correct?
That's correct.
And so what happened then?
I told my wife, what are you talking about? Who she was at.
It's not what you said to your wife.
All right, sorry.
It's hard. Ask the question, Mr. Lally, so that he can answer it properly.
So your wife made some phone calls in your presence, correct?
Yes, she did.
And following those phone conversations, what, if any, other conversations did she have with the defendant at that time?
There were multiple calls. I don't recall what calls were made, what time, but the next call, we were informing the defendant that, wait, we saw your car. We saw you come to 34 Fairview. You guys were there. And I heard the response of, I don't remember. I don't remember going there.
And What, if any, other conversation do you recall in those subsequent phone conversations that you overheard from them?
At some moment, as I said, my wife had made a couple phone calls. In one of the calls with Karen Reed, she blurted that she broke her taillight, cracked her taillight, something to that effect, while we were, while Jen and I were still in the bedroom and she was on the phone.
And as your wife, when you were in the bedroom and your wife was on the phone, what, if anything, were the two of you doing?
After my wife had made a few calls, we were completely confused on where the hell John was. The thought process in our head at that moment was we knew that John had mentioned that he was potentially going to be meeting up with another person. So we called that individual, my wife called that individual to see if by chance, again, confused, left at the waterfall. We saw them at the house. Did John not go with her? Did what happened? Did he get out of the car? Did he go somewhere else? So we proceeded to call a couple other people that we thought he possibly might have met up with, well, another individual.
From those other phone calls that you observed your wife making at any point in time, other than her conversations with the defendant, did you observe her to have any conversation with anybody?
You're asking if my wife did?
What I'm asking is not to any content or anything like that. Your wife made phone calls, correct?
That is correct.
And when she made those phone calls, did you observe her conversing with anybody on the phone?
No, she did not speak to anybody. Nobody answered any of our calls.
And at some point, did you yourself reach out to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
And how did you do that?
I know I texted him, and I think I called him as well. Pretty much, where the hell are you? I think it was when Karen Reed and my wife were leaving my house. I think I responded, where the hell are you? Now Karen and Jen are out looking for you.
More.
And
You did that for 2 to 3 years straight?
I did not.
And with regard to those
Wow.
things, you had Mr. O'Keefe programmed into your phone, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And you would have prior conversations with him via text message and phone using that number that you had programmed into your phone.
Yes.
So no response to the text as far as the phone call that you placed with Mr. O'Keefe. Did you answer? Did you speak with him at all?
I did not speak to Mr. O'Keefe.
Now, at some point, do you and your wife proceed downstairs?
My wife proceeded downstairs. I remained in the bedroom.
And what is the next thing that you remember occurring now?
While I was getting dressed, I put my jeans on. My wife went downstairs. She was going to make a coffee. My wife and I were proceeding to leave. We were going to leave our house and make a drive to the house of the gentleman that my wife was calling that we possibly thought John could have met up with. And within that moment, again, I don't know the exact time, I then heard yelling out in my front yard.
And when you heard the yelling in your front yard,
I realized it was Karen Reed, and I told my wife to please tell her to shut up. She's going to wake up the whole neighborhood.
Wow, please tell her to shut up.
or when is this in relation?
How nice
to
are
that
you?
Phone call when you sort of shoot up out there.
At least a half hour, give or take. Again, I don't know the exact time.
Now, at any point after you hear the yelling out front, you hear the defendant yelling out front. What was she yelling about?
She again repeated, Jen. She for some reason kept repeating my wife's name. I don't know if she got all the way to my doorway or my wife walked out, but my wife had said, I was actually relieved because I was like, not thinking what happened to John. I was just thinking he was on somebody's couch. So I was like, good, I'm not going to look for him, thinking my wife was going to go. My wife said she's going to go with Karen to go find John.
And at any point in time that morning when the defendant arrived at the house, did you actually go outside or look outside? Or?
I did not go outside. I did look out the blinds of my bedroom window, which is the closest to the driveway.
What, if anything, did you see when you looked out the blinds?
Saw Karen's car in my driveway.
Did you see the defendant Ms. Reed anywhere outside as well?
I don't recall physically seeing her. I saw the vehicle. I don't recall seeing her directly, making any physical contact as far as seeing her.
What, if any, concerns did you have in reference to your wife going out with Ms. Reed at that particular time?
I had mentioned to my wife before she was leaving the house that
No, I'll allow this.
That-
What were your concerns?
my concerns were she was going to be driving with Miss Reed in their vehicle, in Miss Reed's vehicle, and my concerns were that she had a broken taillight. What I thought by a broken taillight was that her taillight was out, meaning there was no light. And I didn't think it was a bright idea to be driving around with no physical light on the taillight.
Particularly given the weather, is that fair to say?
Because of the weather, correct.
And so your wife then leaves with Ms. Reed, is that correct?
That is correct.
You know, did you happen to see like who got in where as far as the car, who was driving when they left?
I did not see that, no.
Now, was that within the same time frame that you were describing before, about a half hour after you hear the initial call?
Yes, from Miss Reed arriving at my house was, yes, half hour or so after the initial call, and it wasn't long after before they proceeded to leave.
Now, at this time that you're looking out
We have a great dinner.
from the blinds, and you see the defendant's car and the defendant outside. Was it light out? Was it dark out? What are we talking about?
It was dark out.
And so they leave and you're home with the porch open, correct?
That is correct.
And when was the next time that you spoke to your wife?
The next time I spoke to my wife was an hour later. I received a phone call from her. I don't know the exact time, but I'm gonna say about an hour or so.
And without reference to much of the content of that, all I'm really asking for is what, if any, indication did she give you as to where she was?
She indicated they found John and
Now that's fucked up,
Fairview.
Sarah. Like,
And upon receiving that information, where did you go?
he obviously has
I
no
proceeded to
empathy
finish
for
getting
other
dressed
people.
and drove over to Fairview.
And when you got to Fairview, what, if anything, did you see when you arrived?
When I got to Fairview, I had come down through the Chapman Street entrance. And as I proceeded down the hill towards the Albert residence, I noticed all the first responders, fire engine, et cetera, police cars. And I realized I was not going to be able to get to the Albert residence because it was all blocking the street. So I backtracked, turned around, went back up Fairview to the top to Chapman, took a left down Spring Lane, which is a parallel street to Fairview, and came down Spring Lane to Cedar Crest onto Fairview so I could get to the Albert household.
Now, during your drive from your home over to Fairview and doing all that sort of turning around and coming back around the other way to Cedar Crest, what were the roads like?
It was snowing, careful driving.
And the snowing that you observed that morning when you drove from your house to Fairview, what was that like in relation to the snowing that you observed when you were driving home from Fairview hours before?
Much thicker snow, much more snow on the ground, much more snow to wipe off my car. And again, I had to drive slow.
Now, when you come around to sort of the other side, as far as the first responders, you mentioned police cruisers and a fire truck, is that right?
Yeah, there might have been an ambulance there as well, but yes.
Do you recall specifically seeing an ambulance?
I do recall seeing an ambulance. I don't know if I saw it when I came down or if I saw it when I eventually parked the car, but I do recall seeing an ambulance.
And when you parked the car, where did you go?
I proceeded onto Fairview and I parked the car along the side of the road because there was another vehicle in front of me. I believe the other vehicle might have been blocking the driveway, but there was another vehicle right on the side of the road as well.
Now, in addition to the other vehicles, as far as cruisers, fire truck, or whatever from first responders, what, if any, other vehicles, or who, if anyone else, did you see outside of the house?
It ended up being Kerry Roberts' vehicle was parked as I was at the driveway. Ford Explorer, I think it was.
And again, without any reference to the content of the conversation, did you have any conversation with Ms. Roberts at that time?
Yes, I did.
Did you know Ms. Roberts at that time?
I knew who she was. Didn't really have a relationship with her, but I knew who she was.
And how did you know who she was?
Friends through the town. She did live in the Ponkapog neighborhood, though I believe she moved in and we moved out shortly after. I don't know the actual time period. Her kids were a couple of years younger. One was 1 year younger than my child, so I knew who her child was through being the grade beneath my youngest child through soccer.
And just to be clear, when you talk about the Ponkapog neighborhood, that's where you used to live on Sutcliffe. So he used to live in the house that was the Furbush's house.
Yes, that's correct.
So then, after your conversation with Ms. Roberts, about how long was that conversation?
Oh, that was a brief conversation. She informed me that she was going to pick up the, She informed me Karen was going, she was dropping Karen off back at the house. She was going to the hospital and she was going to pick up John's parents in Braintree. I told her I would come with her to pick up the parents. Like I said, the road conditions were pretty bad. And, just for safety reasons, I thought I would go with her, help her go pick up the parents. She informed me that Jen was in the house. Jen is waiting to be interviewed by the police.
So where did you go from there?
I then proceeded to the front door of 34 Fairview.
And when you got inside, if anyone was inside when you got?
When I got to the front door, it was my wife, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Officer Lank.
And when you came in, can you describe, starting with your wife, Jennifer McCabe, can you describe her demeanor when you first came into the house?
Shocked. Just face was drawn, just kind of in awe. All three of them were just looking like, with a drawn face of, I'm walking and going, what the hell is going on?
And just to be clear, by all three of them, you mean your wife, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert?
Correct.
And just turning back briefly to the phone conversation that you had from your wife, which led you to come over to Fairview, how would you describe her demeanor on that phone call?
Matt, we found John at Fairview. It was a quick conversation. I didn't get any details.
Now,
See how
some
quickly
point,
you can have a conversation? Those
while
7
you were at the house,
seconds
did
and
you speak
22
to, you
seconds.
mentioned Officer Lank was there, is that correct?
That's correct.
If there was any other officers in the house at that time or any later time?
At that moment, it was just Officer Lank. At that moment, other officers came in the house a little later, but at that moment, it was just Officer Lank.
And at some point while you were at the house, did you have any conversation, or what if any conversation did you have with Officer Lank or any other officer?
Yes, Officer Lank asked me to step outside, and we spoke briefly. He asked me about if I knew what happened to John. Obviously, I told him no, I had no idea. I'm just finding out right now. He asked me when I last saw John. I told him I saw him at the waterfall. We saw him at the bar. We haven't seen him. I believe, again, heat of the moment, I believe I said we saw his vehicle out front, but we never saw John.
Now, at the house on Fairview, about how long were you there that morning?
I'm going to say give it at least 4 hours.
From the time that you got there?
From the time I got there, yes.
And where did you go from there?
When I left Fairview, I went back to my house on Jen and I's house, home.
And your children were still there, is that correct?
My children were all there, correct.
And at some point after you arrived home, who, if anyone else, as far as police officers or anybody like that, came to your home that day?
Two Mass State police officers came to my house.
And did you speak with those officers?
Yes, I did.
Troopers from the state police, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And as far as the troopers that you spoke to, do you recall what their names were?
Yes, Trooper Michael Proctor and Trooper Yuri Buchanan. If I said it right.
Right. Closer. Now, on that date of January 29, 2022, had you met either Trooper Proctor or Trooper Buchanan before?
I had never met them.
And where did they speak with you in the house?
Well, they first came in the house and informed me they were going to interview my wife and asked me to leave the room. I went up to my bedroom.
And at some point, did they interview you as well?
Yes, they did.
And where was your wife when they interviewed you?
I'm assuming, I think she wasn't in the room with me. I think she went upstairs. As I said, my kids were home. I don't know if she went in the kids' bedroom to kind of wake them up. And I don't know what
She
she
was in
was.
the room when they interviewed you, correct?
No, she was not.
And
She went in the kids' bedroom.
you as well?
Yes, they did. I went up to my bedroom.
Okay,
at some
he
point-
just said he went up to his bedroom, right? Okay, hold on. While he was in, they were interviewing
Did they interview you?
Jen.
And asked me to leave the room. I went up to my bedroom.
And
Okay.
at some point, did they interview you as well?
Yes, they did.
And where was your wife when they interviewed you?
Okay.
I'm assuming, I think she wasn't in the room with me. I think she went upstairs.
Sorry, my bad. I thought he asked him when I thought he asked him where he went. He said he went up to the bedroom and then asked where they interviewed Jen. And I thought his answer was, oh, she went up to the bedroom. Like, wait a minute. But he asked him where God, Lally. Ugh.
As I said, my kids were home. I don't know if she went in the kids' bedroom to kind of wake them up. And I don't know what she
in
was
the
doing.
room when they interviewed you, correct?
No, she was not.
And in addition to the troopers came over to your house, did your brother-in-law, Brian Albert, did he come over at any point in time around this?
Yes, he did.
And if you know, did he speak with those troopers as well?
Yes, he did.
And where were you and your wife when the two troopers were speaking to Mr. Albert?
I was still upstairs in the bedroom.
Your wife, where was she?
She might have come up and seen me, but I think she might have went in the girls' bedroom. I don't recall if we were standing in the same room. I think she might have went in my daughter's bedroom again, my kids were starting to, I don't know the exact time, 12 o'clock, give or take. So time to wake up.
So the troopers, when they were speaking to Brian Albert Sr., they were in the downstairs area of the home,
Yes, they were.
and both you and your wife were upstairs?
Yes, that's my recollection.
Now, turn your attention to a couple days later, did you speak with any other troopers?
I did. I only remember the first name of one of them. It was a man and a woman. I just remember Connor something. I don't know their names.
And where did that conversation go?
I was in my first floor dining room table.
And do you know if those same two troopers that came on subsequent days spoke with the wife as well?
Sarah,
Yes, they did.
Mortal Kombat.
Sort of same arrangement as far as where you were and where she was at the time that you spoke with those two troopers?
Yes, that's correct.
Just briefly, sir. So, describing your wife's demeanor, you described her as sort of being in shock. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Have you seen your wife display that kind of demeanor before, or have you seen your wife in sort of crisis mode over the course of your relationship and your marriage?
I've seen her in crisis mode. I would call it crisis mode as well in the past.
And sort of typically, how would you describe how she handles situations like that, or what her demeanor is in those types of situations?
She is very calm, very calm.
And when, just so it's clear for the jury, so when you're talking about sort of prior incidents in regards to sort of crisis modes, what types of scenarios, what types of incidents are we talking about?
Well,
Previous deaths of my parents, my brother. She's the one that can get in the room, sit, relax, hold their hand, make them feel comfortable. She's much more. I can't do that. She's much more. So she's done that with my family, and she's also done that with our neighbor.
Nothing further. Thank you, sir.
yeah, because she's
Right, 10
manipulative
minutes.
as all hell. All right, cross-examination.
Good morning, Mr. McCabe.
Good morning.
I'd like to start by discussing January 22nd, the week prior to January
Yay.
29th. Do you remember that
Spaghetti,
Saturday?
full of spaghetti,
Yes, I do.
full of spaghetti.
You had been at one of your daughter's hockey games that day?
If it's the Saturday before, we're saying?
Yes.
Yes, I was.
And you wound up going to the hillside in Canton, correct?
That is correct.
You went with your wife, Jennifer McCabe?
Yes.
When you got there, you saw Karen Reed and John O'Keefe there together.
I don't
correct?
either, Barbara.
I was there previous to them, but yes,
Okay.
I saw them there. Yes.
I-
Eventually, I saw them there.
I should have phrased the question that ultimately you ran into John and Karen together, correct?
Yes, I did.
And when you came in contact with them, you and your wife and Brian Albert and his wife, Nicole, who's your sister-in-law, hung out with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes, there was a big group of people hanging out together. Correct.
There were other people in addition to the ones that I've just named?
Yes, there were.
So you were with John and Karen for maybe around an hour or so that night of January 22nd?
I'd say, I don't know exactly what time they arrived, but yes, I'd say they were there for at least an hour.
And during that hour span of time, they appeared to be enjoying each other's company?
Yes,
And the two of them had arrived together, correct?
they walked in together. Yes.
And there were no problems that night that you could see between John and Karen, correct?
Yes, I did not see any problems.
Now, moving on to the waterfall on January 29th. I am not going to go through with you who arrived when and who left when and where people sat at which table. We're going to skip all that. And I'd like to streamline the questioning if I can. And I just want to talk to you about 2 or 3 areas. You would agree that at the waterfall, the mood among the people who were there was festive, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Everybody appeared to be happy and enjoying themselves, correct?
Everybody was enjoying each other's company. Correct.
Specifically with regard to John O'Keefe and Karen Reed, they appeared to be quite happy that Kaylee had been accepted into Bishop Fien, correct?
John, I recall talking to John about it, and he was happy that Kaylee was at Bishop Fien. I do not recall speaking to Karen about Bishop Fien, but definitely John was happy about Kaylee being in Bishop Fien.
All right. You have previously testified that they were both excited about that, have you not?
If I did, I did. I just know that John mentioned that he was out because he was excited about Kaylee being at Bishop Fien. If I looped them both in, then they both were happy. I don't remember what I said when I said it. I didn't put it this way. I didn't see her. She wasn't happy about it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, I'm just going by your words, sir. As far as you could see, they were both excited about her acceptance, correct?
Yes, yes.
And they had just found out the previous day or so, correct?
I don't recall what day they found out, but I know that John mentioned he had went out for some beers. He was excited because Kaylee got into Bishop Fian, and he mentioned he was out with another one of his friends whose daughter also got into Bishop Fian.
Right. And it appeared to be new news, correct?
Oh, yes. It was news they were waiting on, yes.
Right. You hadn't heard it before. This was the first that you heard it, correct?
I don't know if I heard it, if a kid had already leaked it the day before or that day, but first I heard it from John.
All right. But it was clear to you that it was really important to John O'Keefe that Kaylee get into Bishop Fian and go there, correct?
They applied. He was excited for her to go there.
And it was clear that he believed it was an achievement for her, correct?
Yes.
And you could glean also that John O'Keefe felt like it was an achievement for him as well, correct?
Jackson, Your Honor.
Did you glean that from him?
He was happy that she got in. I don't know what he felt it was his achievement. He was happy for Kaylee.
Of course. And he was doing right by his sister's daughter, correct?
I don't know what that means. I can go to any school and do right.
All right. In any case, everything seemed good that night.
Everything was good.
There were no arguments.
There were no arguments that I saw.
John was drinking beer.
In my recollection, yes.
And you had previously testified that you saw Karen was drinking some type of clear liquid that you assumed was some type of vodka, correct?
That is correct.
But you didn't think that they were drinking much, correct?
At the waterfall? No, they were only there for an hour. So
right. And they got there around 11, correct?
Give or take, yep, 11-ish.
And that bar is pretty strict about last call, correct?
That is correct.
And you spoke with both of them during the course of the night, correct?
Yes.
Neither John nor Karen was intoxicated in your view, correct?
Jackson.
Can you answer that?
They were drinking. I don't know what the guideline of intoxication is, but they were drinking.
Do you recall testifying before the grand jury regarding this matter on April 26th of 2022?
If you have that, then I don't recall that question specific, but yes.
Right. Well, I didn't ask about the questions. I just asked if you recall testifying before the grand jury on that date.
I don't remember the date. I recall testifying before the grand jury.
Oh. If I suggested to you that it was April 26th of 2022, would you quarrel with that?
Did you say would I quarrel?
Yeah.
No, it was definitely around that time.
Okay. And at that grand jury presentation, Mr. Lally was there, correct?
Yes.
None of the defense team was there, correct?
No.
Karen Reed was not there, correct?
No.
And there was no judge there, correct?
No.
And April 26th was approximately 3 months after January 29th of 2022?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that your memory about whether or not John and or Karen was intoxicated would have been better on April 26th of 2022 than it would be today?
May we approach, Your Honor?
All right, I'll see you in a second. Jerry, feel free to stand up.
Jesus.
Yes.
No, what, Lally?
I had just asked you if your memory of your observations of Karen Reed and John O'Keefe from January 29th would have been better on April 26th of 2022 than it would be today.
Yes, I think that's fair to say.
And that's because your memory doesn't get better over time, correct?
I don't know. I would say it's fair to say, yes, my memory would be better that day.
And on that day, you were asked by Mr. Lally, quote, did either of them, strike that. I'm going to go back to the previous sentence just to put it in context.
Yes.
The previous sentence was from Mr. Lally, obviously you've had social occasions with Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed before, correct? And your answer was, oh, yes, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to let that one go.
My answer is yes. I had previous. I don't know if I said, oh, yes, but my answer was yes. Of course, I had previous relationships with them.
I'm sorry, I cut you off, sir.
I'm saying, of course, I had previous relationships with them.
And the question that I wanted to direct you to, just to put it in context, was did either of them, speaking about John and Karen, on this particular evening seem sort of overly intoxicated to you? Do you recall that question?
I don't recall the specific question, but that's the question.
And your answer was no to that?
Yes, if that's my answer, then it was no.
In terms of whether you can confirm that that was the question and answer, if I showed you the transcript, would that refresh your memory?
Yes, of course it would.
This is 2103, lines 13 to 15 for counsel. And I didn't ask permission, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Did either of them? Thank you.
having reviewed that transcript, did I get the question and answer correct?
Yes, you did.
Okay, just a couple more things about the waterfall. I wanted to ask you about Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, sir.
Yes.
They were both there that night while you were there, correct?
Yes, they both were there.
And they are both pretty big guys, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Yes, they're good sized guys.
Did you see Brian Albert and Brian Higgins practicing fighting at the waterfall?
Practicing fighting?
Right. Did you see them kind of square up in a fighting stance to each other?
I recall them grabbing each other. I don't recall them squaring up like they were fighting each other. No, they were playing a little grab ass with each other. I did see them grab each other. I don't recall a physical, hey, let's go duke it out. I do not recall that.
Okay, so are you saying, taking you literally, that they grabbed each other's asses? Is that it?
No, I'm saying grab ass. It's a figure of speech.
Okay, but what they didn't grab each other. They were in a fighting stance, weren't they? Didn't they crouch down low with each other?
I'm telling you, I don't recall seeing them crouching in a fighting stance. I recall someone grabbing somebody. I don't remember who grabbed who. I just recall like a bear hug or something. I thought I recall them doing a bear hug.
All right, so you recall them, one of them getting behind the other one and kind of restraining them or grabbing them?
I think there was a bear hug, yeah. That's what's in my memory.
And you would agree with me that after closing time, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were two of the people who went back to 34 Fairview Road, the Albert home, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
But before everyone left, before you left, it was announced around the table that everyone was welcome back at Brian Albert and Nicole Albert's house, correct?
Yes.
Karen Reed and John O'Keefe were both there when that invitation was announced, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that it was expected that Karen Reed and John O'Keefe would go to the Albert home that night, correct?
If they wanted to come, they were welcome, yes.
And that plan would have been for them to go inside the Albert home, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall what time you left the waterfall?
I left the waterfall after midnight, give or take 12:10, 12:15-ish. I don't know the exact specific time. Well, a little before 12:15, but definitely 12:10-ish, 12:15-ish in there.
And you were one of the last to leave the waterfall?
Yes, as I mentioned, Nick Kolakis and I walked out together from the waterfall.
Your wife, Jennifer McCabe, had walked out of the bar physically before you did, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you actually met her in the parking lot?
She was already in the vehicle in the parking lot, correct?
And then you got into the car to drive to the Albert's home, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So I'm going to ask you about the ride back to the Albert's home in a bit, but right now I want to skip to when you got there, okay?
Okay.
When you first got there, your wife parked your vehicle in the driveway, correct?
Yes.
Which side of the driveway did you park your vehicle in?
As I mentioned yesterday, I don't recall if it was immediately on the left, meaning the left towards the lawn, or if she was in the next spot over. She pulled in. I don't remember exactly if it was here or one spot over, but she pulled
in the driveway at that time.
At least two. I don't recall if there was more than two.
So if there was at least two, those two would have been parked abutting the garage area. In other words, would they be? Let me rephrase. So there are two lanes in that driveway, correct?
My recollection is two lanes, but there is more space. I know when we go over and we've gone over, there's more space to kind of park three cars
right?
To the right, correct.
Okay.
But we weren't to the right. We were either left or middle.
You were behind one vehicle, whichever lane you were in, or were you pulled right up to one of the garage entrances?
I don't recall if we pulled all the way in or not, but I don't remember.
So there were at least two vehicles in the driveway before you got there, correct?
In the driveway?
Yes.
Yes, there were cars in the driveway.
And when you parked in the driveway, fair to say that there was no black SUV at the Albert's home?
Are you referencing Karen's SUV? I don't know what color the Albert's cars were.
Oh, okay.
Are you referencing their SUV?
Put it this way. Yes, I'm referencing Karen's SUV.
That was not at the home.
And that was not in the driveway, correct?
Karen's SUV was not in the driveway.
And it was not adjacent to the property or on the street anywhere that you could see?
Correct. It was not there.
All right, but you say that there was a Jeep in the street at that time, correct?
There was a Jeep parked in front of the end of the driveway in front of the mailbox.
And that Jeep belonged to Brian Higgins?
I found out it belonged to Brian Higgins. I didn't know it was his Jeep when I arrived.
And it had a plow on the front of it?
Yes, it did.
It was parked adjacent to the Albert's property on Fairview, facing up the hill toward Chapman Street, correct?
Yes.
And at the time that you arrived, that was the only vehicle that was parked on Fairview Street adjacent to the Albert property, correct?
Yes.
And your testimony is that that Jeep remained parked in front of the Albert house, just to the left of the driveway as you face the house, until Brian Higgins finally left and drove it away at the end of the night, correct?
That's my recollection, was his Jeep was out in front of the mailbox.
With the court's permission, could we display Exhibit 66?
Okay.
So, Ms. McCabe, I'm highlighting with a spotlight the front of the Albert's home. When I get to the point where the Jeep was parked, can you stop me? And you can adjust it right or left if I go too far.
Objection, Your Honor.
Can we have him use the laser pointer first and then?
Sure. Hope you're better than I am.
No,
May I, Coach?
I was hoping I didn't have to
Oh,
do
you have the other
this.
laser pointer.
I don't have one.
That's fine.
Jeannie, I just got your message. I sent you a message back on Discord.
Jeep
You're
was
a
right there.
sweetheart. You're such a sweetie.
From the edge of the driveway, right there. I believe it was a
Just sent
two-door
me
Jeep.
messages too. Wow. Okay, you got my meme, Sarah.
No, where the mailbox is, the Jeep was right there. It was not blocking the driveway.
Sure.
The mailbox that's spotlighted there, would that have been where the back of the Jeep was?
Yeah, the back would have been right in the vicinity of the edge of the driveway in the mailbox.
I see, so it wasn't blocking the driveway at all.
Barbara.
No.
And
No,
it was facing
that
the left
song
as
stuck
you
in my head.
66, correct?
Facing, heading to the left of the house. correct.
Jeannie, I just saw Sarah or Barbara's comment first. Now I saw yours.
And as you testified, that Jeep was there the whole night. Brian Higgins didn't go out to move it at any point, correct?
I never saw Brian Higgins go outside to move his Jeep.
About 5 minutes after you got to the Albert
Keeping the
home that
street
night,
and
you
the
saw
Chevy
a
in
black
the back.
SUV parked outside the home,
That's
correct?
hilarious.
Yes, again, I don't know the exact minutes, but give or take 4 or 5 minutes.
And when you saw that black SUV parked outside the Albert home, Higgins' Jeep was still there, correct?
Yes, to my recollection, the Jeep was still outside in front of the mailbox.
The black SUV was parked in front of Higgins' Jeep with the plow on the front, correct?
That's correct.
How far or close to that Jeep was the black SUV?
I don't recall the exact distance. Again, when I looked outside, I noticed my focus was on the black SUV, which looked outside would have been in front of the front door.
With regard to the distance between the Jeep and the black SUV, was it greater or smaller than the distance between you and me right now?
Oh, it'd be smaller.
Um,
If I'm the end, if you're the end of the Jeep and I'm the end of the
Let's say that I'm the
Lexus,
rear end of the black SUV and you're the front end of the Jeep.
yeah, I'd say you'd be a little closer to me.
With the court's permission, may I walk closer to the witness so that he could give an estimate?
Sure.
And you can just stop me, sir.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, when I looked outside, I was focused on the SUV. I wasn't focused on the Jeep or the truck. I don't know the exact distance. You could walk 3 more feet or 3 feet that way, but it was out in front of the house. That's all I can tell you.
You will agree with me that you've given conflicting information about where the black SUV was when you first saw it?
If you tell me I gave conflicting information, you can show it to me. I don't recall. I've always said the SUV was in front of the house.
Right. And when you said in front of the house, you meant that as you look out the front door of the Albert residence, which on Exhibit 66 would have been the door to the left, that's the classic front door?
The classic front door looking at the house on the main part of the Colonial.
Looking straight out from there, that's where the black SUV was positioned, correct?
In that vicinity, correct.
Right. It would have been sort of directly in front of you as you look out that front door, correct?
Like I said, in the vicinity of looking out the front door was the black
Oh,
SUV.
Jeannie, if
If it
you
was 3
can
feet
make
this way, or
those,
3
I
feet this
want
way, or 3
one.
feet that way, I don't know. It was just out in front of the house.
Right.
That would
And
be
that's
so
where it was when you
cool.
first spotted it, according to your testimony today, correct?
Yes,
But you spoke to Michael Proctor during the afternoon of January 29th, did you not?
yes, I did.
That was the very day that these events occurred, correct?
Yes, it was.
You would agree with me that your memory of where that black SUV was when you first spotted it on January 29th would have been better on that very day than it would be today, correct?
Possibly, yes.
It's almost 2.5 years later,
2.5 years that I've lived in my memory, yes.
but your memory does not get better over time, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
On January 29th of 2022, when you spoke to Michael Proctor, you told him that you saw a black SUV parked to the right of the residence as you look at the property from the street. Did you not?
I did not. Can you elaborate what you mean by to the right of the residence?
Well, I will just repeat the question. Did you tell Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022 that you observed a big dark SUV parked to the right of the house?
What right? Looking at the house to the right or looking at the house to the left? When you say right, I don't know what you mean by right.
Is your memory exhausted as to what you told Michael Proctor?
No, not at all.
So if your memory is not exhausted, would you agree with me that while you were at 34 Fairview, you told Michael Proctor that you observed a big dark SUV parked to the right of the house?
That could have been the second time I informed him of seeing the SUV.
Okay. If I suggested to you that that was the first time, according to what you told Michael Proctor, would you dispute that?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is your memory exhausted as to whether or not that was the first or second time, according to what you told Michael Proctor?
My memory is not exhausted.
Okay, so if your memory is not exhausted, do you deny telling Michael Proctor that you observed a big dark SUV parked to the right of the house?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
I don't know if I can answer it. I believe it's the second question.
All
I
right.
told him I saw an SUV
Wow,
and parked in
he's
front of the
getting
house.
very defensive,
Then I saw an
isn't he?
SUV move further up the road, which looking out of the house would be to the right of the house. So that would be when I saw the SUV to the right of the house, would be the second time I saw the SUV. I've always stated the SUV was in front of the house if looking out the front door.
Okay, so when you talked, so you deny telling Michael Proctor that when you first saw the SUV, by the way, sir, is this funny? I'm sorry.
This
you
is
were laughing.
not funny, sir. Not at all.
Holy
It's
shit.
been 2 years of misery.
Holy shit. Sorry. I've never seen. Look at his face. Look at his one eye is like, holy crap.
Well, you're smiling now. That's why I asked.
You keep repeating the same question.
Well, I'm trying to get an answer that you won't
He's such a doofus. Oh my
give me, sir.
God.
When you talk to Michael Proctor,
I gotta rewind this.
Of the
though. I'm
house.
done
And I
playing
saw an
with his
SUV
facial
move further up.
expressions.
Question.
All
I
right.
told him I saw an SUV and
a big dark SUV parked to the right of the house.
Objection.
Can you answer that?
I don't know if I can answer it. I believe it's the second question.
All
I
right.
told him I saw an SUV and parked in front of the house. Then I saw an SUV move further up the road, which looking out of the house would be to the right of the house. So that would be when I saw the SUV to the right of the house, would be the second time I saw the SUV. I've always stated the SUV was in front of the house if looking out the front door.
Okay, so when you talked, so you deny telling Michael Proctor that when you first saw the SUV, by the way, sir, is this funny? I'm sorry. you
This
were
is
laughing.
not funny, sir. Not at all. It's been 2 years of misery.
Look at his creepy face. He's got a creepy face. I'm sorry.
Well,
Okay.
you're smiling now. That's why I asked.
You keep repeating the same question.
Well, I'm trying to get an answer that you won't give me, sir. When you talked to Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022, when you first observed the big dark SUV, you said to him it was parked to the right of the house.
Objection.
This is the last time on that question. Is that right?
That is not right. The SUV, the first time was in front of the house, coming out the front door. The second time was it was to the right of the house.
All right.
You have to move on.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. So you did not say that, but you did say that you were making those observations from the front door, correct?
As I stated yesterday, I recall,
That's a yes or no question. I'm sorry.
Objection, Your Honor.
100%, Jeannie.
I can't. I said yesterday, it's either I looked out the window and I looked out the front door. I don't remember which order.
Well, you told Michael Proctor that the first time you looked out, it was out the front door. Did you not?
I don't recall what I told Michael Proctor on
Wait,
April.
you don't recall. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Page 2 of Proctor's report, counsel.
So next time, just show it to
Oh, of course,
Mr.
I'm sorry. May I approach?
Yes.
You had said that you don't remember what you told Michael Proctor. Did that report refresh your memory?
I'm not saying I don't remember what I told Michael Proctor.
Well, hold
I'm
on.
You
stating
just
what I
said
remember.
that. Oh my God. He just, so look at his freaking face. He just said that. Okay, we're going to prove this. Watch. He just said, I'm not saying I don't remember what I told Michael Proctor, but then 2 seconds ago, it was this.
On April.
You don't recall. May I not?
I don't recall what I told Michael Proctor on April.
You don't recall. May I?
I don't recall what I told Michael Proctor. Then he says this.
Approach, Your Honor? I'm sorry. You had said that you don't remember what you told Michael Proctor. Did that report refresh your memory?
I'm not saying I don't remember what I told Michael Proctor.
Well, hold on.
Literally. Seconds apart, he makes two conflicting statements. Does he not? Wow.
I'm stating what I remember.
Hold on a second, sir. You just told this jury that you don't remember what you told Michael Proctor. Those were your words.
Yes, at the point I'm reading, I don't remember the exact wording, but I know what I told Michael Proctor.
Right. And you told Michael Proctor that you observed a big dark SUV parked to the right of the house. Did you not?
At some point in the conversation, yes, I told Michael Proctor that a big dark SUV moved to the right of the house.
Moved to the right of the house? Is that what you just said?
All right, let me rephrase. At some point, there was a big dark SUV parked in front of the right of the house. I physically didn't see it move, so I need to rephrase. I can't say move.
But what I'm concentrating on now, sir, is not what your memory is today or what you testified to the jury today. I'm concentrating on what you told Michael Proctor that very day on January 29th, 2022. Okay? And you initially told him that it was parked to the right of the house, the big dark SUV, and that you made those observations from the front door. And then you stated you looked out the front window and observed the same big dark SUV had moved to the other side of the property.
So
Correct?
the objection sustained, you have to break that down, and I thought we moved on from this, Mr. Chairman.
No, we haven't gotten to the second part of the.
So bring the document, I'll see it side by side. One last question on this, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, with regard to Trooper Proctor's report that you have in front of you, right? It's I for identification.
Yes, I'm reading
You will agree with me that you reported your conversation as saying that the vehicle was first to the right and then moved to the other side of the property, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You testified before the grand jury regarding this issue on April 26th of 2022, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And you talked about the vehicle moving from point A to point B, correct?
Yes, at some point.
And you estimated that it was 15 to 20 feet or so that the SUV moved along the property line, correct?
Yes, again, I don't know the exact distance, but estimates.
And you, at that point in time, you were asked to clarify what you had meant when you said that the vehicle was first on the right side of the property. Do you recall that testimony?
I do not.
Do you recall that Mr. Lally asked you,
Jeannie, I just
to the
sent you a
right would have been
message.
toward
Can
the
you-
driveway
I just
side
wanted
of the property,
answer.
and you answered that's correct.
Hold on.
I don't remember the conversation. And again, to the right, looking at the house, or to the right, looking out of the house?
Well, that's what I'm talking about. To the right, looking at the house would be toward the driveway. Correct?
To the right, looking at the house would be toward the driveway, correct?
And that's your testimony where the vehicle started out, correct? And then moved toward the flagpole the second time?
The vehicle started in front of the house and moved towards the flagpole, correct? So looking out of the house, it moved towards the right.
Now, excuse me. You told Michael Proctor that initially it was parked closer to the driveway or the mailbox when you first saw it, correct?
Objection.
Objection sustained. We're moving off of this, Mr.
Okay, yes, sure. Wherever it was when you first saw it, where was the Jeep in relation to that black SUV when you first laid eyes on the black SUV?
Again, I was focused on the black SUV. My recollection, the Jeep was still in the same spot, which we had pointed out earlier on the exhibit.
Correct? In terms of where it was facing, the black SUV was behind, I'm sorry, the Jeep was behind the black SUV.
Jeep would have been behind the black SUV, correct?
And wherever it was along that property line, you would agree with me that before the black SUV arrived outside the Albert home, you didn't notice any tire tracks in the snow on the street in front of the house, correct?
Before, yes, that's correct,
Before the black SUV arrived.
correct.
And at all times that you saw the black SUV, first or second, it was always facing toward Chapman Street, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it was always facing in the same direction that you say that Higgins' Jeep was facing, correct?
Yes,
And that would mean that the passenger side of the black SUV was the closest side to the Albert home, correct?
yes,
And it was the closest side to you when you were first looking at it, correct?
yes.
And now your testimony today is you don't recall if the first time you looked at that black SUV, it was through the front door or if it was through a front window, correct?
Correct. I don't recall which one I looked out first. I know I looked out both of them at some point. I just don't recall which one was first.
Whichever one it was, when you first laid eyes on that black SUV, you did not see John O'Keefe in the passenger seat, correct?
That is correct.
How long a span of time was it between the first time you looked out and saw the black SUV and the second time?
Again, I don't have the exact time. I'm going to guess 3, 4, 5 minutes at most.
And what you did in between those 3, 4, 5 minutes was you went back to the table or near the table in the kitchen dining room area where everybody was congregated?
That's correct.
And you went back there to talk to people and socialize, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then you came back to the front of the house and either went to the front window or the front door, and that's when you noticed that the black SUV had moved to the other side of the property, correct?
Yes, at that moment, it had moved to the right of the property.
It had driven forward, correct?
I did not see it drive, but it had moved, yes.
It had moved
So it had to
forward.
get there somehow, yes.
All right. It was now closer to the flagpole than it was the first time, correct?
That is correct.
And the flagpole, as you look at the property, not from your vantage point looking out, but as you look at the property from the street, that would have been to the left, correct?
Yes,
And again, it was still facing toward Chapman Street.
yes.
In terms of how many times you saw the black SUV having moved outside the house, you would agree with me that you have contradicted yourself about how many times that it moved, correct?
No.
Yesterday and today, you testified that it had been in 3 different spots and then it was gone, correct?
Yes, three times I looked out and saw the SUV.
Right. And, again, in May of 2024, yesterday and today, all 3 times it moved, it was moving further or farther up Fairview toward Chapman Street, correct?
Yes,
And in fact, that you've testified now in May of 2024 that the 3rd time that you saw it, the black SUV was even past the fire hydrant, just about to the neighbor's property, correct?
yes.
But again, your memory of where it was the last time that you saw it, or how many times you saw it, I should say, would have been better on January 29th than today, correct?
Again, assumption, yes, I guess it should be.
And in fact, when you were talking to Michael Proctor, you had just observed the black SUV just hours before speaking to him, correct?
Yes.
Not 2.5 years before. Right?
Oh, yes.
And when you spoke to Michael Proctor, you told him that you only saw the black SUV in 2 different spots, correct?
That's what it says on this paper. My recollection is always been, I saw the black SUV in 3 different spots.
And you just called it a paper. It's a police report, correct?
Objection.
That's his name, Mr. Yannetti.
Now, since you talked to Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022, it's fair to say that you've had multiple conversations about this case with your family, correct?
Of course, I've talked about this case.
That includes in-person conversations, correct?
With my family?
Yes.
Yes,
As well as phone calls and texts?
yes,
You've also, since you talked to Michael Proctor, have had multiple conversations about this case with your in-laws, correct?
yes,
That also includes in-person conversations as well as phone calls and texts, correct?
that is correct.
And since you gave that statement to Michael Proctor, you've had multiple conversations specifically with Brian Albert, correct?
Yes, I've talked to Brian Albert.
That includes in-person phone calls and texts, correct?
That is correct.
Would you agree with me that in terms of the changes in your version of events from what you've testified during this trial to what is in Michael Proctor's report, you put the SUV farther down Fairview toward Chapman Street now, correct?
Objection.
Existing.
Your testimony during this trial puts the SUV past the fire hydrant, almost toward the neighbor's house, correct?
That is correct.
But however many times you saw that black SUV, you'd agree with me, you never observed any damage to the rear of that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Never saw any damage to the rear right taillight, correct?
Correct.
You'll also agree with me that every time you saw that black SUV, the vehicle had its headlights on, correct?
I was looking, as we talked about it moving up the property, I was looking at the back. I could see the back of the SUV. The assumption is the headlights were on, but I wasn't looking at the headlights.
All right, well, that would have meant that the area in front of the vehicle was lit up, correct?
Yes, but like I said, it was further up the road.
Now, sometime after that black SUV first arrived, you noticed that there were tire tracks, I should say, in a V shape on the street in front of the Albert home, correct?
That's correct.
And those tire tracks were from the curb in front of 34 Fairview toward the neighbor's property across the street and then back toward the curb, correct?
Yes, it came out, waved out to the across the street and came back in.
All right. And the pattern of those tire tracks that you observed were consistent with the vehicle making a 3-point turn, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
I don't know if the vehicle made a 3-point turn. It could be consistent with because it was a wavy pattern. I've never looked at a tire tracks after I've done a 3-point turn to determine what they actually look like, but in and back out.
There was nothing about those tire tracks that ruled out a 3-point turn to you, correct?
No.
All right. You didn't see those tire tracks again until the black SUV arrived at the home, correct?
Yes, I didn't see them previous to the black SUV.
And Higgins' Jeep was already there before the black SUV arrived, correct?
Yes,
So Higgins' Jeep was already parked and stationary when there were no tire tracks in that area, correct?
I didn't notice what, I parked my car, we parked in the driveway and I walked in the house, so I wasn't looking at the tire tracks. So,
You
but
didn't see-
Higgins' Jeep was already parked.
Right, right. You didn't see tire tracks at that point, is my point.
Yeah, well, I didn't see any.
And at the point that you saw those tire tracks, there were no other vehicles in the area along the Albert family property line on Fairview, other than Higgins' Jeep and the black SUV, correct?
That's my recollection, yes.
Okay, so now we're going to go back to where I had left off with regard to meeting your wife, Jennifer McCabe, in the car after leaving the waterfront. You recall that we sort of left off with you getting in the car and starting the drive home.
Yes.
Once you got inside the car, your wife ultimately called John O'Keefe along the ride home, correct?
John O'Keefe had texted my wife and my wife had called him. He was asking where to, we think he was asking for the where to with the address. So she called him to tell him.
And you knew that he was asking that because the Bluetooth of the car was connected to her phone, correct?
I believe the Bluetooth was on. Again, I could hear his conversation.
Yeah.
My assumption is the Bluetooth was on.
Right. You could hear both sides of the conversation, correct?
I could hear John as well, yes.
Yeah, your wife and John, correct?
Yes, I was sitting next to my wife. I could hear her.
And you heard John tell your wife that he was planning to go to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes,
He had told your wife in your presence that he and Karen would meet your wife and you there, correct?
he said we're on our way.
Right. And you knew, again, the plan was to go inside 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes, that was the plan.
You heard your wife tell John that 34 Fairview's off Chapman Street, correct?
Either I was also talking, so I don't know if my wife was repeating, but yes, we did say off of Chapman Street.
It could have been you, could have been your wife, but he was
Yes.
told it was off Chapman Street, right?
That's correct, yes.
And then your wife hung up with John, at least temporarily, but then John called back, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
He indicated he needed more specific directions to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes,
And then you heard your wife, or maybe you participated in the conversation, I won't rule that out, but between the two of you, you did give him more specific directions, correct?
yes, we did.
And either you or your wife, and you can correct me if you know if it's one or the other, but one of you told him to go down Chapman and take Fairview as if they were going to Bella's house, correct?
Yes, we had mentioned go down Chapman to Fairview, to, you know where Bella lives, drive past Bella's Street, the house will come up on your left.
Right, and I believe you previously explained that Bella was a friend of John's niece Kaylee and also your daughter Olivia, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So that was a good way to orient him as to where to go, correct?
Yes,
And once you did that, John O'Keefe never called back for any clarification, correct?
yes, not to my recollection.
All right, and with regard to your state of mind, based on that conversation and the instructions that either you or your wife or both of you gave John, you certainly assumed that John and Karen would be arriving at Fairview coming from the Chapman Street direction, correct?
That was my assumption. As I stated yesterday, there's multiple ways to go, but that was my assumption.
And it was an educated assumption based on the conversation that you had, correct?
Yes,
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Okay.
If I may hand the
thank you.
document. I have handed you something. If you could take a look and tell the jury whether you recognize what that depicts.
Yes, this is a map showing Cedar Crest Road intersecting with Fairview Road. On the opposite side shows Chapman Street intersecting with Fairview, as well as other streets in the, it's called the Cedar Crest neighborhood, in the Cedar Crest neighborhood.
And realizing that you don't have a compass or a ruler, does it appear to be generally to scale in terms of where the roads are?
Yes,
And it appears to be a fair and accurate depiction of the layouts of particularly Cedar Crest, Fairview, and Chapman Street?
yes.
Okay, I would offer that, Your Honor.
Is there any objection? Oh, thank you.
What is displayed on the screen, Mr. McCabe, does that appear to be what I just showed you in Exhibit 88?
Yes,
You see that there's a red bubble there. Does that have any meaning to you as you look at the map?
yes, it'd be the location of 34 Fairview.
Okay. And as we look at the map, Cedar Crest is up the top and Chapman is down the bottom.
That is correct.
With regard to the directions that you gave, or you or your wife gave John O'Keefe, if they were coming as you directed them on Chapman Street, would they be taking a right onto Fairview or a left?
If they went the way that we mentioned, they'd be taking a left.
Okay, so in terms of looking at this map, they'd be traveling on Chapman Street really from the left to the right as you look at Exhibit 88, correct?
Yes, left to right, correct.
And that would allow them to take a left down Fairview, heading toward Cedar Crest, correct?
That is correct.
And you would agree with me that that would put the driver's side closest to the Albert property if they just kept going straight all the way to Cedar Crest, correct?
Yes, the driver's side would have been closest to the property.
Okay, we can turn the lights back on. So you agree with me that your state of mind was that was the direction that they would go?
That's what I thought they would have, that's how I thought they would have come into the neighborhood, correct?
But you never saw the black SUV traveling in that direction or parked in that direction, correct?
That's correct.
That would mean that in order for the SUV to be facing in the other direction, one way would be for it to make a three-point turn, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
So we're saying if they came down from Chapman and then spun around and facing back up towards Chapman, is what you're asking? Yes, at some point she would have had to turn around.
Or do a three-point turn, correct?
She could do a three-point turn, or she could just loop around at Cedar Crest and come back up, either one.
Right. And a three-point turn would be consistent with what the V-shaped tire tracks that you saw when you looked out the front of Brian Albert's house, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
When you were interviewed by Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022, you had not spoken with Ryan Nagel, correct?
No.
So it's fair to say you did not know what, if anything, Ryan Nagel had seen in terms of how or what direction the black SUV arrived in, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
When you spoke to Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022, the phone conversation that your wife had with John O'Keefe that you were either participating in or listening to, that was regarding the directions. That was fresh in your mind on January 29th, correct?
Yeah.
Those directions had just been given to John, the night before or really hours before, correct?
Yes.
So on January 29th, when you're talking to Michael Proctor, believing that John had driven down Chapman Street, you were trying to square in your own mind how the vehicle wound up in the other direction when you looked out the house, correct?
Objection.
Were you?
Can you just repeat that again?
Yeah,
I think I heard you. I just want to make
It
sure.
wasn't a great question. I'll see if I can make it any better. You're talking with Michael Proctor on January 29th in the afternoon, correct?
Yes.
And he's asking you about the positioning of the black SUV, among other things, correct?
Yes.
And again, I'm just getting to your state of mind. Your state of mind was that you gave the direction, you or your wife gave the directions to John, and you're thinking he came down Chapman, but you never saw the vehicle in that direction. It was only in the other direction facing toward Chapman. Is that fair?
Yes.
And so you're naturally trying to square in your own mind, trying to make it make sense as to how that happened, correct?
Objection.
You can answer that. Were you trying to square that in your own mind?
I wasn't trying to, I don't know if I was trying to square it. I just knew that for some reason her vehicle was facing up Chapman. Are you asking?
I
I didn't know what she did. I just know her vehicle was facing up Chapman.
And to you, that was the significance of the V-shaped tire tracks when you're talking to Proctor, right?
Objection.
Was it?
If I recall, I said there was a V-shaped tire tracks, and I believe the question was, could it be consistent with a three-point turn? I said it could be. I didn't know if it was a three-point turn. It could be because it was weird tracks. Again, I did not see the vehicle. I don't know if she pulled in the driveway and turned. I don't know if she went to Cedar Crest and turned. I don't know if she did a three-point turn and turn. I have no idea.
All right, but just one last question on this three-point turn. You offered the V-shaped tire tracks as an explanation for what could have happened, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that one.
I had stated there was a V-shaped tire tracks. I didn't say it was a three-point turn.
All right, well, you'd agree with me in any case that if John and Karen entered from Cedar Crest and you saw them where you saw them, there'd be no need for a three-point turn, correct?
So you're saying if she didn't come from Chapman, she came from the other side, Cedar Crest, there would be no need for a three-point turn
Because
or any type of turn because she was already facing that way.
that's right. If she came from Cedar Crest, she's already in the very direction that you saw the black SUV when you looked out, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, your testimony during this trial is that you were looking straight out from the house to the street. And, again, I understand your qualification could have been 3 feet this way or 3 feet that way, but your memory is that the car was essentially right in front of you, give or take, the first time you saw it.
My memory is the car was right in front of the front door.
Yes, okay. And you were looking straight at it, correct?
As I had stated earlier, the first time I looked out, I don't recall if I was looking straight out from the front door or if I was peeking out through the window, but it was, my sight would have it lined up in front of the front door. So if I looked out from the front door, then it would have been, yes, straight in front of me.
And you would agree with me that when you were looking at the vehicle from wherever you were looking at it, you were looking straight over the front lawn, correct?
I would have been looking over the lawn, correct? Again,
And
I was focused on the
tire
vehicle.
tracks were
Hold on, Mr.
Sorry.
Netti.
I said I was focused on the vehicle. I was focused.
I didn't know that he was not done with his answer.
My fault.
We only can have one person speaking at a time. the court reporter can't be expected to have two different people at the same time. So please be cautious. The lawyer needs to be cautious. of that.
I will try, Your Honor. Did you get your full answer out, sir?
I did.
Oh my God, I
You would agree
can't
with me
with
that
the
the V-shaped
facial
tire tracks were
expressions
farther
on
away
him.
from you than the front
Jeez,
lawn?
Pete.
Yes, they were on the road.
He's such
And
an
if you were able
arrogant
to clearly
prick.
see those V-shaped tire tracks, you certainly were able to clearly see the Albert's front lawn, correct?
As I mentioned, I was looking over the lawn, but I'm assuming the lawn was somehow in my visibility. I wasn't focusing on the
You're
lawn.
assuming, oh
I'm
my
going to try that
God.
question again and see if I can get a yes or no answer. If you were able to clearly see the V-shaped tire tracks, you were certainly able to clearly see the Albert's front lawn, correct?
If I looked at it, it's a confusing question. As I said, I was focused on
It's not
the road.
confusing.
I wasn't looking
You
at
just
the
don't
lawn.
want
But
to
let me
answer
be
it.
clear. I'm not asking you if you looked at it. I asked if you were able to clearly see it.
I would be able to, yes.
There you go.
And when you looked out at that black SUV, you and saw the V-shaped tire tracks, you did not see a 6'2" man lying on the front lawn, correct?
No, I did not.
And at no point in time, whenever you looked at that black SUV, did you see John O'Keefe inside the vehicle, correct?
No, I did not see John in the vehicle.
At no point in time did you hear any yelling outside 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I did not.
At no point in time did you hear any scream of pain outside 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I didn't.
At no point in time did you ever hear any crash noises outside 34 Fairview.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No,
And last question on this point, at no point did you hear any noises at all outside 34 Fairview that attracted your attention?
no, there's music playing in the house, so I didn't hear anything.
Okay. Now, after being at the Albert home for a period of time early that morning, you left the home approximately 1:40 a.m. or so,
Yeah, give or take 140, 145. I don't know the exact time.
and you walked out with your wife, Jennifer McCabe, and two of Brian Jr.'s friends, correct?
Yes, Brian's two friends were joining Jennifer and I. We were driving them home.
And whether you knew their names or not that night, you subsequently learned their names to be Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel.
That's correct.
And you all came out of the house together, correct?
Yeah, I don't recall who was where when we walked to the car, but we all left the house at the same time.
And directly in front of all of you was the front lawn, correct?
If I was to walk straight out the front door, yes, the front lawn's in front of me.
And when you were walking out, the black SUV was gone, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you first came out of the house facing that front lawn, you didn't see a black baseball cap, correct?
That's correct.
Or a black sneaker, correct?
That's correct.
Or 45 pieces of red plastic taillight, correct?
That's correct.
Or even one, correct?
That's correct.
And once again, you didn't see a 6'2" man lying on the front lawn, correct?
No, I wish I did, but I didn't.
As you were walking out with your wife and these two other women, none of them yelled that they saw anything like that, correct?
Correct.
And then you all piled into the vehicle, which was in the driveway, correct?
Yes.
You and your wife got into the front, the driver's seat and the passenger seat, correct?
Yes, I sat in the driver's seat. My wife was in the passenger seat. I had to brush off the car, but that's where we sat.
And the other two women who were friends with Brian Jr. got into the second row passenger seat, correct?
Yes.
And I believe your testimony is you don't know who was where within that, but they did get in there.
Yes, they were behind us. I don't know who sat in what seat.
Once you got inside the vehicle, is that when you realized that you had left something back into the house?
I don't recall leaving something in the house.
I'm sorry?
I don't recall leaving something in the house. If I did, I did. I don't recall leaving something in the house.
You don't recall going back into the house?
No, I don't recall going back into the house.
If you went back into the house, the front lawn would have been directly in front of you from the driveway, correct?
The lawn would have been to my left, and I would have went up the walkway to
Right.
the house.
Okay, well, that's my next question. When you went up the walkway, the front lawn would have been to your left, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And then coming out, you would have had the same view that you had the first time, correct?
Yes, I would have come back out the same way down the steps to the left.
And without going through all the various items that I asked you about in terms of not seeing on the front lawn, the speaker, the cap, the tail light, et cetera, you didn't see any of that stuff at any point the second time, correct?
Correct. I did not see anything.
Okay, so now you're finally back in your vehicle and you are backing out of the driveway, correct?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that to get to your, well, strike that. Is it fair to say that to drop the women off, your plan was to head toward Chapman Street?
Yes, that's what we did.
Which would mean that as you back out of the driveway, the rear end of your car would have been facing towards Cedar Crest.
Correct.
And then you would straighten out and now you've got a straight shot up toward Chapman Street, correct?
Yes.
And it would also mean that you drove the length of the Albert's property, correct?
Yes.
While you did that, sir, Julie Nagel never said, "What was that?" Did she?
I did not hear Julie say that.
She never said she had seen a black object, correct?
I did not hear her say that.
She never said that she saw a black blob, correct?
I did not hear her say that.
And she didn't say that the black blob that she supposedly saw was 5 or 6 feet in length, correct?
Again, I did not hear her say it.
And she never said that she might have seen a person, correct?
I did not hear her. You talk about in the car?
Correct.
Yeah, I did not hear her say it in the car.
And you were right there driving, correct?
I was driving, obviously focused on the road. The windshield wipers, it was snowing pretty heavily.
You didn't have earplugs in.
I didn't, but they were all talking in the car.
You didn't have AirPods in.
No, I didn't.
Certainly not the noise cancellation AirPods, correct?
Correct. I did not have earbuds in.
And you never stopped the car because you never heard Julie Nagel say anything about anybody being in trouble, correct?
I did not hear her say it.
Okay. You woke up the next morning, as you said, to screaming, correct?
Yes.
The screaming was so loud that you thought that the person screaming was actually in your bedroom, correct?
That is correct.
That was, and it startled you, fair to say?
Yes, it did.
And then ultimately, you learned that Karen Reed ended up in your driveway, correct?
Yes.
You could hear her screaming outside, correct?
I could hear her outside, correct.
She was hysterical
She was screaming, Jen. She just kept repeating Jen.
in a hysterical manner.
Yeah, Jen, Jen. Yes.
And she was screaming so loud that she was in danger of waking up the whole neighborhood, correct?
She was loud, correct.
And other than screaming Jen, Jen in that hysterical tone, you really couldn't make out her words a lot of the time, correct?
Not when she was outside my house, no.
Skipping ahead to when you went back to Fairview that morning, it's fair to say that when you went, did you say that you went inside Fairview at maybe around 7 a.m.? Is that a good estimate?
Yeah, I don't know the exact time, but it would say give or take, could be a little before, a little after, but somewhere in that vicinity.
And I believe you testified that the only people inside that you saw there were your wife, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert. In addition to Officer.
So at that moment, that's who I recall seeing there.
Okay, so there were, and you didn't know where Brian Jr. was, whether he was sleeping, but you didn't see him.
I don't recall seeing him at that moment, no.
Okay. And Officer Lank was the only police official that you saw inside, correct?
At that moment, correct.
Okay. Now, in the days after January 29th, you participated in a group text exchange with 3 other people. Do you recall that?
Could you name the 3 people?
Sure. You had a group text chat going with your wife, Jennifer McCabe, your brother-in-law, Brian Albert, and your sister-in-law, Nicole Albert, correct?
Oh, yes.
I'd like to ask you some questions about that group text chat, if I might.
Sure.
You would agree with me that on February 1st of 2022, that was 3 days after John O'Keefe passed away, correct?
Yes.
And at some point on February 1st of 2022, you were physically either at or near the Albert home at 34 Fairview in Canton, correct?
I could have been. I don't recall if I was there.
Do you recall watching what investigators were doing in the neighborhood on February 1st?
I do not. If you could show it to me, I could maybe reflect my memory. I do not recall that specific day.
You don't recall monitoring what troopers were doing?
I was not monitoring anything that the troopers were doing. If I had driven down the street, dropping someone off, picking somebody up, and saw the troopers, then I saw the troopers. I was not monitoring anything.
Directing your attention to 1:34 p.m. and 27 seconds. You texted your wife, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, quote, troopers back out front, but in front of Asian house. Did you not?
If I texted that, you could show it to me.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm showing you a document, sir, and if you look up or look at it by yourself and look up at me when you're done.
I don't use glasses, but I can't see this. So maybe I need glasses. I'm making it out. I got it.
I do have it.
Is it light?
No, he says he doesn't.
No, it's not. It's just dark, but I got it. What the hell?
If you're struggling,
I'm reading mine, right? The middle one?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Take
yeah.
all your time, the time
Yep,
you
I
need.
got it. Yep, I see it.
If I may just grab
Yes.
that.
Thank you.
Having
Wow.
reviewed that document, is your memory refreshed?
He literally is just checking out his own tie. Did you see that? Oh my God, hold on.
Yes.
Thank you.
He's like, oh, I'm just gonna look at my tie here. And
Having
yeah,
reviewed that document, is your memory refreshed?
exactly, Gene. He looks
I
so
see that I
annoyed.
texted what you said I texted. The troopers were outside of the house. Yes.
Right, that's my question. This
Like,
is a page that contains the group text that you had with Jen McCabe, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, correct?
Yes.
And in terms of the question that I asked you, you now acknowledge that you testified troopers back out front, but in front of Asian House, correct?
That's correct.
I don't even think he looks nervous
Mr. McCabe, what is an
anymore. He
Asian House?
looks annoyed
The
and
next door
like,
neighbors.
I'm too good for this. Like, I can't believe I'm sitting here doing this shit. Yeah, I don't know what to do with my hands. Yeah, but he's like, let me just, check out my tie and show how stupid I think this whole thing is, and I shouldn't have to be here. That's what I get from him. Oh my God.
To the Alberts were Asian.
So you mean that a family of Asian origin lived next door?
Yes.
They were the next door neighbors to your brother-in-law and sister-in-law?
Correct. They lived, if you come out of Fairview, they lived to the right of the Alberts.
And did you know their last name was the Chungs?
I had no idea that. I've never met them. I don't know their last names. I just knew it was an Asian family next door.
God forbid you ever.
You didn't feel the need to ask their names or try to call them by their names?
Never met them. Sorry.
Objections sustained. You know what, Ms. Giannetti, let's come to side.
Your family's neighbor, whatever. I don't think they wanted to meet you either.
When
so
you did
it's cool.
tell the group chat about the troopers being at that house, nobody asked you to clarify which house you were talking about, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Did anyone ask you to clarify?
Nobody asked me to clarify that I recall.
In fact, Brian Albert responded with just a question right now. Do you recall that?
Yes, I think that was on the screen you just showed me.
And you responded yes, correct?
Did I get to see all the text or no?
And with the court's permission,
Yes.
I'm going to give you the previous page in case you need it.
Just give it to him. Thank you.
Oh my God, did you hear her tone of voice?
Am I to assume
Just give
when
it
you
to
said
him.
Brian Albert said right now?
Yeah, would you like to see that?
So would that be the last one and then this is the next one?
What you,
I'm just making sure.
I understand, I appreciate that. You tell me.
Okay.
If with the court's permission.
Thank you. Yep. That's what I was just looking for.
I may collect the document.
I didn't read the rest of it.
No, take your time, please.
Okay. Thank you.
You?
You're welcome.
You would agree with me that after you told the group in this group text that the troopers were back out front, in front of that house, Brian Albert's response was right now?
Yeah, exactly,
Yes.
And then
Maylin.
you
Like
said
everybody
yes,
else is
correct?
beneath
Yes.
him, and
And then Brian
too
Albert
good for
replied,
this.
okay, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Yes.
As of the reading.
Is that how he replied?
That's what it just said, yes.
All right. Now, at that point, you texted the group that you were trying to get a picture of what you were seeing, correct?
I didn't see that on the text.
And you don't deny that you said that in the text,
Can you
correct?
show me the text, please?
Oh, sure. Oh, did you say you didn't see it in the
I didn't see that,
I'm
no.
sorry. I think that's probably because I didn't give it to you.
Do you have a phone with a flashlight on you?
I don't have a phone on me. If you have a flashlight, I'll be able to see it.
Do you mind? Oh,
It's
Nancy.
dark.
Madam Court Reporter, Mr. Clerk. Oh, okay.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jim.
All right, much better. I got it now.
Grab that from you.
Thanks.
Having reviewed that, do you acknowledge that you texted the group that you were trying to get a picture of what you were seeing?
Yes, I said I was going to try to take a photo.
You would agree with me that you were watching what was going on, correct, on February 1st?
No, I just happened to be driving through the neighborhood at that moment.
So you happen to be driving through, and then you texted the group to tell them what you saw, correct?
Yes,
And then you didn't just keep driving up the road and leave the area, did you?
I think I did.
Well,
I don't, unless you tell me I went back, I think I did. I said I was going to try to take a picture.
right, well, that's my point.
Yeah.
You weren't, just having seen the troopers back out there at that house, in your mind, you still weren't done, correct?
I was going to take a picture to show them, oh, the troopers are outside your house.
Right, so in answer to my question, you weren't done with that scene, correct?
I think I was, because I don't know if I took a picture.
Well,
I think I went through. I mentioned I was going to try to take a picture. I don't know if I took a picture or not.
you didn't intend to be done at that point, correct?
I didn't intend to be done.
Right, because you wanted to take a picture of what was going on.
I was going to take a picture to show them that troopers were outside in front of the
Right,
house.
you wanted to
Correct.
continue to monitor what was going on, did you not?
I was not monitoring what was going on. I just happened to drive by at that moment.
Oh, I don't believe that
Maybe
for
we
a
should stop.
second.
Okay.
He's a bad liar.
Okay, no, let's just in a little bit of a different way to hopefully make it easier on you and me and the jury. I'd like to hand you, with the court's permission, the 4 pages that you've already reviewed, just to have you identify them. If I may, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
And I'd just like you to take a look at them and just confirm that's what you've already seen before we took the break.
Yes, these are the ones you showed me earlier.
Thank you, sir. May I approach?
Yes.
Having reviewed those, sir, does this appear to be an accurate transcription of the sequence and the content of the group text chat within that time frame?
Yes.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
All right. The only concern I have is I don't want to give the jury something they need a flashlight to read.
Well, my next.
So can I see it?
Of course.
Um,
How is your distance vision? Are you able to read what's on the screen?
I don't know why it's on blue. Can I have them in front of me
Can
while
I
you're
have that?
displaying them?
Yes.
Please. Thank you very much.
And feel free to use the flashlight there.
Yes, thank you. Oh, yeah, that's much better.
Much better. Okay,
Yes.
now we can all see it. With regard to your initial text exchange that we talked about, can you confirm what you texted at 1:34 and 27 seconds in the afternoon of February 1st, 2022?
Yes. Do you want me?
Yeah.
Oh, troopers back out front, but in front of Agent House. Looks like more has been dug up there or at least looks like it.
And Mr. Baker, if you go down the page, you see the responses. And who was it that responded to your notification that the troopers were back up front?
That would be Brian Albert.
Right now, senior.
Yeah, yep, see,
And his response was,
right now.
and that was at 1:34 p.m. and 45 seconds?
Yes, it was.
And you took that to be a question, correct?
Yeah, asking right now, yes.
And we can move to the next. And you responded to Brian by saying what to his question about right now?
I responded, yes,
And that was at 1:34 p.m. and 56 seconds?
yes.
You would have still been on scene at that time?
I'm not sure if I was still on scene, but I was obviously, if it was in the area, it must have been in the area, correct?
And the next exchange is this? And who responded to you?
Brian Albert again.
He knows better.
Okay.
Do you have a memory as to whether or not Brian Albert was on scene at that time or if he was somewhere else?
I don't have a memory of where Brian was at that time.
Given the fact that you're saying troopers are out front and he's asking right now,
I'd assume he's not, I'd assume he's somewhere else, yeah.
and your response to him, or your response to the group, I should say, was what?
I had to pick up a car, so I drove through.
All right. So this is a little further than we talked
Well,
about.
I know we're getting to the next one. Okay, now we're at 1:35 p.m. and 16 seconds, Mr. McCabe.
Yes, that's correct.
And your text to the group of you, your wife, Brian, and Nicole Albert is what?
Trying to get pictures.
All right, and at this point, I've asked the next bubble be displayed, and then I'm going to skip to the bubble after that once you see it. The next bubble comes from Brian Albert.
Yes, Brian Albert.
All right, and that's 1:35. and 30
Mr. Yannetti, let him,
Okay,
the screen speaks for itself. If
What-
it
what-
doesn't, then the witness can.
of course. What time is that at?
1:35:32.
All right, and his response, does that appear to be a typo?
PK, I'm assuming.
All right, the next bubble after that? And that is from whom?
Brian Albert.
All right, and the time there, are you able to make that out?
Does that say 1:35:34 or 1:38:34?
Whatever it says. If you can't see it, you can't see it. Next.
Sure. And his response was,
Okay,
does that appear to be correct in the PK?
I'd have to go back and,
Well, the previous one. you-
Next question.
Sure. All right, we can take that off. I'd like to just go over two more areas of these group chats with you. You would agree with me that later that same day on February 4th, the four of you, your wife, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, discussed in that group chat the fact that Michael Proctor was talking to Kerry Roberts over the phone, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
At 3:01 and 48 seconds, you commented on the interview of Michael Proctor with Kerry Roberts, did you not?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we be seen?
So I'd like you to not leave the witness in the dark if there's something that he can have.
What I'm going to do now, sir, is to hand you 3 more pages and ask if you can identify those.
All right, Mr. McCabe, generally, do you recognize those,
Yeah.
sir? All right, so
I
go
just
ahead.
marching up. Yep.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Yannetti.
The pages that I've handed to you and that you now have in your possession, those are from the same group chat that you identified earlier, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it appears to have the same sequence and content of the group chat as well?
Yes.
Hold on, that one.
Over the Commonwealth's objection, again, I'm not sending anything to the jury that they can't read. So let's mark this for identification.
May that be displayed on?
May what be displayed?
I just offered that as an exhibit, and I'm asking.
And I did not take it in. I said the content on a question by question, so it's each bubble.
All right. You saw that at 3:01 p.m. and 48 seconds on February 1st that you texted, quote, very weird that she's been barely interviewed. The whole dead comment was just told. I was supposed to have them talk last night and forgot to tell Proctor to call her. Do you recall that?
I recall it, correct.
Those were your words, correct?
Yes, they are.
May that be displayed, please?
No, it's in. We may display it later, but I'd like to move this testimony along. So that's in evidence.
And then in that discussion, at 3:03 p.m. and 15 seconds, it was Brian Albert who texted, quote, hope they don't think she's making it up after the fact for some reason, end quote, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Can you read the timestamp again?
It's
Yes,
the second
it's on
page.
page 02161.
Oh, I found it.
Yep,
Yes.
it's in the middle. I got that timestamp correct?
3:03:15.
Correct. And I read that accurately. Hope they don't think she's making it up after the fact.
Yes, that's correct.
And then less than a minute later at 3:05 and 32 seconds, you replied, yes, she was hardly interviewed, and I think just answered what was asked. Oh, I'm sorry, strike that whole question. I skipped his next response, which was at 3:05 and 2 seconds, where he said, but if they barely interviewed her, that's on them, correct?
That's from Brian. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, with regard to that exchange, you would agree with me that you were talking about Kerry Roberts being interviewed by Michael Proctor, correct?
I don't want to make an assumption. Do you have the text previous to this that shows that we're referencing Kerry?
I do, and I'll show you that only to refresh your memory.
Yeah, I don't want to assume something.
I understand. I'm going to show you one page and ask you to look at it silently to yourself.
Okay. Yeah, again, my assumption is Kerry based. Can I go back another page?
Feel free.
Okay, that's what I was looking for.
Yes.
Did those previous pages refresh your memory about the context of your group chat conversation?
Yes, it did.
And certainly it was talking about Kerry Roberts being interviewed, correct?
Yes, it was.
And you were passing along information about that interview to Brian Albert, were you not?
Yes, I was letting him know that Kerry was being interviewed.
And you were telling him things that she was saying, correct? Remember you said the whole dead comment was just told?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
All right, in any case, we're going to move on to the very last discussion that I'd like to ask you about. Earlier that day, February 1st of 2022.
We got about 10 more minutes of Matt McCabe, and then we're going to call it a day. We'll start tomorrow off with Jen McCabe.
At 12:50 p.m. and 37 seconds, Brian Albert texted the group, which would have again been his wife, Nicole, your wife, Jennifer, and you. And that text was
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, so I can't, which bubble on which page?
02140.
Right, on which page?
That's the page, 02140.
No, all right, I'll hear you at sidebar.
Oh, geez, oh, Pete.
Court's back in session, please be seated.
Stianetti.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, when we broke, I was just about to ask you about the last exchange here. You will agree with me that on February 1st of 2022 at 12:51 and 49 seconds, you texted the group chat to say, ask Chris to ask some questions, correct?
Yep, I'm reading it right now. Yes, that's correct.
And who was the Chris you were referring to?
That would be Chris Albert.
Brian's brother, correct?
That is correct.
And then you texted your wife, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, quote, tell them the guy never went in the house, correct?
Yeah, that's part of the same text. Yes,
Mr. McCabe, who was the guy that you were referring to? Does he have a name?
that would be John O'Keefe.
When you told the group to tell them the guy never went in the house, that was you talking about how you should all get your stories straight, correct?
No,
Oh, really?
You agree with me that your stories are all straight in terms of the guy never went in the house, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
John never went in the house. It's not a story, it's a fact.
Well, when you said
Look at his
tell them
face.
the
Oh my
guy
God, I just,
never went in the house,
he's
Brian Albert was
just
on that
smug
exchange
one.
still,
Like,
was he not?
I just want to smack that look off
He
his
was still
face.
part of the group text?
Yes, Brian is on the exchange.
And Brian Albert was the one to respond, wasn't he?
Let me switch pages here. 51.
He responded, did he not?
Yes, he did.
And then at that point, you knew Brian Albert was the oldest brother of the Albert family, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The oldest sibling in that family, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And in his response to your instructions that his younger brother, Chris, should say that John O'Keefe never went in the house, or the guy never went in the house, you would agree with me that he responded with one word, correct?
Yes, he did.
And in response to you saying the guy never went in the house, Brian Albert's response was, exactly, correct?
Yes, that's his response.
We're done here.
All right, Commonwealth, any redirect?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Now, Mr. McCabe, John O'Keefe never went in the house that night, is that correct?
That's correct.
And from this text communication, as far as Chris Albert was concerned, was Chris Albert ever at the house on that night?
No, he was not.
And this is something that you obviously, death of John O'Keefe occurring, how it did, where it did, and why it did. That was something that you discussed.
Can you keep your voice up?
Yes, I'm sorry. This tragic occurrence, as far as what happened to John O'Keefe, his death, where, why, how, that was something that you discussed within your family, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Why?
I didn't hear that
Why
one.
was it a discussion in your family?
You're talking about the immediately after? No one knew what happened. John never came in the house, so we had no idea what happened to John.
And John was someone you were friends with, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, did you ever tell anybody what to say at any point in time to the state police, to any investigator whatsoever?
No,
Did anyone in your family or in your presence ever tell anyone that in front of you?
no,
Now, you asked some questions about when you were looking out and you saw the SUV, correct?
yes,
And your focus, as you indicated in your testimony, was on the SUV, correct?
yes, that's correct.
Now, during the time that you were looking out, did you ever see a pickup truck outside?
I knew the pickup truck was out there, but again, I didn't look at the pickup. I kind of saw it, but was focusing on the SUV.
And
I saw a vehicle out there. Let's say that.
my question is more so, as far as the tire marks that you were talking about in the road, was that before or after the pickup truck was in?
It was after.
Now, you were asking questions about directionality and things of that nature, as far as coming down Chapman or Cedar Crest, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so if someone had driven by the house and missed the house and then went on Cedar Crest, turned around, presumably then they would be taking a left or a right from Cedar Crest onto Fairview, is that right?
Yes, if they passed the house, they would have come to Cedar Crest and turned around and come back onto Fairview.
And you were asking questions about whether or not you saw Mr. O'Keefe from your vantage point in the SUV, is that correct?
Yes, I was.
You didn't see him, correct?
I did not see him.
Did you see anyone inside from where you were?
I could not see anybody in the vehicle.
Did you see anything about the windows as far as their tint or anything like that?
I don't recall the tint. I couldn't see inside though.
As far as any statements that Ms. Nagel made on the way home, is it your testimony that you, Ms. Nagel didn't say those statements or that you didn't hear those statements?
I did not hear those statements.
Now, turning to February 1st, do you recall what you were doing on that day when you drove by Fairview?
I don't recall what I was doing. I don't recall exactly what I did that day.
And were you going specifically by Fairview or where were you?
Based off of reading these text messages, I was doing something, picking up a car or something. It says, I don't recall where, and I cut down Fairview.
Now, as far as your statement in those text messages where you said, looks like more has been dug up, you recall that?
I don't recall it. I read it in the text message.
Do you recall what that was in regard to? As far as what were they digging?
Oh, sorry. I do recall. They dug out the snow. It looked like the snow banks. It looked like there was more snow dug out around the scene.
And by the scene, you mean around with Black Hole Fire Hydrant, that was?
Correct. Yes.
Did you recall any sort of change in the weather between the 29th and February 1st?
I believe the temperature rose. Snow was starting to melt, if I recall.
Now, when you and your wife your wife was talking to Mr. O'Keefe and you were given directions, there was some reference to Bella's house, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that was sort of used as a directionality as far as Mr. O'Keefe would be familiar with where Bella's house was?
Yes, that's correct.
What, if any, relationship in the past were you aware of between Mr. O'Keefe and Bella and Bella's mother?
At some point, Bella's parents were separated, since divorced. At some point, Mr. O'Keefe had a relationship with Bella's mother.
And after that conversation in which that was referenced as far as Bella's house, did you ever hear from John O'Keefe again?
Never heard from him again.
Anything?
Just very briefly.
Okay.
You were just asked if you ever told anyone, if you told anyone what to tell the state police or investigators, and your answer was no, correct?
Yeah, I don't recall telling anyone to tell anybody anything.
So with regard to your statement, tell them the guy never went in the house, who's the them?
Do you mind if I go back and read?
Take your time.
I think I know. I just want to read it.
No, you
The
want to
them
verify
was-
that you give the right answer. Oh my God.
Channel 4 went into D&E.
You done with your answer?
Yeah, you just asked me who them was.
And the answer is you were instructing people on the group chat to tell Channel 4 that the guy never went in the house, correct?
Yes, this was on February 1st. As I said, none of us in the house had any idea what happened to John O'Keefe. So we instructed, I was saying, we don't know what happened. He never came in the house.
All right, so,
That's what was my statement was.
sir, I didn't ask you for any of that just now, did I?
You just asked me
No,
why I said
I
that.
asked you who the them was.
Objection,
I know.
Your Honor.
You didn't. You look like you asked me to elaborate.
Okay, so your answer to my question is the them was you were
So
saying that
smug.
Channel 4 should be told that the guy never went in the house. Yes or no?
Channel 4 was who I was referencing. Yes.
No further question.
All right, you are all set, Mr. McCabe. I will take those documents.
All right, everybody. It's been a long day. I appreciate you all so much for being here. We're going to start tomorrow. Tomorrow, I won't be streaming as long because it is my birthday. I have plans. I get to hang out with Dean from the Chat Rats, which is so cool. I'm excited for that. But I will see everyone tomorrow. Thank you guys for being here. I will be on Angie's from the Chat Rats. She's going live for the first time tonight. So I will be there in a little while as well. So I'm excited to see everybody in the chats tonight. And I will see you all tomorrow. Thank you, Maylin, for being here. All right. Have a great night, everybody. Bye.